the world through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry. RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
Welcome back to Älvsbyn, day 2 of RallyX here. Martin Haven, Hal Ridge, and we're in race control with our race director. This is a really busy task, Hal, because Reimus has to watch all the action, and then as the next race starts, Reimus, as soon as the action starts, you've got to be on top of it, but you've also got to be examining what happened in the last heat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have so much time between the heats, and now we are running fast, and we are a little bit late on the schedule because it's many towings and I think 3 rolls already in Q1. But it's tough job, especially after yesterday. I think RallyX needs some spare race director because it took some energy yesterday all the way up to late night, and but that's part of life.
It is part of life, and Hal, it's what keeps competitors honest, but it also, having that communication with the race director allows them to understand the thinking, why penalties have or haven't been applied, and that kind of helps to educate everybody, right?
Yeah, we saw that through the broadcast yesterday, didn't we? If you haven't seen it, go back and watch day 1 from Älvsbyn on YouTube, where Reimus is talking through the scenarios with us, luckily in the broadcast, but also with the competitors, should they choose to come up and argue their case. In the background, we can see what Reimus is doing here. He's got a big screen. This is showing the live pictures. This is basically a version of what you see in the TV truck, and this little knob here is like a replay machine in the TV truck itself. So Reimus can watch the footage and rewind it and choose different camera angles to give him the best possible version of what's happened. And of course, as we saw yesterday, competitors can choose to bring their onboards as well.
Yeah, so you can come up, you can argue your case, and just like any other judicial system. Alongside him here, we've got the timekeepers as well. We've got the speaker for the track in the next little room, but we're going to have a wander downstairs because I can smell lunch cooking.
This is a live TV disaster waiting to happen, isn't it? But we're going to go down these steps. Peter, the cameraman's going to follow. Hopefully, still vertical. Let's catch up. This is so just to show how RallyX operates. This in the background. I know Peter's not going to thank me for making him turn around, but there's a very small van from DMC Production. They're the production crew on this broadcast. This truck carries the equipment, the cameras, and the stuff needed. But most of the production is done off-site in Stockholm, and that's when we're talking to Stockholm in the broadcast. The director, the producer, the graphics, the replays are all being done off-site to keep costs low, and it's a small infrastructure here, isn't it, Martin?
Well, and that's the joy, isn't it, of everything being digital, and the mobile service and the satellite service being so quick, is that you can do things remotely just as efficiently as having all the crew here, but with a cost saving. So the one thing you can't do remotely is the cars. So cars and teams are all on site, and that's the cost component, as well as day 2 here. We've already seen a couple of rolls, but we've seen quite a lot of mechanical frailty. So it's not just the bodies that are tired for the second day of a double header, some of the machinery as well. And that means that the crews are going to have to be working extra hard to keep the cars in one piece through all the contact and the rough, you know, the rough action on the track.
Yeah, and if the mechanics haven't got enough clothes to wear for all of that work, they can come and buy some RallyX merch. There's all sorts of things available. The cap, like I'm wearing, these are the water, but that's actually full of water. These are the water bottles that people have been after. Lanyards, T-shirts. There's all sorts. RallyX.shop.se if you're not on site to buy the merch online. And there's going to be different drops, as we've talked about so far this year. There's going to be different drops at different events, so that will be very exciting indeed. Let's try and catch up, Martin, with one of the stars of yesterday. It's quite loud in here, but this is Casper Anson just talking to Stefan, who is the longest serving OMSC team member. Casper, a bit of an up and down day for you yesterday in the open four-wheel drive and then the FC2, but another win and a great race at the end of the day.
Yeah, in the FC2 final it was really good, and we all three cars in the OMSC was really fast and was a really fun race, so yeah, it was great.
What can you do to try and get this open four-wheel drive monkey off your back? Because you're very quick in the whole class together with the supercars, but it just doesn't seem to work for you come the latter stages of the events. What can you do to change that from your side?
I don't know, we need to find a little bit more speed in the car, and as now we're pushing the car to the limit, and but we have done some changes tonight, so hopefully it will be better. It feels a little bit better, but yeah, let's see how it goes.
And this track here is, you've done a lot in America the last few years. This is kind of a mix between what you've been doing there and in Europe. It's a proper old school rallycross track.
Yeah, of course, the first sector is similar to America, and it's really nice, and the full stand in the first corner also is really good. And the last sector is more like a go-kart track, you need to be tight and tiny, and yeah, but it's a really fun track.
Hey Casper, good luck today. We'll see you later on. Martin, your first experience yesterday of the FC2s against the supercars, it's an interesting mix, isn't it? Especially with the rear engine concept battling the more traditional cars.
It really is, and actually they're so close to being on parity, aren't they? Which, in theory, at least on cost grounds, they shouldn't be. But these guys are pushing really, really hard, and I wonder whether that's actually taking a little bit more out of the drivers, out of the machinery as well. It's quite a small, tight track for the four-wheel drive supercars, so maybe that's just helping to balance things out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's jump in and up to cut across you. Another one of those drivers in the FC2s, Oie Ericson. Some great racing yesterday, and what a battle that you three guys had in the FC2 final.
Yeah, it's great fun. I mean, we're proper race car drivers here, and so much fun to compete against them. And yeah, we're just having a blast every time we're out on track.
And this track's epic, isn't it? We keep saying old school, but it is. There's little margin for error, but a real opportunity to get on top of the circuit and drive the car hard.
Yeah, 100%. This is a track that what I look for in a rallycross track, that it's a proper compromise of everything. You know, you can't set up the car perfect here. You either set it up for the fast gravel stuff, or the slow hairpin stuff, or the sweeping asphalt corner. So it's like a super mixture of everything and a compromise between it that makes it a lot of fun.
I watched a lot of Petter Solberg's first ever laps around World RX tracks in 2014, where he would push to 150% perhaps and then wind it back. That was a little bit like what you did yesterday morning.
Yeah, sure. I won it a lot yesterday. Obviously, being here last year, I knew the track well, so I just went out flat out from turn one, from lap one, and yeah, I had to bring it back a bit. I was a bit overexcited, so yeah, but it was a lot of fun. I mean, we keep building on our speed, and yeah, we're having a lot of fun for sure.
What can you do today?
Yeah, hopefully win. I mean, we have good pace in the cars. The starts now in Q1 here was great, but yeah, we need a little luck as well. All three of us in our team here, we had a proper, what do you call it? Post out in football. When you hit the post and it goes out.
Yeah.
Instead of
you hit the post.
Yeah, we hit the post quite a lot. So hopefully we can get some luck with us this time or today and get some results as well.
Thank you, Ollie. Good luck.
Now, one of the things that we were expecting today was to be walking around under umbrellas. When we arrived this morning, 8 o'clock, a little bit of a sprinkle, but actually it's quite light, the cloud is quite high, so the sort of forecast torrential rain, fingers crossed, might not be coming, which means that we're on a much more even playing field, because those who have been here or those who haven't been here, at least if this is your first time, you've got experience of dry conditions, and that looks like what we're going to get today.
Yeah, and as we've heard from the locals, when it's wet, it gets probably wet and slippery. Let's have a quick look as we pass over tyres. This is the dry tyre that most of the FC2s and the open four-wheel drives are running, Supercar Lights and the like, and it's a moulded cross-ply with the grooves in it. This is a slick that many of the the open two-wheel drives run, and at the end there, Peter, I don't know if you can spin round and see the wet tyre. This is the wet, and this is what they'll be using if we do end up with wet conditions, and there's a lot more cuts. It's basically the same tyre, slightly softer compound. Again, a cross-ply, Martin, an old-school tyre really, which is very soft and moves around a lot, but it's these blocks that really cut through the water.
And the reason for the cross-ply is very simple. Radial tyres like going in a straight line. Rallycross cars not famous for going in a straight line. If you want to get the car sideways and still have the tyre under you, then the cross-ply is the way to go. And that's why, before aerodynamics really took over, cross-plies ruled in circuit racing. All those drifting cars, all of that rear-wheel steering, that was possible because of a cross-ply. Once you get downforce and the car needs to go in a straight line, then the radial tyre is definitely the way to go. But for this business, cross-ply makes a lot of sense. There's not a cost implication in manufacturing, but it's the way that the tyre handles that you need for these cars.
Absolutely, and all of these tyres are handmade as well, so it is a proper effort. Just have a quick look, Peter, Roberts Vittel's car here in the background. We won't trouble them because they're busy between their sessions, but Roberts had a massive role. If you haven't seen it, check it out on social media and the broadcast from yesterday, but an enormous role in the first corner. Team Foreign did a great job to get him out for the final. Unfortunately, there wasn't time to do everything 100%, and they had a suspension problem in the final, which cost him a potential win. He was leading on the opening lap, but I'm sure they worked hard into the night last night. Eric Foreign, team boss, not here of course, but he's got a solid crew around, and I'm sure they're ready to go today.
Yeah, they've certainly got through a lot of black gaffer tape repairing the bodywork as well. It was a hugely dramatic role, and again, if you haven't seen it from yesterday, that's going to be well worth looking at. So wandering down here through our Crosscar paddock, I mean, massive field, so getting on for 40 cross cars across the juniors and the main category. So lots and lots of entertainment, and again, we're going to be looking at 3 semis probably and getting into the finals with those guys. And then we've got the local heroes, and I mean, lots of local drivers are almost within stone's throw of the track, almost literally within stone's throw of the track. So it is a big home event for everybody who lives up, and this is a long way north in Sweden from, you know, towns that we know and cities that we know like Stockholm, the main sort of centres of population.
Yeah, and I think on day two, what we often see on these RallyX double headers is if we go to a new track, the locals definitely have an advantage on the first day, but you do so much running on a double header that really there's much more parity between those that haven't been to the track before and those that have when you're into day two. Let's just have a quick word with this man. Maiko Tam, you came here leading the Open 4-Wheel Drive Championship. A bit of an up and down day yesterday. How was it from your point of view?
Yeah, some bad luck in the first quali yesterday, and I got in the black flag, and then I need to restart myself, and yeah, I need to go in the more and more better racing, and yeah, finally we got in the podium in the day final, and yeah.
I went trackside this morning to watch practice and Q1. Through the first corner, you drive a lot on the front axle, don't you? A lot of the Open 4-Wheel Drive drivers are really rotating the car on the way in, but you seem very confident to lean on the nose even in the loose surface sections. Looks like you're really feeling comfortable in the Fiesta.
Yeah, Fiesta, it's very good condition now. Yeah, and also in the track is first corner, it's more grip today and yesterday, and yeah, I remember in the last year in the lot of how can say in the muddy in the first corner, but yeah, this year it's amazing track, yeah.
But it might rain and then everything goes out the window.
What?
If it rains, then everything goes out the window. The grip will be much less.
Yeah, definitely. It's more difficult to drive in the when track it's a little bit wet.
Are you thinking championship now? Are you looking at the points, or are you just going for an individual result at every event?
Yeah, I show this a point standing, but I take race by race, and it's works this year, and yeah, let's keep pushing.
Thank you, Maiko. Good luck today. The car he's leaning against actually is the other car from TT Motorsport, which is Mr. Trauberg's machine, ex M Sport, well, M Sport built Fiesta, ex Ken Block, of course. This is another few drivers. Supercar Lights, Martin. We saw plenty of action in the lights category yesterday. Well,
as you can see quite clearly behind us here, I mean, and this is one of the things about Supercar Lights, is that the cost efficiency of replacing components, because there is contact, you do make mistakes, and it's not a pristine racetrack, it's a rallycross track. So having those sub-assemblies that you can replace easily and cost effectively is a really important part of keeping all the machinery running.
Yeah, that's why the class has been so successful for over a decade. We're going to head back around the paddock here because we want to end with one of the local stars. I don't know if you can pan around there, Peter, and see that we've had the opening heat as we get ready for Q2. Simon Olofsson had some broken suspension on his FC2. We saw quite a lot of attrition this morning, Martin. I don't think it was through any much wrongdoing. Most of them were racing incidents, but there was a few rolls in Crosscar. Actually, we can have a few spin around, Peter. I'm sorry to change direction quickly. This is Alex Antila's car, which clearly, as we are now in Q2 for the Crosscar Juniors, and you can see why here, Martin. The concern is always damage to a roll cage or a frame, and there's a significant dent here. What a shame for Alex Antila, who's been so competitive this season, but that's clearly why the car's going no further. And you can see here where the scrutineers have clearly rubbed off the paint to look at the damage, and it was a big one. Shame for Alex, but I'm sure they'll be back. These teams are very proficient at repairing worse than that, I'm sure.
And the side effect of that, of course, is that then you get a big fat 0 for today, and any championship aspirations become an awful lot more difficult. But in the end, whether it's a championship or not, exactly as we heard there from Mike Tam, day by day, what do you want to do today? Well, I want to win today, because that's what the sport's all about. It's about trying to win, and the more wins you get, later on in the season, if you're in a potential championship winning position, then you have to maybe start thinking a little bit tactically. But the problem is, if you start that early in the season, then you end up in a, I'm not going to win mindset, and that's not really what they want. That they want to just keep having that ability.
But you can also, your other competitors can have a bad day as well, so you can't give up, can you?
Yeah.
Just in the background there, Pontus Oskarsson had brake problems all day yesterday and retired from Q1 this morning, so clearly they've still got issues ongoing. Let's have a quick look over here as well, Peter, because this is a very sorry sight indeed. Eric Lidman's car, having been new for the event, it's absolutely beautiful, but there was a significant incident in open two-wheel drive this morning. The front geometry is worse, for where actually this is a great indication, Peter, because the bonnet's almost square, and you can see the top of the chassis leg here, which is definitely pointing in the wrong direction, and clearly they're making no effort to repair the car, so the damage is too great to sort for this weekend, and you don't wish that on anybody. Least of all someone who's turned up with a brand new car in pristine condition, but it's the way it goes sometimes.
It is the way, that's motorsport, that's all of sport, isn't it? For all the elation, there's always that heartbreak. There can only be one winner, and when you've put in the time, the effort and the expense of bringing a brand new car, you at least hope it's going to go back in the condition that it came, but that's not always the way it's going to be.
No, that's the nature of a racing environment, isn't it? Let's jump in with one of the local stars who's having an entire pizza for his lunch. Victor Hansen, hello mate, sorry to interrupt your lunch. It looks like you're eating an entire folded up pizza.
Yeah, I'm in a hurry like always, so I have to shove it in.
This is a busier weekend than normal for you. Just talk about your role in this event and how it's been the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, today my role is like just the racing side, like a competitor. But leading up to this weekend, it's been flat out since the snow went away. We have worked flat out doing rebuild the paddock, getting the track sorted out. The grass is growing like crazy, and the bushes are coming. So you have to constant work all the time. So
it's all those small details that people perhaps don't appreciate. It's having someone to cut the grass, to trim the hedges, to make sure all the fence posts are straight on the gate. It's all those small detail that takes a lot of time and a lot of volunteers.
Yeah, of course, and we have a great group of volunteers here who are helping, and big thanks to them to keep this going, and without them we haven't got a chance to make it. So, and thanks to all the sponsors too, who helped with the tractors, machines, dump trucks, everything.
And for yourself, yesterday you had great pace here at your home track, but couldn't quite pull off the result in the end. Talk us through what happened.
No, as you said, the speed been great. A little bit off at the start. You know, during this season, the starts have been my strong point. Maybe not the first 30 meters, but when the hybrid kicks in, you know, I come. This track, you know, doing good laps in practice sets you up for on the left side on the starting grid. And if you aren't first, you know, in the 30 meters, they started to turn left and you have to brake. So, and that's just before my hybrid power kicks in. So we're trying to find the right setup for now, but on the track it's good. You know, I have the speed to shine us for the win, I think, yesterday and today too. But, you know, yesterday the main power switch for the main relay for the whole car shut off in the semi, so that's too bad.
Was that easier to fix because you're near to home rather than being in Portugal or Holland or somewhere?
Yeah, I just went to Matt's garage. He has some cars up there, take some parts, and you know, it's a 5-minute fix, but you know, didn't make it to the final. But yeah, that's how it is sometimes in this racing. So not much you can do.
Well, good luck for today. Well done on getting it repaired. We'll leave Victor to it to eat the rest of his entire pizza.
Now, there's just one phrase that he came out with there, which we ought to qualify, actually. Once the snow has gone. Now, for us in the UK, if we get snow, and we do, it'll have gone, you know, February. Here, there was still snow on the ground in May. It's the end of June. So what he's talking about is they've had basically a month. 6 weeks tops to get this place ready, as opposed to 4 months. So actually that little window of work opportunity was much smaller than they were expecting, because the snow really hung around a long while this year.
Absolutely, yeah, that's indicative of being so far north, isn't it? And he mentioned, Victor, one of the other local stars in Matt Zman, who he went and pilfered some parts from last night. That's Matt's car in the background. That's actually the KMS Polo that Ole Christian Veiby raced in the World Championship last year. Had a great day yesterday. Before we head into Q2, we're going to take a look on board with Matt Zman around this fantastic circuit. And here we go then. Matt Zman at the controls. Look in his mouth there, where he's about to let go of what looks like a drinks tube. You described it as yesterday, Martin, the system for the launch. And yeah, what a spectacle it is to see Matt's drive around his home circuit in this adapted Polo.
It's astonishing, isn't it? And again, you know, the very most obvious thing that everybody will see is there's no steering wheel, there's no flappy paddles. So what you might expect hand controls to look like, it really doesn't look even remotely like that. I can remember watching Alex Zanardi racing in touring cars, and again, he had controls for gear shifting up and down, but also for the throttle and brake, all hand control, because of course after his IndyCar accident where he lost his legs basically above the knee, then he too was, you know, doing everything with his hands. But this homemade system, the right hand is doing everything. It's shifting up and down the gears. It's also using the handbrake. He uses his elbow for the handbrake, and twisting the wrist left or right is throttle and brake. So there's so much going on. I mean, where on earth did they start? Just deciding how this was going to work.
So as you see his arm move, the whole cradle moves. So a full movement forwards is for the brakes, a full rotation back is for the throttle. Look at his wrist flicking there, as you say, for the handbrake, and his elbow moving as well to change up and down the box. It's extraordinary, and a challenge for anyone who isn't used to the system to just even drive it in the paddock, whereas anyone can get in a normal racing car and operate it if you can deal with the clutch and stuff. But yeah, incredible for Matson. He was super fast yesterday, quickest of all in Q1. Just didn't get the rub of the draw in the scrum of the first corner in the final, and hopefully he can have a better day today.
So qualifying has already got underway for Crosscar and Crosscar Junior, and when we talk about junior, it's not sort of 16 to 21. We are talking starting from the age of 10. So you can start in your 11th year. So these are, in school terms, year 5 kids. And again, watching the drivers around in the paddock, you're looking at, you know, 10, 11, 12-year-olds in race suits. Look like they're replicas of their heroes, but they're not. They're actually competitors. So when you watch the action, it's quick and clean, but it is also very, very competitive.
3 races in junior crosscar today. Win each of the heats. There's Carl Svedland in the Joker for the first of the sessions. Gets caught up on the curb there. That's with ease, etc. P2 Pira, the championship leader, takes the race victory and indeed is sitting top of the standings. Let's have a look. Second fastest twice. Manisto went quickest in that Q2 run. Sebastian Ease, etc. was fastest in the first one, but then we saw him get tied up with Carl Svedland. Svedland's won a lot this year, down in 7th at the moment. Alex Antila at the bottom. We saw his car in the opener. He's going no further today after that roll and the damage to the frame.
But the same names that we were talking about at the front of the field yesterday have replicated that pace again today. And is that the same in Crosscar? Well, we have 20 cars in the field today, down from 21 yesterday. So another has fallen by the wayside, but still gives us more than enough to deal with.
There's been all sorts of drama through the first couple of sessions. Pace Motorsport drivers Ugar and Cerner currently 1-2 in the championship standings. There is Cerner leading the way in his Q2 race. Bit of contact there between Martin and our new Spanish driver across the line in the second of the races. There is championship leader Martin Ugar next to Lucas Orov, who was super quick yesterday as well. Ugar applying the pressure, getting a lovely move done there on the loose after the jump. Ugar currently 4th in the standings, a 7th and a 4th. You just need to be consistent, Martin, through qualifying. And there is the top qualifier getting mugged off the line in the blue and red machine behind. That's Thomas Eek Merstad, who was fastest in Q1, 5th in this session we're watching now. But it's just all about being there or thereabouts through all of the qualifying stages to make sure you're there at the end of the intermediate classification.
And that's the pressure of day 2 of this long weekend, isn't it? Is you've got to be relentless, and any sort of dramas, you saw the puncher there, are going to cost you time and potentially take you out of the running for maybe getting into the semis, but we'll have to wait and see, or progressing through the semis. Again, Thomas Eek Merstad on top by a slender margin from Jonathan Giliami and Robert Siena, Martin Ugar. The names that were in the frame yesterday with Lucas Orov are still going to be the ones that we're talking about a lot, I think, during the course of the afternoon here.
But any one of those top 15 can be in the final. It's that competitive in crosscar. So, yeah, total lottery. I often describe it as chucking a load of balls up in the air and trying to catch 6 of them and to choose your final grid, because it's, yeah, not straightforward at all. Maju Niemi had a roll in Q1. She's there in 19th currently. So, yeah, a lot to play for in Q3 later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I bet that's a bit of an eye-opener for her as well. So here we are on what is turning into...
Fraser's just gone down the stairs behind us. We're actually up a tower.
Well, it's actually turning into really quite a nice day. I came here wearing lots and lots of layers and been gradually stripping them off during the course of the day. There was a little bit of drizzle very early on when we arrived, 9 o'clock. That had gone. And, yeah, cloud is still fairly light, not light, but high, and little bits of blue sky coming through as well. So we're feeling the warmth of the sun here. It's not going to be 30 degrees by anybody's stretch, but hopefully we will avoid the biblical rain that was slightly forecast earlier in the weekend. So
I'm a bit disappointed by that. I have to say, for the local organisers, of course, and the fans, I wanted it to be dry in the morning, which it has been. But yeah, I might do a rain dance, because rain and challenging conditions is what rallycross is all about. Traditionally a winter sport, you have to deal with what's in front of you, and yeah, the Swedish Championship event last year here was swamp-like, wasn't it? So maybe not that extreme, but certainly some mixing up of the conditions to increase the challenge.
Yeah, you don't want to have to be fitting pontoons and drivers in life jackets.
No, well, that's extreme.
It was getting close. It was getting close last year.
I personally used to love the wet, because it's classically it's a leveler, isn't it, in any motor racing discipline, but also you really have to feel the grip as you do on the loose at any rallycross event. But it brings a whole new level to having to feel your way around, and yeah, I used to really enjoy it personally.
And it sort of evens out power deficits as well. And actually that'd be quite interesting to see how, you know, the top classes would go with different power kind of being slightly mooted, because traction is everything here, and if you haven't got the traction because it's damp, or you've got too much horsepower and it's damp, then suddenly you're a little bit at a deficit to somebody who's got maybe a little bit less power and a little bit more traction.
And experience counts so much, doesn't it, in those conditions? When it's when you're up against it, you can draw on all those scenarios you've been in before. If you've only ever driven in lovely sunny events, as we've had all year in RallyX so far, really, it's you expect the grip to be there. It's hard unless you've got all of that experience set to draw on.
So where are we going to this afternoon? Well, we're going to be back into our third set of qualifying heats with two-wheel drive open. In fact, our second set of qualifying heats for two-wheel drive open. And then we'll work our way through to the open four-wheel drive at the end of this particular set of Q3 runs as cars return to the fold, and then start again with Crosscar Junior, work our way through qualifying into the semi-finals and through to the finals. So another packed day of action. We'll be bringing you everything we can here, including hopefully a little bit more from Rimus, our race director. He's not now mic'd up, but the room is. So actually it's been a very kind day for the spectators. The burger stall opposite us has been doing fine business since about 9 o'clock this morning. I'm not sure whether that was early lunch or late breakfast, but they'd sold out by about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And so the fans up on the bank overlooking the run down from what is effectively turn one, although it is turn two, the big right-hander, and then down the dip and up the other side to the jump. So, first cars ready for action. And got a couple missing here. So, from right to left on your screen, on pole Johnny in his BMW E36, Mikko Persson's Mark IV Golf, and alongside Emil Hammer in the Skoda Fabia. That's a rear-wheel drive homebrew concoction rather than an R5 rally car. And we were due to have Eric Lidman with his E30 BMW M3, but that's the white and black car that you saw in our opener. Has had a lot of damage, so he will be taking no further part. So it is down to these three. Again, Johnny on the inside, not making the cleanest of starts, and having to just maybe feather the throttle a little to avoid contact with the red car, Mikko Persson. Eric Hammer had a spin coming around towards the Joker lap, just out to this tight right-hander in his last heat. You can see again how, although it was slightly damp this morning, didn't take long for the dust to start appearing, and the track is fairly dry, fairly dusty on and off the tarmac.
Good rotation there for knee into the Joker, let the rear wheels light up just to rotate the rear of the car around, and drove up into the alternative extra route. I have to say, Mikko Persson drove really well yesterday, did a good job considering the competition here in Älvsbyn. Regular of RallyX over the last few years. Emil Hammer knocking on the door as well in the championship standings by virtue of being fairly consistent this year. We've got a lot of local drivers this weekend who are only doing this race. We were in Finland a couple of weeks ago where we had lots of Finns, so Hammer will be watching the points chart with one eye, I would have thought. Of course, going to Denmark, Nissum in August for the first of the final week of action. 2 events in the space of 7 days. And Hammer will be in that home track for the penultimate weekend. You'll be in a nice feeling, won't you, when you're in a top 3 championship position going to your home round?
Yeah, absolutely right. There you think, okay, everything is possible. And it just gives that nice little boost of confidence. Great drone shot you saw earlier there of Hammer exiting the Joker. One of the advantages of coming off the Joker is that you actually have much more speed coming down to the tight right-hand hairpin, about halfway around the lap, than anybody on the normal racing line. But it does mean that that's quite a pinch point. You've got to be very, very good to either go around the outside of a rival or maybe even cut underneath. So Persson now takes his Joker. And there you go. So carrying more speed, it's sort of a tight uphill double apex left-hander on the normal line. And so it is relatively low speed. So coming off the Joker, you do have that speed advantage.
Johnny, that early Joker really working for him, getting out of the traffic, didn't have the start, and clearly made the most of the lap times. Fastest lap of the race so far, 48.0 as they drive up towards the finish line. Johnny takes the first of the wins in open two-wheel drive for Q2. Clearly pleased with that. Bit of a sideways moment through the first corner. Let's see how that time fares against the opposition in the races still to come.
Good shot there from the inside, coming up to the tight right-hander after corner 2. Again, didn't get the greatest start in that blue and black BMW, but made the most of the early joker to bring himself through to the checkered flag with a 2:36.109. So fastest lap, 48.052. So 5 cars on this grid from right to left. The Oman brothers, Thomas in the BMW, which is red. Adam in the Lexus, which handily is also red. In the centre, Ossian Stenval in the Ford Escort, which is red. Frederick Tiger breaking it up a little bit with the orange and black Tiger markings on his Volvo S40, which boasts a BMW 4.4 litre V8 M-Power engine. And Peter Jensen in the red Volvo 240. So the standout car, the one that's easiest to spot, is the one that's not red. Wasn't the most fortunate of days yesterday for the Oman brothers. Let's see if they can find a little bit more. And watch for Dad, Frederick Tiger, as well. This car making its debut here with the BMW V8. Jump start for Thomas Oman. And Hal, as well as a couple of rolls, because everybody's getting dialed into the track and probably starting with more speed in free practice and in qualifying than they would have had yesterday, also seems to be a little bit more mechanical frailty or a little bit more mechanical carnage going on. And I wonder whether, you know, instances like that, maybe you've got a very slightly dragging clutch or the biting point's not where you expected. Drivers are going to have to adapt to the cars changing under them as well as the track. So ready again. Ready to race in the background. And we go green. Thomas Oman on the inside. Brother Adam in the Lexus. Didn't get a stronger start, but throws it down the inside. Didn't have the overlap. Frederick Tiger up to third. You can very clearly hear the BMW V8 trackside and on the effects from the mics. And on the inside of him goes Ossian Stenval in that Mark III Escort. That's a venerable old beast these days, isn't it? 1980s.
Thomas Oman took the joker at the first opportunity. Thomas, of course, brother to Matt Zman and father to Adam. It's Adam that leads the way in the Lexus, as you say, Martin. And that pass for Stenval early on has really brought him into the fight at the lead, really pressuring Oman at the front of the order.
Well, that car, the Escort, looked very good yesterday on the loose, but losing out in the horsepower stakes. And again, Adam Oman pulling away fast. Behind him, though, Frederick Tiger under pressure from Thomas Oman. So Thomas has done one of his 2 jokers, and also jokering Peter Jensen, the Danish driver, in his Volvo.
Tiger's lost the entire rear quarter off the Volvo, and there you get a great example of how these open 2-wheel drives are constructed. Just superficial fiberglass panels as Stenval looks to the inside of Oman out of the second of the hairpins there in the middle of the lap, but there's really only one clean line, very difficult to get the power down, and it's like a concertina effect, isn't it? You can only get the power down once the other car in front of you has made a move as well, but really applying the pressure here, Stenval, and yeah, tricky with just a lap to go, needs to make the move on track rather than through joker strategy. Yeah,
the joker's not going to help him here, is it? So he's just going to have to keep bludging away at the back of Adam Oman's Lexus. They're going to have to both joker here, so where does Frederick Tiger fit into all of this? They should be both clear of him. They are going to be both clear of him. Tiger's made a fairly dreadful fist of that.
Tiger in the joker this time around with that damage picked up earlier on. Doesn't look like it's causing any real issues with the bodywork gone. If anything, you save a bit of weight, but it's not going to cause you any dramas.
So checker flag awaiting Adam Oman. Ossian Stenval very close behind him all the way. And Frederick Tiger, is he going to take third at the line? No, he does not. So Thomas Oman came through. Frederick Tiger really all at 6s and 7s trying to get onto the Joker lap. Work in progress, really, that BMW powered Volvo. And Adam and Thomas Oman got away pretty close together. Adam Oman taking the lead. Frederick Tiger shedding bits of bodywork left, right and centre. At the flag, Adam Oman from Ossian Stenval in the Mark III Escort. And actually Stenval with the fastest lap in that heat. Adam Oman with the top time, 2:32.3.
Smashes the time of Johnny on a 2:36.1. So, yeah, now we're seeing the quickest drivers in the field, and we're going to see the 5 fastest from Q1 in this final lineup. Gabrielson, who was so fast yesterday but then lost out at the start of the final, also retired in free practice this morning. Clearly they solved whatever was wrong with the car. He starts next to yesterday's winner, Westman.
Yeah, Linus Westman with Simon Tiger in the centre, and then Joni-Pekka Raila and Victor Johansson. Victor with the white nose on his Mercedes. And there is the familiar shape of an E30 M3 BMW. Don't expect it to sound like a 4-cylinder M-Power engine. It's not. The BMW motor has been supplanted by a turbo rotary. So Toyota Starlet on the right-hand side of your picture on pole. Linus Westman, the BMW, gets prodigious pace away from the start if he can get it hooked up. Looks like pretty even with Gabrielson, and they're giving each other a lot more room today than they were yesterday, but Westman has the lead from the outside. Great start from Victor Johansson in the Mercedes, up to 3rd.
Really interesting what Victor was telling us in the pre-show about how his hybrid doesn't necessarily help him off the line here with the kink in the road on the way to the first corner. Sensible joker there from Johansson to get in early on and out of the traffic, because everyone in this race has got good basic pace, so you're not going to get held up by coming out behind a slower car. Westman under big pressure from Gabrielson. Tiger, he missed out yesterday by just not having enough time to fix the car between the sessions, lifting that front inside wheel as it so often does, the rotary-powered BMW M3. But this is all about what Victor Hansen can do in the background. Westman taking a lot of ground out of Gabrielson at the end of the lap.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't he? Once Westman gets in the clear, and particularly when the track is grippy, looks like he's just got a little bit of an advantage over the Toyota. Tiger in 3rd. How close is Johansson getting to the tail of him? Actually, really quite close. He could do with that BMW jokering now. Well, that's very thoughtful of him. Thank you very much. And Joni-Pekka Raila, who's also competing in Crosscar. There he is with the Ford Escort Estate. Very close on the release from the Joker lap, but Tiger being a little bit forceful there, just taking his line down into that tight right-hander.
There's nothing in it really, I think, as the car lifts the front wheel. Again, it definitely won't be looked at. It's just the cut and thrust of rejoining. If it was been a bit harder, I think definitely would have been at least investigated. Ryler's a wily old campaigner, as is Tiger, and they know just how hard to push the limits. Sometimes Ryler, with his unique estate, the Escort estate, looks absolutely wild, doesn't it, here in Älvsbyn. The leaders go into the Joker. There's Victor Johansson on the standard lap, and he has absolutely done enough to challenge here for the lead. Gets up the inside of Westman. Westman gives him the space. Both local drivers up here in the far north of Sweden. Westman takes a big chunk of curb, but Victor Johansson with that early Joker strategy really getting the job done here. Yeah,
it really worked well for him, didn't he? And as you say, he was saying that his hybrid doesn't come in from the start line, but sort of at or about the kink. So getting a clean start is really important. And again here, as they start to build up the speed, that hybrid helps him all the way through. So Johansson takes the win. Linus Westman, yesterday's overall winner, ahead of Lucas Gabrielson, with Simon Tiger and Joni-Pekka Raila.
Johansson fastest, ahead of Adam Oman by half a second. Where does Westman drop in? 32.3. So, yeah, Westman's just a 10th behind Adam Oman. Competitive at the front of the order. That clear track for Oman, really useful for him. But what a great drive from Victor Hansen, looking to make up for the disappointment of yesterday here at his home track, where he's put so much effort in to get this event away. He would dearly love to win this afternoon.
It must have been inhaling that pizza that done it for him. Victor Hansen taking the honours ahead of Linus Westman and Lucas Gabrielsen, a starlet in third place. It was Linus Westman, though, who had the individual fastest lap, 47.19. So heading now into our next grid. There goes the Mercedes. We'll head to Supercar Lights in a moment or two. And so Victor Hansen taking the win in that third qualifying race. Adam Omen, winner of the second one, is currently the second fastest man. Linus Westman and Ossian Stenval, both second at the flag, are third and fourth.
And here we have the intermediate standings. Here Hansen climbs to the top of the order with that 50 points, tied with Lucas Gabrielsen. So it's almost a winner takes all between those two and Westman, who's just a couple of points behind with that consistency. Adam Omen, Simon Tiger not out of it either if something happens to all three of those top three runners. It's going to be a very interesting Q3 later on today, because, well, of course you get points at intermediate, but also critically you get the front row grid spot by being in the top four, and that's really important for the semi-finals.
It will be, but it's also really, really important then to get a good start. If you fluff the start even slightly on that extreme right-hand edge of the picture, you can see what happens. Looking down towards the grid, they have to jink round the barrier. Camera makes it look a lot sharper than it is, but when they're accelerating towards it, it is a very narrowing effect. So it is yesterday's winner, Hampus Hagström, on the right-hand side with that new white front end. Robin Norlander, Phoebe Cake dropping to the back. Down the inside, though, comes Kevin Darback. And Norlander, his disappointing luck from yesterday seems to be continuing. He got nerfed out into the gravel.
Local driver here, Norlander, collateral damage there, nothing he could do. Phoebe Cake, much closer to the pack than she has been so far this weekend. Such a difficult circuit to learn when you're in your learning stages of your career, so doing a good job there. The British driver at the back of the order. Hampus Hagström, though, will be looking to fight back after a disappointing time in Q1 and a 5-second penalty to climb back up the order. Yesterday's winner.
Yeah, Hagström out front, and it is Kevin Darback who follows.
Proper rate of attrition in Q1 earlier on. Pontus Oskarsson retired. His team were doing a lot of work with the brakes. They had brake problems all day yesterday. The young Swede, he was super committed when he was going well. Missed out on it was that left rear puncture. Very hard to tell because there's so much reflection on the monitor here in the commentary box. Let's see if we can have another look at the red car there with the left rear wheel. Dust pouring off the back of it. Yeah, it is a left rear puncture for Darback, so that's hampered his cause. He retired from Q1 earlier on, not really working for Kevin. Definitely the tallest driver in the paddock and maybe all of world motorsport. I'm 6'4" and look up at him.
He's about 7'11", isn't he? Really is.
No, he's gone wide as well. Darback at the bottom of the hill, keeps it out of the gravel. Really just needs to keep his head here and get as good a time as he can get, because with Cake still behind him and with Norlander out of the picture, he just needs to try and stay as far up the order as he possibly can to salvage his day.
Yeah, this is a track that rewards really, really committed attack. You can't finesse your way around here too much. So Phoebe Cake, first time ever here, and with a day's experience, just finding a bit more pace.
Great drone shots from Vigo to look at the left rear wheel there on the punctured Darback. No such trouble though for Hampus Hagström, clearly leading out front. It's been a quiet race for him, and that's exactly what he really wanted after the dramas of Q1.
Yeah, and the dramas of yesterday as well. You can see the new white bumper. They had a lot of work to replace bits and pieces on the car yesterday. There was an awful lot of argy-bargy heading off the grid in the qualifying heats in the semis as well. And yeah, Norlander, not a weekend that he'll remember that fondly, I don't think.
Not over yet though, is it? All you need to do is get in the semi-finals and you could well fight back. Let's have a look back at that first corner. Darback's leaning fairly hard there on Oskarsson. Oskarsson's being squeezed across into Norlander. I wonder if... The trouble is, from a driver's point of view, Darback has to stay on the inside. I can only see that the car next to him. So the fact that the car on the far outside lost out when they're in the right-hander is tricky, isn't it? Because you can't see past the next car you're next to. But I'm sure race director Rennie Snitz is having a bit of a look at it, and yeah, we will find out if there is any consequences. And
actually, the way Norlander came to a stop there looked like he immediately felt that either something was wrong with the car or the steering had gone after contact. As it is, Hampus Hagström fairly cleanly to the line from Pontus Oskarsson and Kevin Darback at this stage finishing third. Which brings us on to our second grid. Lucas Andersson on the right-hand side of your picture. Tobias Darback, that's what brother Kevin's car should look like if it hadn't had quite so much damage yesterday. Robert Svitol's having a black car has its advantages if you've got massive rolls of black gaffer tape. If you haven't seen Robert's roll from yesterday, very dramatic multiple barrel roll down the hill. But the car came back and continues to compete. Mads Larsson, second from the left, and Julien Meunier, whose car looks like it's actually done no work at all. Of all the cars here, that is the one that is possibly the most pristine, which doesn't necessarily mean he's at the back of the field all the time. He just, maybe they've got a special Teflon coating on it.
Very tidy driver, Julien, very respectful. We saw him bail out of a couple of moves yesterday. He's learned in the French Championship, which has been notoriously very clean and tidy for many years. So yeah, does well to stay out of trouble and is right up there with some of the most respectful drivers. Norlander's car returns to the paddock behind us with broken front steering, as opposed to rear steering, which they don't have.
They do if it breaks.
Well, yes. Or you have a D-bead or a puncture.
Yeah, that is an issue. Now, having talked up the weather, that last camera shot of some very black clouds in the distance, not entirely encouraging. However, it is dry for now, so let us just progress with what we have.
The temperature's plummeted, hasn't it? It was really warm a few minutes ago, and it's almost coat time again.
I'm going to have to start layering up again. Yeah, I'm definitely feeling like, yeah, like it's the wind is now bringing a bit of cool with us. So now then, what's the conflab on the grid? They got the same grid sheet that I have.
I think this is in pre-grid for open four-wheel drive.
Yeah.
In a few minutes, they're just looking at which cars need to be where, and of course, drivers like to get to the grid as late as possible, and the organisers like them to be there as early as possible to sort them out. So there's always a bit of juggling to do with cars that arrive late.
It's like sitting in the car with the sat-nav already programmed, and your kids are still, I need a wee, back in the house. Okay, so possibly not the reason for late arrival at the grid is that drivers need a wee, although occasionally it does happen. So Lucas Andersson on the right-hand side, Tobias Darback, then Robert Svitol's in the centre, Mads Larsson, red and black, and the white is Julien Meunier. Makes another good start, and can he hold it on the inside? No, he tucks back and waits for the inevitable nerfing in the middle.
Darback loses out badly there, bit of contact side to side with Vittels. Meunier bailed really early there, and I thought he was going to go for the undercut in the first corner, but it just didn't open up as three wide. They all survived into turn one. Meunier jokers on lap one. I don't think Darback will follow, although it looked like he was planning to go in. He has indeed followed in with only 3 laps. It's tricky with the joking strategy here, but Darback will know that Meunier has great pace. All of the drivers in this race have good pace. So it's not like you're going to lose out terribly if Meunier continues as is the normal form.
So Lucas Andersson leading from Robert Svitol's. Little gap opening up behind them to Mads Larsson.
Andersson fastest in Q1 earlier on, doing a good job in the JC Race Technique machine, being one of the stars of Supercar Lights the last few years, second and then third in the championship the last 2 years. Started as a 15-year-old, was given special dispensation by the Swedish ASN to drive at senior level, and will make his European Championship debut next week at the Magic Weekend in Julius in a supercar as part of the RallyX Championship. So going places, and someone who has already been places, Robert Svitol's competed at a very high level himself. It's real class in the Supercar Lights category.
Yeah, it really is. Vittels really pressing Andersson all the way. A little uncomfortable landing off the jump last time, Vittels, but he's right there again. So they will have to joker together. Again, some very black clouds coming. You might get your wish Hal Ridge. And for that, I'm sure lots of fans and most of the drivers will possibly be cursing you.
I'll take it.
You'll take it, yeah.
What a two-wheel moment in the background for Darback. They're all getting tucked up behind Larsen. I wonder if he's got a problem. The front two joker on this final lap.
Yeah, Meunier's gone by Larsen as well, so Meunier up to third.
I think Larsen may have something going on, still holding on. A lot of understeer there in the Linneman promotion machine. Have to get a better look at it to see what's happening. But now it's picked pace back up again, so I wonder if it was a mistake rather than an issue.
Could well be. Getting too sideways over the jump and maybe just losing that momentum allowed them to close up on him on the next right-hander.
Lucas Anderson's got a misfire, Martin, I think. Listening out of the commentary box window, the car did not sound well, and he got closed up on by the tune of a tenth of a second over the line. 2:26.0 is good enough for the fastest time by 2 tenths ahead of Hagström, but something sounded not very well indeed at the end of the race.
It's a busy weekend, a double header. Lots and lots of stress on the equipment, lots and lots of stress on the team, and of course on the drivers as well. So away from the start, Anderson on the inside.
Meunier bails early here, looking at the white car, brakes, looks to the inside. Darback has side-to-side contact with Vittels. I don't think there's anything in that at all. And just a racing instant. I love the jump here where you get the rotation done on the way in. And this is where I thought Anderson may have had a misfire. Look, the car seems to slow as they get to the line. Vittels really closed. But it's enough for Anderson and Vittels to go ahead of Hagström.
Yeah, it was almost a dead heat, 1300ths of a second at the line. That's about the distance between the front bumper and the windscreen. So Lucas Anderson just clinging on for Robert Vittels. Julien Meunier taking third after getting slightly hung out to dry at the start. Mads Larsen in fourth with whatever cost him pace, allowing Meunier to get through at the last gasp. So Lucas Anderson, 100 points, 2 wins. Robert Vittels with a third and a second. Tobias Darback a second and a fourth. And Hampus Hagström still in the reckoning as well, as the cars come back in behind us. Hal with hands off one ear. Did you hear him go by, Anderson?
They've gone to the way, they've been called into the weighbridge, so we won't.
We'll probably hear.
You also
in a
can't really
or two.
hear without it being under load, often with a misfire like that.
Yeah. So. No Philip Martinsson in this one, although he was supposed to be. So we've got Eric Gordon, Simon Olofsson, Elias Svensson.
Great start for Oie Ericson there. Yeah. Simon Olofsson runs wide in the opening corner. There's been a change of grid position here, I think, by virtue of there being some penalties applied in Q1 of open four-wheel drive, which has taken a while to sort out.
That's what was going on with the grid sheets, wasn't it? Because my grid sheet bears no relation, well, only half a relation to what's going on. Oie Ericson was supposed to be in the second heat. He's in the first one.
So Ericson was given a 10-second penalty and a verbal warning for unsportsmanlike behaviour after the finish. Stewards' decision number 2 for those that want to go and have a look in the official notice board online. There's a massive gust of wind blowing through the commentary box. There's stuff going everywhere. Won't affect these cars on track. Simon Olofsson getting more on top of this FC2 event by event, and the rain is coming. It's absolutely teeming it down in the spectator area as we see people rushing for their coach. You can see it on that camera lens coming into the hairpin. You can't see it on any of the others at the moment, but look how the tarmac's darkening very quickly, Martin. Yep. From that shot at least, Olofsson destroys the track markers on the inside. I don't think anything will get done about that though, because you lose a lot of time by climbing up the curb like that. Ericsson leading out front, best lap 44.7 so far, yet to joker. Simon Olofsson's best lap is a 46.9, but of course he's been in. Let's see what sort of pace Olofsson is doing. 46.9 last time around, so doesn't have the pace really to challenge Ericsson. Ericsson will joker this time around, followed by Svensson.
Now, is that a short, sharp shower? Because actually, it almost looks like it might have stopped outside.
Well, I think it's raining reasonably. It's still raining outside, isn't it? As both the top two retain their positions, but Olofsson is indeed close to Svensson. But critically, if it rains a lot harder, this could really play to the advantage of these drivers, but it's really raining at the bottom of the circuit there. Oie Ericson will be delighted to get to the end of this one. But if it rains a lot, the next drivers will have the opportunity to go onto the wet tyres. So this could be either the worst conditions or the not so worst but not best, depending on how it looks later on.
Look at this shot. This is still bone dry. And that's at the finish line, which is only, what is it, 20 metres from us.
But it's definitely raining. I can feel it.
Yeah. Well, and all our carefully printed grid sheets and results and everything are now being distributed all over the back of the paddock. Well, from the start, Oie Ericson making no mistakes. And behind him, Simon Olofsson in the blue machine ran wide into the gravel trap. That let Elias Svensson through. Clean joker from Ericson. Got his nose in front, and after a slightly disappointing day yesterday, wanted to make no mistakes at all about that. Now, I was chatting to Victor Franks yesterday, and he was talking about the potential for rain, and he said,
just
I'm
look
really
down
happy with that.
The bottom here, Martin, very quickly. Sorry to interrupt. Omen's car's on the jacks there with all the JC mechanics and Joel Kristoffersson waiting to make a decision on tyres. Same with the rear of Fraser McConnell's car. You can see the rear's jacked up in the air. See the results from the first race, which we've already discussed. Ericsson taking the win, but this is a really difficult moment for the teams. You've got to make a decision based on driver comfort, driver confidence, based on what they feel they're going to get from the tyre. I suspect everyone in this next race, which is about to get underway, are on dry tyres, so this could be very slippery indeed.
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? So Victor Franks with the orange and black on the right-hand side, Philip Torren, Jake Walker with the Dayglow yellow stripe, and then yesterday's winner, Philip Martinsson. The Renault Clio was in really good form yesterday, tucks in behind the Peugeot of Victor Franks.
Very tentative into the first corner, all of the drivers there, Franks and Martinsson, two of the most spectacular of the traditional supercar drivers through turn one, through most of the weekend so far. Franks runs a bit deep into the hairpin, but not deep enough to lose a position. Martinsson also going wide in the background. It's terrain into the Joker. Look how slippery it is on the tarmac. It's really gone very dark. You can see the spots on the camera lens, and this is all about survival now. When you've got 600 brake horsepower, you might have four-wheel drive, but the tyres are just... It's tricky. You need to get heat into the tyres to get them to work well, but when it's so slippery, it's very hard to build the heat. There's teams running behind us, carrying spare wheels on trolleys, trying to get down for the final open four-wheel drive race.
And it is really that tarmac section as well. Here they're coming through. It's actually looking at still relatively dry and dusty. And they get onto the loose, I think feeling a little bit more grip. There's Jake Walker, Victor Franks.
So now the second lap is you're in a bit more of a comfortable area. Even though it's still raining, you know a little bit more what the grip is doing. Jake Walker now jokers. He's not going to be able to cover off Philip Torren, I don't think, as Torren comes into he does indeed. I think that shows just how slippery it is out of the hairpin that he wasn't able to carry that momentum. Martinsson closing on Franks. You can hear the rain on the camera lens, actually. There's a great shot. There's the JC Race Technique team getting absolutely soaked, changing the tyres on Matt Zman's KMS-built Volkswagen. Look how wet it is there. Here's Joel Kristoffersson, team principal of the team, with a load of mechanics that work for him on the jack, and it's absolutely pouring down.
Yeah. It's coming in the back of the tent into the commentary position. Yeah, it's proper rain here now, and that is going to... Is the change to wet weather tyres going to give them enough grip to be as quick as the first heat?
Franks into the Joker, sorry, yeah. Martinsson right behind him. I was actually looking over my shoulder at Andreas Eriksson, who is running with a single wet wheel down the paddock. I would imagine that's for one of the SE2 cars. Fraser McConnell perhaps, so maybe they've got one wheel short or something down there, who knows. Up front though, Martinsson is all over the back of Victor Franks. Martinsson clearly feeling very comfortable, but he's also got that reference, hasn't he, of where Victor's braking. Franks goes wide into the loose on the outside. Martinsson follows, gets up the inside. Franks bangs doors. Franks gives the room on the exit of the final corner. This time will be absolutely nowhere as Martinsson gets sideways on the way up to the line. Franks gets it by a tenth of a second at the line, but the time is a 2:47.2. Oie Ericsson's 2:23.0, massively ahead, and it's absolutely pouring down.
It is absolutely torrential rain, and in an instant, in a lap, the track went from wet to a wash.
It's torrential. My feet are getting wet.
This is how it was at the start, and that was 2 minutes and 47 seconds ago. Unbelievable the amount of water that is pouring down now. And so now my dry layer, or my warm layer, is no longer a dry layer. And again, first lap, they were a little bit worried because it was touch greasy. This is the last lap. Victor Franks aquaplaning off and being followed by Philip Martinson into the boonies.
Franks did a great job to just be patient there, get on the throttle and drive past Martinson to the line.
Almost found as much grip on the bank as there was on the track, and look at that.
And we're just going to take a quick look in the studio. We won't put the lights on. We'll just get out the way because you can really see how much it's raining. There's Oie Ericson's car in the background, still with dry tyres on, because he was in the first race of the session. And actually, I can't see him being beaten now, Martin, because he did a 2:23.0, which was so much massively quicker than the next race.
And that's that turn of the card, isn't it, that suddenly transforms everything, because now the third group, even with wet weather tyres, look at the water that was on the start-finish line.
Yeah, I mean, he's pouring off Hermes's awning. There's a small river there. We're seeing
quite a large river now
forming. All of those drivers must be on wet tyres now because, the conditions are awful. If you're not on wet tyres, and of course we don't really have that information, you are going to be absolutely nowhere.
They can't not be, can they? You've just
it depends if you had the tyres there.
If you had them, well... Or 2 minutes to get them there. I mean, that's one of the advantages is the paddock. You know, we could run round there in 60 seconds. Well, if we were fitter. But
you might be able to, I think.
Mike O'Tam on the right-hand side of your picture. Ulrich Linnemann then with the red and black. Matt Zman in the centre. Casper Anson and Fraser McConnell. And we saw them all with the cars on the jacks, waiting for the team to make the call, or the team waiting for the drivers to make the call. 1 minute board being shown.
So Franks has been given a jump start there. I don't even think he's moved. I would suspect that this amount of water is causing havoc with the jump start sensors.
Yep.
And I would suspect, I mean, this is rain of biblical proportions, isn't it? It's really hammering down, and at some point, I think they'll pause this. But Rallycross is designed to run in all conditions. And personally, I'd like to see them get it away, but there's also a safety element that the race control have to consider. But the timing isn't an issue. The jump start system isn't an issue because the timekeepers can do a manual start should they need to.
Well, we're putting the back of the awning in, having taken it out this morning because it was getting too hot in the studio.
We are going to get this race underway.
Yep. Well, they're ready. They're on the right tyres. They're all prepared. So are the spectators. None of the spectators have moved. They've all just put umbrellas up. They knew potentially what the weather forecast was going to bring us. And actually, we looked at it this morning coming in, and we're saying no more than 2 mil of rain predicted in any hour today. Well, we've had all of today's hours worth of 2 mil. I think that's a good couple of inches of rain already.
Yeah, so I think they're going to have to ditch the jump start system for this one and do it as a manual observed start, because that's a jump start for position 6, which is actually the third row of the grid for the semis and finals.
Yes.
Obviously, no one's on that. Yeah. See the mechanics all either going for shelter. I wonder if we can see what tyres McConnell's on there in the background, because we saw Oie Ericson running with a wheel.
A little hard to tell, isn't it? But
yeah, it's very contrasty. I think they're wet on the rear of McConnell's car.
I'd be astonished if MSE haven't got
so would I.
The tyres there.
It was bone dry, wasn't it? When the cars left here, it was sunny. So
well, just before the heat, I took my sweatshirt off. What an error that was. So blame me. Curse of the commentators' clothing. That's a new one for me. Some poor kids running around here with soaking wet T-shirts and pyjama bottoms on. that was ideal 10 minutes ago.
An issue only to his parents.
Well,
he's having a great time.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think they are wet. There's so much because the road's so shiny. There's so much contrast, isn't there, in the light? But I'm fairly sure they are all wet tyres. Cameraman doing everything he can to show. Yeah, definitely wets on the rear. I can see that now on our screen. And this will be a voyage, a literal voyage into the unknown, won't it, for all of these drivers?
Yeah, this will be whitewater rafting, because the track is, I mean, you can see in the foreground how rivers are now starting to move across the track and down towards the grid there. So once you get into turn 1 on tarmac and then start to head down towards the right-handed turn 2, going to see exactly what the loose is like. We're talking to a clerk of the course a couple of nights ago, and he said if it does rain here, because the surface is predominantly clay, his description was it will be like soap and not dry soap either.
I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right, Martin. We're looking at the tarmac. I wonder if in this interlude we can have a look at the loose. There we go. Yeah. There's the water running across. I suspect that's part of the circuit off the track. I believe I'm hearing we're going to do a manual start without the jump start system, so keep a beady eye on the grid.
Ready to race. Mike O'Tam on the inside, Fraser McConnell on the outside. Who's going to find the traction? McConnell's got a really good start. McConnell's got an excellent start around the outside.
So tentative into the first corner. Linneman really used all of his experience there to find the grip. McConnell had a great launch but couldn't get around the outside. Omen second, McConnell third. Tam, who didn't get a great launch at all but still remains ahead of Hansen. Look how slippery it is. Everyone runs wide out of the hairpin. McConnell into the joker for the first time of asking, and that's wise, isn't it? Because you can feel your way around behind, and he's already back out ahead of teammate Casper Anson.
And this is exactly how Rallycross looked that famous day in 1967 when it was born in rain and mud. Linneman leading from Matt Zman and Fraser McConnell. This, I mean, you know, the least likely driver potentially to be a wet weather superstar is the man from Jamaica, but he's had a really good one so far.
Linneman's on a really big push here, 51.3 last time, or the first lap time. I wonder if Janssen isn't on all wet tyres, because he just does not have the car underneath him, Casper Janssen. It's all, and you can't see, look, the windscreen's really messed up. That's another issue you have when the conditions get like this. Omen with a clear screen into the joker this time around. He's going to be very close with Tam on the exit. Tam, who's yet to go in. Omen's going to carry the momentum around the outside. Great job from Matt Zman. Squeezes Mike O'Tam up the curb. Fraser McConnell's going to look to the inside as well. No way through.
No, McConnell almost had a chance to get through there, but Mike O'Tam recovered well off the curbs. Matt Zman comes through in the black VW. And Ulrich Linneman is absolutely tearing away out front.
McConnell's so strong on the brakes, Martin, on the way down the hill. He's got real confidence in the FC2.
Hasn't he, though? I thought Matt Zman there was going to submerge as they got to the hairpin.
McConnell's got real visibility issues as well. Look where he's been wiping the screen, or the heater's just clearing a small area. McConnell doing a great job in the green and yellow machine. Omen runs wide towards the hairpin, but Mike O'Tam behind needs to go into the joker. On this final tour, he goes into the extra route, but up front, Ulrich Linneman is absolutely driving away at the front of the field.
He's flown, hasn't he, right from the start. Matt Zman doing a great job, all of that local experience helping him in second place. And Fraser McConnell, with the colours of Jamaica just about visible under the mud. There's Matt Zman, and maybe when he ran out wide there, down in the dip, he knew there was
it down the hill into the bank. Avoids the bank, but just touches the rear of a trailer there. Linneman off over the line.
Did he spin across the line almost? And so Fraser McConnell takes second.
Linneman carried, so he's still going.
Yeah.
So Linneman carried so much speed into the first corner on the slowing down lap.
That was a proper Code Brown moment for everybody there, I think.
Also struggling with the visibility. See how it's clear just in front of him.
And part of that is surely sitting on the line for 5 minutes with the driver warm and breathing out onto a windscreen that's been really chilled by that heavy rain. And so, yeah, they did well to get into turn 1 and out of turn 1. I'm not sure any of them had great visibility then. And you say, well, why don't they just have demisters? Well, because that's weight, and it's weight that you never need except for when you do.
They all have demisters, whether they work or not is another matter. And like windscreen wipers, it's often an afterthought, where it needs to be the first thing that works properly, because that's what's going to win you a race. We spent a lot of time in my new build working on the demister system to make sure it can be efficient. Let's have a look back at that. Linneman just had a great launch, had lots of confidence into the first corner. There's still a lot of grip there on the inside. Omen covering the inside nicely. I think Hansen's issue is more lack of visibility than it is tyres, but we'll see when he comes back into the awning behind us. Oman did a good job there to get back out into second, squeezed Tam onto the curb. We'll have to see it from a different angle to see what we think of that. And this is Oman dropping it down the hill, just aquaplanes.
He was probably a passenger there, wasn't it? Swapped ends long before he got to the corner. So just as he got on the brakes, and Linneman across the line. Yeah, had a big moment there, didn't he?
Janssen is on wet tyres, so he was just struggling for grip and visibility.
Whereas Ulrich Linneman, you could see, and Matt Zman, very clear screens, despite all of that rain. So all of which means that Oie Ericson, who might have been sitting there as it started to drizzle, going, oh no, we're going to be absolutely screwed here, actually had kind of the least worst of the conditions. So he's chasing his young lad around in the studio here. So Ulrich Linneman, yeah, dominant in that, and actually fastest lap, 51.3. That's pretty impressive given how streaming wet it was.
Oie Ericson in the back of the commentary box with his son, both of his children here this weekend, delighted at that run, having had the penalty in the previous one. Ulrich Linneman, though, sits top of the order after Q2. Michael Tam,
but
joint
top
three
points covered by 1 point.
And Oie Ericson brought himself right back into the mix. Victor Ranks, who was damage limitation, wasn't he, through that second race, and just got to the line ahead of Philip Martinson, who's all the way down in 10th. And at the moment, the driver missing out on the semi-finals with Q3 still to go is Philip Toren.
Yep. So, well, boy, that weather has put the cat among the pigeons.
So we are very shortly going to get ready for Q3 of Crosscar Juniors. The Crosscars are heading down to the grid. We're going to get our paperwork in order. We will see you in just a few moments' time.
Well, welcome back to what is now an extraordinarily soggy Älvsbyn in Sweden. Round 6 of RallyX has taken a very definite turn for the damp. You can hear the rain on the camera microphones. It is absolutely lashing down here. And once more, thanks to all the volunteers, the Orange Army, the marshals, the track workers, everybody who's turned out to make this weekend happen. Thankless task in conditions like this. Hopefully this heavy weather will pass, but until it does, we're into Q3 now for junior crosscar. So on the right hand side, Carl Svenland, Joanna Yielami, and then Sebastian Icastri. No, Alex Antila, after that roll and damaged roll cage, has put him out.
A real voyage into the unknown for these young drivers. Carl Svedlund takes the lead ahead of Oie Ericson, and experience really counts. And a lot of these drivers, although experienced in their class, don't have the sort of experience that many of the older competitors can draw on. Carl Svedlund, they're rotating the car into the hairpin there on the tarmac, and you do that to feel where the grip is, because you can bring the car back from being sideways. You can't necessarily solve a massive load of understeer without coming to a stop. So Svedlund using the experience he does have as Oie Ericson makes a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely stationary there, just scrabbling for grip. And Joanna Yielami just took the joker, so that's one thing less that she has to worry about. As you can see, Oie Ericson with a small screen in front of him, and in fact side screens as well on the Speed Car Wonder, so he's got the wiper to worry about and misting up. But the Casmat and Speed Car machines without those screens, this is where a visor down or goggles on is absolutely going to be your friend, because visibility is just going to be horrendous.
There aren't many cross cars without a windscreen, really, and the Speed Cars do have that advantage of having the side, well, they're doors effectively, aren't they? The side screens as well. Sometimes you don't want the windscreen though, do you? It gives you a bit of protection. It has the potential to get covered in mud or misted up. At least with your goggles, you can reach up and wipe them with your hand.
Yeah, smear the muck around. That seems to be the way that it works. It is very, very different from when they were out just before the lunch break, though. So this is a real voyage of discovery. If they haven't competed here before, then they won't have much indication of where the water will be, where the grip might be found.
And of course, without a spotter, you can't get that information from a third party either. You've got to find it out for yourself, whereas all of the other cars, look at the water coming off the back of Svedlund's rear tyres. These are some of the wettest conditions I've seen for quite some time in a rallycross race.
Yeah, and Svedlund, as the leader, really has the opportunity to show everybody else where the grip isn't by going off. So it's good to be in the lead, because you have less spray or muck to worry about. The problem is that you're the first one that discovers it's not quite as grippy as you'd hoped it might be. He's doing a pretty good job here. Oie Ericson is not going to close off the joker lap, so Carl Svedlund comes back out in front.
Massive shout to Maria Eriksson, who is the linchpin of the RallyX series, still in just a jumper as Oie Ericson goes off and just about gets back onto the circuit out of the tightest corner on the track. Maria absolutely drenched, looking after grandchildren, feeding all the crew, looking after everything else as Oie Ericson drops it again. These conditions are only getting worse, although the rain is abating slightly. Look at the water running down the tarmac sections.
Well, Joanna Yielami must have been having problems as well, because despite all of that, I don't think she got past him. Carl Svedlund dealing with that really well. I know Yielami has now eventually got by, so Oie Ericson has had another incident, or another off. I'm not sure what tyres they would have had on, whether he's had some that are just too worn and he's not got enough grooves left.
It's tricky. Well, they've definitely gone with the best tyres they've got in these conditions, but you don't want to be on new tyres necessarily where they've still got the releasing agent from the mould. So you want to be on some, generally in these conditions, you want to be on something a bit scrubbed but with plenty of tread left on them.
Yeah.
The same tyres for wet and dry conditions in Crosscar as we take a look back at this first very wet race indeed.
Yeah, Oie Ericson made a good start, but Carl Svedlund managed to control the run into turn 2. Oie Ericson the first of a number of off-track excursions as he overstepped the limits of the Speed Car Wonder. Just not feeling the love at all. Aquaplaning. These machines with their lightweight and tiny wheels can be very susceptible to floating across the top of the rivers that are forming here. This is down between turn 2 and the jump at turn 3, and that is going to fill up fast. Carl Svedland, 3 minutes 12.7, and for irrelevant reference, haven't got there. Oh yeah, 2 minutes 35 and 2 minutes 37 were previous heat bests. So into the second of our grids. Jonas Hägglund Nielsen 334 on the right, Pittu Matalamaki, and then Minea Perimäki with William Rajala, car number 60 on the left of your shot. Crosscar Junior and today Crosscar as well will both have 2 semi-finals. Yesterday we had 3 semi-finals in Crosscar. Again, I think they're doing this all on manual jump start, which means a little bit more work again for our race director, because he will be scrolling backwards and forwards through the moment of the start just to try and make sure that nobody jumped. Looks like a good, clean, 4-wide break on the inside. Number 60, William Rajala, should have the advantage here.
Matalamaki, great job through the first corner, just feeling the grip. It's so tricky, isn't it, Martin? But yeah, Rajala using the grip on the inside, not able to carry that speed. Whereas so often in the drive we see that speed on the inside really coming into its own. I think running that bit deep and having that attitude in the car just helps you feel it out that bit more.
Jonas Hägglund Nielsen, the Norwegian, taking taking the joker lap early on as Rajala dropped down to the tail of the field out of turn 2. Tent is now leaking on the monitors, which is excellent news. Pittu Matalamaki leading from Minea Perimäki. That's the magenta and white machine, and again, you know, these different chassis are all going to be very slightly different in their compliance and where they generate or find the grip, and then you throw different drivers and their different familiarity or confidence, either with the machinery or with the conditions, into the mix, and suddenly you're going to see potentially some fairly large gaps forming.
You want a longer wheelbase, really, I think, don't you, to be able to feel your way around rather than the short and twitchy chassis. That's the case on the loose surface section as a rule anyway, but yeah, it's the longer the wheelbase, the more sort of feeling you have with the road.
Should be stable. Matalamaki yet to joker. William Rajala moves up to second as Minea Perimäki jokers. You see how slow they are at the hairpin, but then again, when we were looking at the 4-wheel drive cars, then they were barely any quicker because the minimum grip is so low. Yeah, he just fell off into the puddle there,
which really helps Perimäki, who is jokered. Rajala hasn't, of course. Rajala carrying a lot of speed down the bottom of the hill through that puddle at the apex. Loads of understeer for Perimäki, but gets away with it. And where, if there was more races in the category, Perimäki could now go back and tell her teammate Pittu Pira what the condition's doing, and that's what all the other classes can do if you have a teammate and you can share that knowledge. But without the radios,
Nielsen goes very wide into turn 2, all the way out towards the barriers. There's probably more grip out there than there is actually on the loose itself, because that's more gravel rather than hard-packed clay.
And there's definitely a lot to be said for opening the steering up and running wide and keeping the momentum rather than having a spin by trying to save it.
Yeah. Well, Pittu Matalamaki jokering there on the final lap with absolutely no dramas at all. Sailing through, see what I did there, sailing through this one.
Yeah, doing a very good job indeed.
Yeah.
The time is going to be fairly competitive, I think, because there's a bit of a dry line forming towards there. You can see where the wheels are fighting their way through the water, but there isn't the teams of water coming off the back of the rear wheels as we saw earlier on. The times are 3:09.2. So that is a good couple of seconds, 2.5 seconds quicker than Carl Svedland went in the last one.
It is amazing how quickly the track has dissipated the water. And again, that's all part of keeping a track like this alive, isn't it? Is that you've got to be able to do it in all conditions. You've got to be able to deal with this amount of water. And right from the start, Pittu Matilamaki around the outside. And again, keeping up that momentum. Talk about circuit racing, they always talk about the wet weather line, which is not the normal racing line where the rubber and oil go down all the time, but it's as far away from that as you can get, normally skirting all the way around the outside of a corner. And Peter Lemaki certainly didn't overthink it going through the gravel trap there, just kept himself going. Minia Perämäki 5 seconds back, and William Rajala came home in 3rd place. So our 3rd and final race in this Q3 for Crosscar Junior. Top 4, Ivar Manistu, Pete Tupira, Carl Schnack and Jiri Hukka. And again, for some of the younger drivers, this is very much going to be a voyage of discovery. Ivari Manistu on pole position with Pete Tupira alongside. This is almost all finished with the white nose, Carl Schnack from Denmark, the only non-Finn here. So who gets the best of the starts? Who's going to generate traction? Pretty even, but Pete Tupira in the centre, car number 16, very good start from the outside, Jiri Hukka. And Jiri Hukka letting it run out wide, and again, keeping your foot on the power, just not fighting the car in these conditions is so important. And again, a wider line, looks like he's leaving the door open, but he keeps up that momentum. Pete Tupira, a little bit of contact there with Ivari Manisto.
Manisto did a great job there of bailing out the throttle on the way up the bank before the jump and just not squeezing Pira, who was coming around the outside. Very fair racing from these junior contenders, but Jiri Hukka did the best job of all, didn't he, in the first corner. Oh, and Carl Schnack has stopped in the tight right-hander, gets going again, perhaps just in the wrong gear and coming to a stop, but that's cost Manisto, the one driver to have jokered on this opening tour, a little bit of time. Yeah,
really didn't help, did it? You want to have a clean exit from the joker lap, and very wide, just about hanging on Manisto. So Jiri Hukka pulling away fast from Pete Tupira.
Pira looks well on top of that speed car. The young Finn absolutely flying in these wet conditions.
Whoa, bit of swapping ends on the landing.
Hukka having a bit of a moment, running deep. Oh, when Pira's come to a stop there in the hairpin wheel joker this time around, I'm sure. Manisto already on the back of 2nd position and closing quickly on the back of the other Finn in this race, Jiri Hukka. This is going to be close come the end. Pira looks to the inside after the joker merged their way through. So slow coming up that double left-hander when you're on the normal line, that the joker has such a big advantage that Pete Tupira couldn't quite capitalise. And again, big slide, couldn't get the power down there either, just spinning away those horsepower. Manisto is really using the whole extremities of the circuit and relying on the grip being there. It's stopped raining pretty much behind us in the paddock, and I think that the standing water's abating a little bit, certainly on the tarmac, and that lets you just rely a little bit more on the grip being consistent at least, even if it's not fully there.
Jiri Hukka still needs to joker, and look at Manisto. Manisto is very close indeed, and Pete Tupira could also take advantage here. This is going to be tough for Jiri Hukka. Going to lose the lead potentially if Manisto can keep that momentum up. He just about does. And a spin from Pete Tupira and also from Jiri Hukka.
They've handed it to Manisto, haven't they, who has driven brilliantly in this race, the class of the field so far in these conditions.
Despite having put it off after that hairpin on lap 1, so Manisto made that one early mistake, but it's been a voyage of discovery. Again, searching out the grip. And as with everywhere else, offline where there's no rubber on top of the tarmac should be a grippier part of the track. Manisto takes it. And who of the survivors comes across the line?
3:08.5 for Manisto is the fastest time of the session. Great job ahead of Matt Zman and Svedland overall, because Pete Tupira, the championship leader, is some 7.7 seconds back in 2nd position in this race and doesn't feature in the top 5 times.
Yeah.
just a lottery in these conditions, though, isn't it, Martin? Like you can just make one small error and you tumble down the timesheets.
And the thing here is actually that it's going to get progressively quicker. So luckily for the juniors, it didn't change that much during their 3 heats. But for our next group from Crosscar, there will be more grip. And that was that, Carl Schnack just getting himself all at 6s and 7s. Yeruhuka looked like he had this made early on, but then after jokering early, Manisto closed in so quickly, and then there was contact. I wondered if there had been, after Huka came late off the joker lap, contact with Pitupira. And so, despite going off early, Manisto coming across the line. Ivari Manisto, the fastest of the lot. Pitupira 7.7 seconds back. And actually that puts Pitupira as the 5th fastest of our qualifiers in Q3. So more of the same, only different coming up, but Ivar Manisto just ahead of Pitupira. Pira only 4 points ahead of Pitu Matalamaki. Tie between Carl Svendon and Yeruhuka, 1 point ahead of their closest rivals. Some tight scoring. So spectators have come very well prepared. They were not going to be caught out by the weather or deterred indeed. So Crosscar Junior done. Let's move on to Crosscar then with our first grid. Tani Terraping on the right hand side, Ferran Furnell, then Avel Trey, Majinomi on the outside. Getting a good start, taking second. Fonnell into the lead with the orange and white machine. Feltertree green in third, and then the day glow of Tanel Terraping. Not looking entirely comfortable at the back of the field.
Spanish driver Fernell absolutely loving being up all the way up here in northern Sweden. These aren't very Spanish conditions, are they? But driving very well in this opening lap. Oh, Naomi makes a brilliant lunge up the inside into the right-hand hairpin. They both run wide through a bow wave of water. Oh, she's going to be absolutely soaked. Oh. Loses the position to Tree, who comes around the outside. Perfect for Vettel Tree, who's been in the Joker, now clearly at the front of the order. That's exactly what the Norwegian needed to redeem the issues of Q2. Great job by him, but what a shame for Major Niemi, because she made a great pass and then just ran that bit wide. Yep,
both of them running out very wide. And as you can see from some of our camera shots, this low shot shows you that there is a lot of water still beside the track. And again,
Terrapin gets spat out of the ruts in the first corner. But I have to say that the work they've done on this circuit, Martin, compared to the incredible conditions that they experienced in the Swedish event last year have clearly worked, because it's nothing like the horrendous conditions they had last year. And I can't believe there was a huge amount more rain, because it rained pretty hard, didn't it, for a good 20 minutes then.
It did rain pretty hard indeed. So Vettel Tree leading from Majiniemi, and then Fonnell off the Joker lap, stuck now behind Tanel Terraping. So that did not work well for the Spaniard. Manages to get through though, so we didn't see that. That happened after the hairpin. He was behind off the Joker lap. And Terraping is not feeling the love for this. Vettel Tree is though, but must Joker. So will it come back to Majunirmi? It might do. Just 1.9 behind at the line. This is going to be very close. When Vettel Tree has Joker, to beg your pardon, it's Maiju Naomi who has not. So Maiju takes the Joker now. So does that open the door for Ferran Fonnell? Spaniard will be very slow through that uphill left-hander. And Maiju Naomi comfortably coming back on in second place, but that's one that got away from her on that second lap. First lap actually, when they ran out wide from that right-hand hairpin and splashed all through the mud. Not only disgustingly cold and wet, but very speed-sapping as well. 55.178, fastest lap for Vettel Tree, and a 2:58.1 is the total time. And in fact, the top 3 there, all quicker than Ivari Manisto. So you can see potentially some of that is difference in driver, but a lot of that will be difference in the available grip levels as well. Well, Fran Furnell made a really excellent start, and it all got a bit away. And maybe that contact with Majunemi just nudged them both out wide. They both picked up the throttle at the same place and drifted off circuit into the muddy gully. And that left the door wide open for Vetteltree. Made no mistakes. So a little bit more in terms of power. They have more revs available than the Crosscar Juniors, so they should be quicker. Vetteltree indeed has been.
Raincoats going away there in the spectator area, so it has stopped. Well, it hasn't fully. Yeah, it has stopped. Actually.
Yeah. The
puddles
are all looking fairly untroubled by more rain coming down.
It's raining off the awning, which is a little bit deceptive here.
Yeah.
And now it'll be the best possible time for the mosquitoes to come out, won't it?
Oh, well, that's why I didn't wear shorts today. Patrick Kong, Espen is etc. And then in the centre, Kalle Gottesson, Fredrik Martin, second from the left, and Jonathan Hoffman on the far left of your picture. Good start from the centre from Kalle Gottesson, but a really good start from Espen is etc. to take the lead through the very muddy second corner, down the dip and over the jump.
Oh, Goffson's dropped it after the jump, rotates the car around, stays out of everybody's way. Espen, sorry, is etc. Sebastian's father has so much experience in Super 1600 and RX3, swapped to Crosscar a couple of years ago, but all that experience, regardless of the
spin in the Joker as well,
regardless of the driven wheels, will be useful. Yeah,
that was Fredrik Martin, I think, who
was indeed.
Yeah, that car, I'm not sure what colour it was, but I know what colour it now is.
Well, it was brown pretty much anyway, but it's definitely more brown now, isn't it?
Very much more brown, yeah. And again, the wipers are struggling with this, and this is only two-wheel drive machinery. As we start throwing the clay around with the four-wheel drive cars, it's going to be very tough.
Up the inside for Patrick Kong on Jonathan Hoffman, who spins into the loose gravel on the outside, into the bank. I think he'll get that going again. He does indeed.
Yep.
That's a bit of a reprieve for Kalle Goffson, who spun in the same place, albeit on the other side of the track on the opening tour. And now it's only his etc. who's out front by almost a Swedish mile, and just needs to manage this at the front, but of course needs to set the best time possible to try and challenge at the front of the order.
Patrick Kong spins at the hairpin, having just taken second from Gottesson, and Kong has jokered Gottesson's jokered as well. There's Kong. It looks like actually that Martin, no, that is Gottesson. Hard to tell. What colour is the car? They're all brown when they come towards you. When they go by the camera, you can actually identify who it is. Is etc. Should have a still largely blue and yellow machine, and does. He'll need to joker successfully this time.
Fourth quickest in Q1, 12th in Q2. Really needs a good time here to climb back up into the top grid positions for the semi-finals later on. It's Fredrik Martin who's flying in the background with the best lap time. So over a second quicker than Ease Etc's lap, and that shows that the pace is in the track. So Ease etc. maybe isn't looking at a fastest overall time, given that lap time pace. Of course, we'll have to see what the later runners do, but with the conditions drying, that won't play to his advantage either.
Yeah, this is the second of 4 races because of the size of this cross-car field. 20 competitors to get through. Patrick Kong in second, looking quite comfortable there now.
Much quicker though, Ease etc. with that race victory compared to Vetteltree in the first of these cross-car races. Tree did a 2:58.1, Ease etc's done a 55.3, and I am sure there is plenty more time to come as we get into the next 2 races. For reference, still Cerner went quickest in Q2 in dry conditions with a 2:24, so still 30 seconds off the fastest times of earlier on. And yeah, I think the times are going to tumble now, Martin, if it does indeed stop raining completely.
Yeah, you can really see why that time is so much longer to complete their 3 laps. Absolutely vile conditions still.
I'm hearing in my ears that more rain is expected, like say a Formula 1 radio message. For how long and when, Calla, our producer? That's the sort of information we need, isn't it? Rain in 10 minutes, going to last for 3 minutes. So,
right. Is that in Stockholm or is that here?
No, I made that up, but that's the sort of thing you hear. There's a spade being used to clear puddles.
Stockholm, it's nice and sunny today. Mind you, they are in southern Europe compared to us up here.
Full marks for effort with the spade and the puddle, but I think ultimately, given the conditions, probably futile, but it's the thought that counts, isn't it? And a brilliant effort from the volunteers here to make sure we can continue racing this afternoon.
And actually all the work they've put in such a limited time before this year's event and at the end of last year, the thousands of tons of gravel that have been packed into the track to help with drainage have really worked. So our third qualifying race then, Joni-Pekka Raila on the right-hand side, Nicholas Lucas Jensen, Oliver Lucas Jensen, the 2 white machines. Lucas to your right stalls, Oliver gets away, Eric Nielsen and Lucas Orav in the green machine, one of the stars of yesterday. Doesn't quite get the lead, so from the pole position, it is Raila who takes the lead in the red machine.
Orav very patient there on the inside, didn't get any attitude in the car. On the way in, just waited for the grip to come and to tuck into second, because these sessions are all about survival, aren't they? And as he gets absolutely covered in dirt from the race leader, we saw in the last race that all but one of the drivers spun, didn't they? So if you can complete the 3 laps without any drama, you're inevitably going to have a reasonably good time.
Yeah, 3 laps at 75% attack are going to be better than 3 laps at 100% with a big time-wasting spin. So Raila stayed out, Lucas Orav stayed out, Eric Nielsen jokered, and then one of the Jensens, and I have to try and fathom out which, also jokered. Might have been Nicholas or was it Oliver who stalled on the line? It was Nicholas who jokered. So Oliver in third. And there's your leader, Joni-Pekka Raila.
This will really help Raila in the Open two-wheel drive race later on. They'll have that experience of the track conditions, and you can easily see him leading into the first corner with his Escort estate, because the other drivers in that race won't have the same track knowledge that he does. So actually this is when driving in 2 categories really does help you, when you're gaining that knowledge for yourself.
The Jensens with Nielsen between them, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Nielsen in the red car, and that was Oliver Jensen just getting his nose back in front. Lucas Orav yet to joker and leader. Joni-Pekka Raila yet to leader, yet to joker. So 896 is Oliver Jensen. He's in 3rd. How far behind is he? Yeah, a long way behind, 4.7 behind Raila. So Raila, unless he makes an absolute pig's ear of this, won't be under threat from the 3rd, 4th or 5th place drivers, but may still have pressure from Lucas Orav.
More importantly though, he is on a 54.1 as his best time at that tight joker merge.
Now you can see how much quicker the loose is getting. That
Orav drops it in the right-hander. That costs both him and Jensen time. Raila though is going to challenge the top time of etc. in this one.
Yeah, Lucas Orav still second, holding off Oliver Jensen at the merge, and also then at the hairpin after that little moment for himself. Joni-Pekka Raila
destroys the time, 2:52.0. Tweezer's etc. 2:55.3. Raila goes quickest so far.
Yeah, 3 seconds quicker. And Raila coming from pole with the very handy stall alongside and giving him just a little bit of elbow room down into turn 1. Lucas Orav in the green machine didn't contest turn 1, and probably wisely not to.
The lap times have come down with each of these races in terms of the quickest ultimate lap, and I suspect barring drama for the top contenders in the next one, that will happen again, based on the pace of those drivers and the conditions improving. So I'm fairly sure the fastest time will come in the next race, unless we see the sort of drama we saw several times yesterday.
All right, so our two-wheel drive cars are starting to line up as well. Joni-Pekka Räihälä then will have to hurry back in his cross car to get into his Escort estate, ready for the open two-wheel drive, but has victory in that one ahead of Lucas Orav. And our fourth race, Matt Zman on pole position, Alex Lindqvist second from the right, in the centre Jonathan Jylilami, then Martin Hugo with the Dayglow yellow highlights, and Tomasik Mustad on the outside. So Pekka Starter, who is going to be first in to turn 2. In the centre, maybe Jylilami might have the best view of it. Gets away nicely, 150, but look again at Matt Zman. Very slow start, so it's Mustad, beg your pardon. Getting the wrong Norwegians in second place, but it was from the centre, Jylilami, who took the lead.
Ugar and Zman giving each other a good amount of room, the two Pace Motorsport teammates, as Alex Lindqvist drops it in the background into the loose gravel. We've seen that in most of the cross-car races. Yesterday's winner, Jylilami, just feeling the grip onto the tarmac for this first time of asking. And there's puddles now, rather than just a sea of standing water, isn't there? So it'll be all about avoiding that deepest water when you're hard on the brakes, and this first lap will be the most difficult for these drivers. You can see a real clean line there as well, where the dirty water's washed all of the mud and grot onto the outside of the track, because once you've been through this first lap, the conditions aren't changing as radically as they were earlier on, so at least you've got a good idea where the puddles of grip is.
Well, leader Jonathan Jylilami, third in both his previous 2 races. Mustad in second place, tops the points at the moment with a win and a 5th place. Was fastest in the first qualifying race. And Matt Zman currently third in points with a 12th, and then victory in the second round of qualifiers.
Mustad into the Joker. He's going to lose out here because Zman ran the car wide, just covered off a good bit of track positioning there for the Estonian. Mustad all over the back of Zman, who is yet to Joker. This is really harming Mustad's challenge. He goes to the outside of Zman, down the hill, has a bit of contact, just puts a wheel into the gravel on the outside, looks back to the inside, into the final corner. What a brilliant move there from Tomasik Mustad, who manages to get the traction as well on the exit to stay ahead of Estonian driver Zman.
Excellent stuff, and he'll lose Cerner's behind him, because Cerner still has to Joker if he escapes from the gravel trap.
But ultimately, it's just costing loads of time that he didn't need to lose. Cerner's really struggling, gets passed by Martin Ugar as well. Mustad took that early Joker to try and get ahead of Jylilami, and that's just simply not going to happen now.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Well, Jylilami Jokers.
Oh, he is amazing.
Yeah, it's much quicker in this heat coming off the normal line than it has been in the last couple. So Mustad gets his nose in front. It's going to be very tight with Jylilami, who's got, well, some traction here, not the best traction, but the least worst.
Mustad has a good run there and takes the lead. I'm stunned that he managed to do that, but I don't know if the time... Oh, Jylilami hits that big puddle in the penultimate corner.
So Mustad open the steering and drift away from that. He saw the danger there.
The time's not going to be there, Martin, I don't think, because the lap times haven't been as good. It stops the clock 2:52.1. Yeah, right,
that's
goes
the second
fastest.
fastest lap, Mustad. So,
It's second fastest time overall. Räihälä takes it with that consistent run without setting the fastest lap time, and that's really because Mustad took that early Joker and ended up in that battle with Zman, who finished some 7.2 seconds off the lead in the end.
Jylilami made the best of the start, Mustad in second, but then getting held up.
This was a great overtake down the hill. Actually got helped a little bit by being in the dirt on the outside, helped rotate the car towards the inside, and then carried the speed in. Cerner opened the steering up a little bit just to avoid any contact, and then got great drive out of the final corner. And then that was the final lap after he'd been past Jylilami, following Jylilami's Joker. I'm still stunned that he managed to do that, but great job from the Norwegian.
Somehow managed to find the speed that he needed to cover off Jylilami. And Yellow Army just half a second back at the line, not even 4/10 back. Martin Uga in third from Romet Siena and Alex Lindqvist. So Uga will, with a 7th, a 4th, and now a 3rd, may close up ahead of Siena. So sweeping some of the mud and grit and water away from the starting grid. And you can still hear water on the cameras because it has started to rain again. Tom Sigmundstad with the top points so far. 1 round of qualifying to go. Jonsson, Yellow-Lami, Joni-Pekka Raila just 2 points apart. Then look, Siena, Uga, etc. Just, again, a handful of points in it. So into our next group of qualifiers. The cross cars are done with their qualifying races. They will head into semi-finals next, but next we get into two-wheel drive open. And if you thought the cross cars looked like they didn't have very much grip and very much traction, then add an extra few hundred horsepower to that and the two-wheel drive open machinery will be sitting at the hairpin for a while, waiting for traction to return. I think this is going to be very hard work. Every cloud has a silver lining when you're that age, doesn't it? They don't care how wet they are until the moment when they really, really, really care a lot, and they are soaked and shivering. And then they can't get out of their wet clothing and into something dry fast enough.
Well, as daily life tells me a lot these days, that's being a toddler all over, isn't it? You don't care about anything until you really care, and then it's turmoil.
Well, that's like a racing driver, isn't it?
Well, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Laissez-faire until you live it.
Yep. Okay, so into our two-wheel drive open Q3. Now, Mikkel Persson in the red Mark IV Golf has yet to appear on the grid. Okay, so there's been some changes as well because Eric Hammer's Skoda is there. We've also got Peder Jensen, but no Mikkel Persson. And then Frederick Tiger in the orange and black. So, is that Thomas Oman? That's the BMW, isn't it? So that's Thomas Oman, who should be in that spot in the next heat. Yeah, but they're backing him up. Okay.
But Persson isn't there at all in Preakness, so I don't really...
There was another red car just appearing in the background, and I wasn't quite sure whether that was the other Oman car.
I think that was Adam Oman in the background.
Yeah.
Although we'd have to see that again. How confusing, but...
well, that's a real blow for Mikkel Persson. If the Golf finished his last qualifying run, okay.
Rifling through wet paperwork here, trying to see what did happen in the last one. Hang on.
No, we're going to go with 3. So Emil Hammer in the white and blue Skoda, Peder Jensen in the big Volvo, and Frederick Tiger in the not quite so big but very noisy Volvo, and uses the V8 power to hurtle himself towards the lead and survives. Listen to the noise of the thing, survives turn 2 as well. So it is Frederick Tiger with the advantage. Behind him, Emil Hammer in the Skoda. It just, I honestly don't care if it's got no traction at all. It just makes such a glorious noise, the BMW with the V8 in that Volvo. And he's got Emil Hammer's Skoda all over the back of him with probably not much more than half the horsepower. So Frederick Tiger's Volvo S40, you can almost hear every gear shift of the entire lap if you're sitting in with the spectators. Emil Hammer behind him, Peter Jensen there. Tiger, despite all of that V8 noise, is pulling away out front. So Emil Hammer in second place. Jensen has joken already.
Conditions so much better now, Martin, aren't they? That if you can trust the car underneath you, that they're fairly consistent. Yes, it's been drizzling again a little bit, but it's nothing like the rain we saw earlier yet. And yeah, if you can generate enough heat in the tyres as well, a lot of the, as Emil Hammer takes all the grip from thin air as he jumps over the curb. Here you really want to be using what we used to call the European Championship tyre or the World Championship tyre with the grooves cut into the, or moulded into the Nova tyre rather than the full slick. The full slick is great when you can generate the heat in it, not so great when you've got that massive contact patch on the water. So really you want the sort of slightly cut version, and if you can generate the heat by moving the tyre around a lot, then it actually comes back to you, and you get a lot of grip back from it. But yeah, at the moment the loose is so slippery that you're not really getting the tyre to move around as much as you might like, and there isn't really any big load dry enough corners here in the tarmac. Oh yeah, Emil Hammer goes off in the background there. He is recovering through the ditch,
going a long way off. Rear-wheel drive Skoda Fabia. These are the conditions where you almost wish it was a front-wheel drive Skoda Fabia, to be honest. So Frederick Tiger with Peter Jensen close behind him. And this is a very different Volvo to the Volvo in front. Much more modern-looking shape in the S40. And that bellowing BMW V8 with Peter Jensen in the 240. Nice to see a battle of Swedish marks, or the Swedish mark, or one of the Swedish marks here, as the Volvos race each other, and Tiger goes off at the first corner.
Absolutely beached is Frederick Tiger. We missed that just as he crossed the finish line, but that was quite a moment. I wonder if we can.
And they've only just replaced all those body panels that he lost in the last qualifying run.
Consumables, aren't they? It's they're like cable ties and gaff tape body panels in a Super National car.
Okay. He's definitely torn that one.
And that is deep.
Yep.
The Marshal doing his best to help Frederick get out if he wants to do that, but he may as well. I mean, he'll be absolutely fine, I'm sure. So they may as well just. Our producer Calla says he's kicking it like Simon Tiger was kicking the car in the last race. For reference, Martin, Simon Tiger was absolutely livid with his car for having detonated yet another engine, and was spent a lot of time showing his frustration by kicking the door after he retired.
Which probably only served to make his foot sore as well as his wallet. Great start from Frederick Tiger. And again, trusting his knowledge and his experience there as much as the perceived grip levels. I did a really good job handling the car all the way through. Didn't put a foot wrong until the moment after the checkered flag. Emil Hammer having a little meander off into a neighbouring county. And then across the line, big lift off, and the car rotated into turn 2.
Yeah, that's the moment, isn't it? Just loses that momentum and rotates in. Absolutely fine, actually. There'll be nothing wrong with that, apart from the fact that everything will be full of dirt, and they'll drag it out, and he'll go again. If it might check the geometry a little bit, but
nothing a jet wash won't cure. Yeah, there you go. He's already heading onto the Digger of Doom.
He's just getting a tow, isn't he? I think he's driven that out for the most part himself, and to be honest, he'll be quite keen to drive that back, because on the journey back to the paddock, a lot of the dirt will disperse itself. The track team probably won't be quite as pleased, because he'll probably drop a lot of that dirt on the circuit. As now he's reversing back into he probably doesn't want to reverse too far into there to get stuck again. But if we stay on this shot, watch the amount of dirt that'll fall out to the rear of the car if he does indeed drive away.
Well, he is at least on the loose rather than on the tarmac, so there is that.
Remarkable that I was expecting clumps of dirt to be falling out there, but not too bad. He's got a puncture there on the rear as well. Yep, there's a lot of dirt falling out.
Yeah.
carrying the remains of his bodywork back on the rear of the car. They'll have that fixed. We'll see him in the semi-finals later, I'm sure.
Little wave to the crowd as well. Always a big round of applause from the crowd as the drivers come in and out.
Especially when they've had some sort of adversity. Everyone loves a...
Yeah. Everyone loves a trier.
Yeah, or the underdog, or the sob story, or whatever you want to...
Well, I think, yeah, that's the good news story, is that he's okay, car looks to be okay, back out, and we'll see him again. And it's definitely a crowd pleaser. That's the Aston Martin Valkyrie of RallyX. Not that it's green or has a V12, but it's the best sounding. It's such a beast. Okay, so door-kicking Simon Tiger on the right-hand side of your screen, also in orange like Dad. Then Joni-Pekka Raila in the Escort Estate. Johnny beside him in the blue and black BMW, and Thomas Oman in the Lexus, in the BMW that we saw a moment or two ago, joining the previous grid by mistake. So away we go. Who's going to get the best of this? Well, Raila, who was out in Crosscar about 10 minutes ago, will at least have some feel for the grip levels.
Tiger really struggled to get away from the line using all of that power in the Road to BMW, but they're all close on the back of Oman. Raila, all that experience is absolutely useless, isn't it, when he's out there in the dirt, because Nee had a great run in the back of Oman as well now. Out of the hairpin, Tiger jokers, but Raila lost out badly there.
Yeah, John Nee in that blue and black BMW making the most of this at the moment. And Raila only just comes back in front of Simon Tiger.
Disaster for Tiger having jokered, and Raila not going in, loses the time in the fight there, and even if Tiger does have better pace, he now needs to get past Raila on track, but Tiger simply doesn't seem to have the pace, does he? He's not all over the back of the Escort at all.
No, not at all. Oh, and the Escort finds the deep standing water there that all of our cross-car drivers were trying to avoid. So across the line it is Thomas Oman in the red BMW and John Nee in the blue and black BMW. And this is almost all BMW, isn't it, despite the Ford Escort Estate being part of this.
Oh, Nee's run wide there and dropped it into the gravel on the outside. Such treacherous conditions, and yeah, that's another BMW that needs to be pointed back in the right direction. Martin, there's someone says in the comments, imagine an Aston Martin in RallyX Älvsbyn two-wheel drive. We have this conversation a lot, and as you're new to this series, what would you like to see? You could literally use anything.
Well, there is an Aston Martin Vantage V8 GT4 rally car. Why not? I mean, obviously apart from the cost, because you'd have to go back to ProDrive for all the panels, or you just mold them yourself.
We remove cost from these dream scenarios. It's
there you go. Yeah, V8 Vantage GT4, that's the one.
Because a Ferrari or a Lamborghini or something would seem a little bit extreme, wouldn't it?
No, not at all, no. I could see a Murcielago working quite well here, definitely. I mean, particularly in these conditions with that lack of ground clearance. Of course, you just build a space frame chassis and then have largely a body that looks a bit like a Ferrari, and there's the leader, and he gives it away. It's Raila. Raila still has to joker, so does Oman. Is Tiger going to win this, despite the fact that the car looks like it's an utter handful?
He is indeed.
He is, isn't he?
Through into the lead, and
Oman, is he going to park it?
Just run deep in the loose gravel again on the outside. I wonder if he's got something going on that he's picked up an issue.
It's like glue when you go offline, isn't it? I mean, and John Nee way out in the background there.
And this is where we'll see the four-wheel drive cars come into their own in the next sessions, because when you do go off, they can save you from trouble just as much as get you into it. Simon Tiger, though, is going to take this, as you say. He's going to cross the line. This is a battle of the Tigers, because Frederick set the fastest time in the previous race. It's a 2:56.7 for Simon, so he's exactly 2 seconds quicker than his father, Frederick. Yeah. Neither of them had perfect runs, though, so the final race of the session.
But Frederick did at least look like he was going to win it from start to finish, whereas Simon Tiger looked like he was going to be last pretty much halfway through. Well, that was definitely a story of what might have been for almost everybody, especially for Thomas Oman, who took the lead at the start. John Nee had a shout there as well, and with a little bit more experience in conditions, Joni-Pekka Raila should have been in the catbird seat, particularly after the spin from John Nee, and that allowed Raila back into second place. At that stage, Simon Tiger, who jokered earlier, was just dropping away, And then big looping spin for Thomas Oman. Just absolutely came to a shuddering halt as Ryler went through, but somehow Tiger out-fumbled them all, came off the joker on the last lap and went on to win it. So Simon Tiger 2:56.79 and his dad Frederick 2:58.76, so 2 seconds slower. That top two there, Tiger and Ryler, both ahead of Frederick Tiger and Peder Jensen, who were first and second in the first race.
And then the sun's come out, and there's long shadows in the paddock.
And the burgers are still being cooked right beside us. So Victor Johansson on the right-hand side in the Mercedes, Adam Oman in the red Lexus. Then a gap where we should see Linus Westman, yesterday's winner. So the BMW, the black BMW, is not there. Ossian Stenval and Lucas Gabrielsen in the Escort and the Starlet. That's a real 1980s throwback there, isn't it? Mark III Escort and Toyota Starlet. Toyota, of course, naturally a rear-wheel drive car, but your Mark III Escort was the first of Ford's front-wheel drive cars. Now still on manual jump start. So everybody being staged. Try and make sure that they are exactly where they should be. Ossian Stenval in that red Escort. Looks surprisingly standard compared to everything else around him. So what about Victor Johansson with the Mercedes? Pole position, not his favoured starting position. Can the white car make a break here? Or will Adam Oman in the Lexus get the drop? It's the Starlet again, Lucas Gabrielsen. But he didn't get the lead. Victor Johansson drives just out really wide. He's up in the spectator banking almost as he loses the lead. Drops down to second, third, fourth.
Gabrielsen pulling wheelies away from the line in the little Starlet. Got so much traction from the rear wheels. What a shame for Victor Johansson, who just ran that bit wide. Stenval jokers at the first opportunity. Wise for Johansson to stay out, try and claw back some of that lost time.
Yeah, Stenval in the Escort didn't make quite a good transition away from the line. He was good, but second, third gear really didn't help him. And it is Lucas Gabrielsen in the little Starlet who leads.
Look at the sun, the visibility to be hard now with the spray and the reflection off the tarmac. We're having it might snow in a minute. We've had basically every other season, haven't we? As Oman gets sideways up front, but Lucas Gabrielsen is absolutely flying in the little Starlet.
Yeah, he really is. Already 1.6 seconds clear of Adam Oman. Now then, what can Victor Johansson do? If he gets up behind Oman, is he going to joker this lap? It seemed to be the sensible time to do so, unless Oman goes. Oman does go, so Johansson stays out. That might free him up a little bit to chase down Gabrielsen, who also stays out. And you actually can see how much lighter the tarmac is looking here, but that's mainly because it's covered in mud rather than it's that dry.
We often see, Martin, that the rallycross tracks these are at their worst sometimes when the standing water dissipates and you drag a lot of the mud and the loose dirt onto the loose. This is when the circuit becomes at its most slippery. It's probably a little bit away from that at the moment. We could well see that within open four-wheel drive where it becomes absolutely lethal.
Yeah, it's real slime, isn't it, when you transition off the loose, particularly where the joker lap feeds back in. So Gabrielsen still leading from Johansson. And it is going to be joker this lap. So Johansson under real threat from Oman. He's not going to hold off the Lexus unless something desperately bad happens to Oman. You can see as they splash through the loose there, down in the dip. That's why all of the muck's getting dragged up. And again, Johansson runs out really wide, just having an awful time in this race. Drops right to the back.
But you've got to remain pointing in the right direction, haven't you? Because so many people have had spins and lost time.
Yep.
If you can get to the end still pointing in the correct direction of travel, the time will be okay.
Yeah, Johansson again drifting out very wide out of the hairpin, losing traction as Gabrielsen comes across the line,
destroys the time
in front
of Tiger.
Yeah,
2:53.2 for Gabrielsen, a 2:56.7 for Tiger. Oman
Oman's
just beats just beats Tiger as well.
And 2:58.2 for Ossian Stenval in third place is actually the fourth fastest time. So again, conditions improving dramatically, and as you say, Al, it's almost time for another change of clothing. Back of my jeans has dried out and everything.
What a shame that we didn't see Linus Westman in that final Open two-wheel drive race. I wonder if we can find out if there's any gap between Q3 and the semis. Hopefully we'll see him back in the semi-finals, yesterday's winner. But Gabrielsen pulling wheelies away from the line, extraordinary with the little starlet, and then yeah, just made the most of Hansen running that bit wide. Remember, the championship battle is probably going to be between Gabrielsen and Hansen based on the points as they stand coming into today, so that was another important move in this title race.
Hansen not just visiting the gravel trap, but basically carrying on into uncharted territory all the way up the hill on the outside as well. So Lucas Gabrielsen 3.3 seconds ahead of Adam Oman, and Oman didn't have a bad run through. Ossian Stenval taking third, but the little starlet really producing the goods. And Gabrielsen with 2 wins now, on top of the points in Open two-wheel drive. Adam Oman, Victor Johansson second and third, then Simon Tiger ahead of Ossian Stenval, and Frederick Tiger dragging himself a little bit further up the order into the top 10. So points very close again still. Which all brings us to Supercar Lights. So Pontus Oskarsson, the black and orange car on the right-hand side on pole position, and then the brothers Tobias with the red and yellow nose, and Kevin Darbach with the white and red and everything else nose. Phoebe Cake, pale blue and orange, and Robin Norlander hoping to get, well, probably 1 lap in at least out of this one, which would be a definite improvement over the last race.
Jump start beam has gone off. It says number 4, which I think is well, is Phoebe Cake, but I don't think anyone moved there, so I think there's probably still a bit of water in the works, isn't there? I'm sure the timekeepers will be on top of it. Yes, they are.
Yep. I don't think anybody even had revs up at that stage. Here we go. Who makes the best of the starts? Robin Norlander got eased out on the outside last time. Phoebe Cake gets a very good getaway. Really good start from the British girl in the blue machine. Second into turn 1. Tobias Darbach goes out wide. Phoebe Cake goes almost as wide.
What a shame for Phoebe Cake. Used all of her experience of torrential conditions in the British Championship to make a brilliant start there. Now she's coming back. Darbach just locks on and runs into the gravel on the outside. Darbach just skates around the outside as well. Cake's there, stuck in the gravel. That's Pontus Oskarsson, who was covered in dirt in the outside, and it's Darbach 1 and 2.
Yep. And there's Norlander, who is still going almost all the way round lap 1. So it's Kevin Darbach who leads. He's got the white nose, and then behind him is Tobias. So Tobias with the full colours of the car, red and yellow highlights. There's 1-2 for the team.
Great addition to the liveries, I have to say. I'm going to give them some strong feedback on the change of front to Kevin's car, because we've struggled all year with them. Great liveries, but could do with some differences. Norlander running third with the Joker in hand. Looks like he's feeling quite comfortable in these and we've got a red flag. Oh, it's just a double yellow there as into the hairpin.
Pontus Oskarsson, you can actually see the back of the car. It's orange and black rather than the front and the sides, which are brown and brown.
I thought that flag was Norlander runs wide. I thought that was a red flashing light, but I think it was a yellow down to where Cake is stuck. And Oskarson's got the left rear puncture there.
Yeah.
And Kevin Darbach's dropped it on the tarmac section. Brother Tobias get past.
And Norlander moves up as well. And Kevin Darbach is stuck.
I think he must have stalled it, because a four-wheel drive car will definitely drive out of there. This is such a damage limitation, and Norlander finally having a bit of luck at his home event, keeping it pointing in the right direction.
So Tobias Darbach was first into turn 1, almost last out of it. Phoebe Cake was right with him through the gravel, and she's now buried somewhere. Is that out of the hairpin? That's a long way off, wherever it is. I'm not sure that's the same postcode as the rest of the track. So it is Tobias Darbach who somehow finds himself back in the lead. Robin Norlander in second place.
Darbach's only, he's quite a lot of points off being top qualifier by 12 from Lucas Anderson, but this could easily lift Tobias Darbach into second and a pole position slot for the semi-finals if something happens to Robert Vittels in the next race. So Tobias doing everything he needs to do to give himself a best chance this afternoon as he crosses the line to take the race win. Norlander is also going to make it to the checkered flag, and the same can't be said for everybody else. Although Kevin Darbach is still going just some way back.
Yeah. So often, rallycross races are won or lost in the first corner. They're won or lost on every single corner in these conditions. Phoebe Cake, yeah, buried in a ditch there. That's a real shame, because for the first time, it looked like she felt really confident with the car under her here. So DNF for Phoebe Cake, DNF for Pontus Oskarsson. They're both going to need a tow. Away from the line, she managed to handle the start well. Eased out Kevin Darbach. On the outside, Tobias just got his nose in front, but he carried so much speed in, as did Oskarsson behind. Actually, Tobias Darbach just missed the end of the barriers. Look how close he comes. And then Phoebe Cake gets very sideways. Sorts that out a little bit better and then skates off as they come up to the hairpin.
What a shame for her. She did everything right and then just locked up and ran deep.
Yep. And in the end, Tobias Darbach, having led into the first corner, led out of the final corner. In between, not quite the smooth sailing that you might imagine.
Here's confirmation of the result. Tobias Darbach, Norlander and Kevin Darbach all making it to the finish in the first of the Supercar Lights races. Into race 2 then of Supercar Lights. Lucas Anderson, Robert Vittels, Hampus Hagström, Julian Mounier and Matt Larsen on the grid. the track conditions drying that little bit more in the recovery brake, and this will be a faster time if they can keep their noses clean into the first corner.
Well, tarmac looks an awful lot more grippy, but the rest of it, you're absolutely in the lap of the gods, aren't you?
Robert Vittos does everything right there to maintain the lead into the first corner. That's Hagström wide into the gravel in turn one. Meunier sticks to the inside, up the inside of Larson. Anderson runs a bit wide down to the hairpin and they can't get the nose of the car in. Meunier looks to the inside and gets through on the Swede who set the fastest time in both of the opening sessions. Robert Vittos, though, who's had a difficult weekend so far at the front of the order.
Yeah, Julian Meunier making a really good job of this first lap, up to second place. Lucas Anderson behind him. Hampus Hagström. But Robert Vittos starting to ease away out front. Meunier trying to make sure that he keeps him honest, but at the moment it does look like the Latvian driver has found more grip than anybody else. Eases away, that's going to be a second clear at the line. Meunier under pressure from Lucas Anderson.
Look at the amount of dirt on the front of Anderson's car. That will be adding kilos to the total weight of the machine. Vittos fairly ginger on the brakes. Anderson not ginger on the brakes at all. Gets the car rotated in, doesn't lose much time because he had the car pointing where he wanted it to go, into the Joker for Anderson. He's going to slot out ahead of Larson here, just about. Larson runs wide, but they don't make contacts, and Meunier is really pressuring Vittos with his middle part of the lap.
That was good work by Anderson's spotter, wasn't it? Little run out wide from Mads Larsen, offering Hampus Hagström an opportunity to come through. Yesterday's winner can't get his nose in front, though. Yeah, Robert Vittos, Julian Meunier, and Anderson now having jokered. Looking like he's still comfortably ahead of Larsen and Hagström, and Larsen still has to joker, so he's not going to feature too strongly in this one. Oh!
Hagström's are wide and stays on the right way
buried,
but is stuck in the gravel on the outside. Look at the amount of dirt on the windscreen. Up front, though, Meunier is really pressuring the back of Robert Vittos into the joker lap. Wonder if something going on with Vittos, because Meunier has found a lot of pace in the last stage of this race. Windscreen covered in dirt.
Maybe Vittos just made a little error, and you can see from all the previous runs just how easy that is to do. But Meunier not going to get to him. Didn't have any tactical advantage with the joker, so just piling on the pressure, old school. Robert Vittos, nice clean view of what's going on in front of him. Actually, Meunier's windscreen is the wipers doing a pretty decent job. He comes across the line at second place.
2:46.5 is massively quicker than Tobias Darback went to win the previous one. 2:51.1 was Darback's time. So Vittos, Meunier, Anderson all go faster than
well, I mean,
Darback
sort of won his race, didn't he, by default, because he'd been off and then everybody else went further off. Robert Vittos, though, from the start, making this one his own. Julian Meunier, again, fourth into turn one, but with got on the brakes early, got the traction out of the corner as everybody else drifted off wide, made some ground for himself. Then Larsen and Hagström beaching himself in the gravel. Meunier piling the pressure on Robert Vittos, little bounce over the curbs. There was a tiny bit of contact going on to the joker lap, but maybe that's just because Vittos was a little slower in there than Meunier had allowed for. Stewards will look at that, but nobody ended up particularly disadvantaged from that one. They were very quick as well. Team probably of Robert Vittos going to have to get a little bit more gaffer tape. And Julian Meunier, for the first time, car actually looking like it's got a little bit of damage on the front. That's the first time that car's looked like it's actually done any work. And Hampus Hagström not getting out of there on his own. That is camouflage, he's blended in completely with the gravel trap. And Lucas Anderson, similarly, a very, very brown car just returning to the paddock beside us. Not too many days when a jet wash is a vital part of your equipment, but it will be today. Lucas Anderson, 2 wins, and that third place finish, still with a narrow points advantage over Robert Vittos and Julian Meunier. and Thomas Darback from Mads Larsen and Hampus Hagström. So Hagström had a good second heat, but that one not really ideal. Phoebe Cake, that could have been a really big run for her, and in the end, skating off a couple of times, just running out of grip. So Hagström, Pontus Oskarsson and Phoebe Cake failing to finish. And that completes Supercar Lights. And now again, sun coming out, the cars that are possibly most suited to the slimy conditions are the ones who are going to have the best stab at it. Our open four-wheel drive cars. So race 1, Q3, with Mike Tam on pole. Casper Anson, the silver machine, looked a little bit off form in the last one. Philip Torren, and then Matt Zman, who skidded off in the wettest of the conditions, where these guys were coming out where it had absolutely thrown it down. But Matt takes the lead into turn 1.
Great launch from the outside for Matt Zman. Hansen gets sideways over the jump. He'll stay in the throttle, open the steering up, let the car run wide, try and get out of the bank. I'm sure he'll joker this time around if he drops to the back. He does not do that, so Turenne will. Tam's applying the pressure to the rear of Oman up front, but brilliant start to get this underway for Matt Zman.
Yeah, and he needs to recover from that disappointing trip off in the last one. Like a Tam right with him. And Casper Anson with the silver machine.
Janssen's got loads of confidence on the tarmac, all over the back of Tam, looks to the inside, down the hill. Tam just shuts the door, but Tam really was on the back of Oman in the early part of the lap, and now it's Oman with the advantage and pulled away in the second part of the first tour. Hansen covered in dirt from the front of Tam's TT Motorsport Run Fiesta.
And these should be the conditions. These should be conditions in which Matt Zman has the biggest advantage, when it's really slimy and not completely soaking.
Right, but
are they still on full wets? They have to be, don't they? Because the loose is so cut up.
Yeah, you have to be on a wet
grimy,
now.
yeah. Oh, Philip Turenne jokered early.
Interesting joker strategy from Tam.
Yeah.
To go in, has retained third at least. Hansen is so good on the brakes at the bottom of the hill, really on top of the FC2, and now he's all over the back of Oman, who was very good in the latter part of the lap last time around. Tam, actually, I think, has taken a really sensible decision to joker that time around and just get out of the fight. Hansen now on the rear of Oman, but if he's going to pass Oman in the race, it's going to have to be on track. They both need to joker this time around.
He's very close to doing it as well, isn't he? If Oman just drifts out wide, and he does drift out wide, he could be on the inside. No, Hansen gets hooked up on the inside, trying to tighten the line onto the joker. And Tam, that worked well for him. He's got both of them behind him.
Hansen's on a wild old ride in the background, off the track on almost both sides at the same time, but
straight lining that chicane completely. But great strategy for Maiko Tam. Took the joker the previous lap, and it worked really well. You have to be quick and clean when you're doing that, and he was, and then pulls away from Matt Zman to the line. I think Oman very possibly starting to feel the strain of these 2 days of action. Hasn't been in the best of health over the last few months either, Matt Zman, by all accounts. So he started superbly from the outside of the front row, and absolutely taking no prisoners on the run down to turn 2, making sure that Maiko Tam was comfortably behind him. No mistakes this time, he finishes. But Maiko Tam jokering just a lap before Matt Zman and Casper Anson. Saw him come out in front, and Hansen absolutely throwing everything at it to try and get back onto the tail of Matt Zman. Not able to do so. So Maiko Tam from Matt Zman, Casper Anson and Philip Torren a long way back. Never looked like he was really part of that at all. And we get now to our second grid of cars. Victor Franks on the inside, the Belgian in the orange and black Peugeot. Then Philip Martensen in yesterday's winning car, the Renault Clio. Fraser McConnell with more yellow on the front of his car than Jake Walker, who's got that Dayglow yellow sort of roof shape across the front of the car. So Fraser McConnell had a really good run through our second qualifying race. Let's see if he can double up on that. Good start from the Renault, good start again from Fraser McConnell. McConnell with the inside line. Is he going to commit? He does. Is he going to survive? He does, but he loses out a little bit to Philip Martensen.
Frank's really wide in the background. I think he's lost out to Jake Walker as well. He has in the ex-Peugeot Sport. Hansen Motorsport 208. Walker, the GT3 driver from the US, is fighting as well. But McConnell trying to go round the outside of Philip Martensen in the FC2. Runs a bit wide. Gets back to the apex.
That was fantastic action from both of them. Nicely controlled. Fraser McConnell just hanging on to that.
McConnell feels really comfortable in these conditions. He's got a lot of experience of moving the car around underneath him, sideways on the tarmac, just searching for the grip. Lost a bit of time there in the middle part of the lap to Martensen, but clearly went into the first corner with a big objective there, didn't he, the Jamaican driver, and laid his cars out. There's Martensen with a load of entry speed into turn one. McConnell doing the same to follow suit.
Yeah, trying to open up the corners as much as possible, drifting out wider than you normally would, just so you're not having to work the front of the car so much to get it rotated. Does he take the Joker? Yes, he does.
We've lost Jake Walker somewhere. Oh, Jake Walker's on his side in the background.
That's in turn two, in the gravel trap, is it?
It must be, yeah.
Yeah, he's rolled into turn two.
Looking out of the commentary box window, I can't quite see him, but there's quad bikes on the circuit. This will be a red flag. It is indeed, as McConnell gets out of the throttle. Franks hasn't seen the flag, but yeah, has now. It's very difficult to see the lights or the flags, and sometimes you're reliant on your spotter giving you that information. The windscreen's covered in dirt. You're focused on the job in hand, aren't you? As Jake Walker, brilliant. He's climbing out of the car in his second ever rallycross event. These are some tough conditions to be driving in.
Yeah.
And he's got a lovely circuit racing race suit on as well, hasn't he, in the black and white.
Well, tough conditions, especially after yesterday when it was dry and really fast, to try and then commit the way that you need to on this track, particularly down at turn two, where actually the highest point of turn two is the curb, and from there it drops away down the hill.
Let's have a look back at that then. I wonder if we'll see in this replay package the roll. So McConnell had some amount of closing speed, did make the corner, ran that bit wide. Martensen went from the outside inside and did a good job. Frass had a lot of pace on that opening lap, and this is, let's look at the car currently in third. We've lost the monitor in the studio.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
there is Walker in the top of your shot there. A lighter roll you probably won't have, although it has gone over twice, but he's just gone sideways, massively offline, lost it, run wide. The two outside wheels have dug into the sandy gravel trap on the outside, and it's popped over onto its roof. I'm absolutely sure the STS RX squad will get that car back out later on, and in fact I think it probably is indicative of Jake being a circuit driver rather than a rally driver, because a rally driver will be in that trying to fire it up and driving back to the start line.
And carry on if he's got any wheels at all. Yes.
The trouble is, if Jake Walker rolled his GT3 car in the States, it's definitely going nowhere, isn't it? It's
no, that's very true. Yeah, it would not have been at such a gentle speed either. It doesn't feel or sound gentle when you're going over like that. It's all clanging and banging and rattling and thumping, but yeah, it was. He was actually very unlucky to go over there at all. So red flag on that one.
Cars coming back through the paddock behind us, because I won't be surprised. Wow, will they run the next race? I don't know if they will. With the conditions changing as they have, I think they're likely to try and grid this one up, which will cost us a little bit of time in the schedule. They are going to run this again.
Yeah. Well, we only had one lap in the book, so it's, yeah.
So let's watch this recovery, and the pre-grid sort themselves out, and we will get this race back underway. in literally seconds. In the meantime, of course, make sure you get to shop.rallyox.se, bottom left of your screen, to see all of the wonderful merch. And yeah, people have been crying out for the merchandise. The more you buy, the more there will be, I'm sure. So get on there, have a look at what's available.
So cars coming back to grid up once more for race 2. Heat 3 for four-wheel drive open. Victor Franks in the formerly orange and black Peugeot on pole position. Still largely blue and grey. Philip Martinson alongside in a Renault Clio. And then Fraser McConnell. Jack Walker has been carried past us, well, his car has been carried past us back to the team after that disappointing and fairly innocuous roll. Hopefully there'll be no major damage. The real issue, other than damage to a roll cage when you go over, is if the engine is still revving away and suffers oil starvation. But let's concentrate on this. Ready to go again, full distance. And a good start, this time from Philip Martinson. Fraser McConnell was fully lit down into turn 1 last time. He's trying to make up that ground, but thinks better of really sending it. Allows Martinson and Victor Franks to run out a little wide. Fraser McConnell there with the Jamaican flag on the roof, the colours all over the car. Good start from Philip Martinson. Actually, better start, I think, he made in this one than in the previous, and McConnell jokers immediately.
Absolutely so. Victor Franks took a big chunk of curb on the inside, didn't he? He went for the undercut on the exit of the first corner, but Martinson, having carried that speed in turn 1 the previous time, really feeling comfortable in the conditions. Franks, though, looking much better this time around than in the race before it was stopped. Look at how much curb they're taking and grass on the inside. No track limits there, of course, because really, I think you're not on the quickest line if you're in there. Franks just losing a little bit to Martinson on the tarmac. But
yeah, too much curb there on that first part of the double right-hander. And you saw also that Philip Martinson over-rotated and the hairpin almost came to a dead stop, and Victor Franks did well to avoid him. So neither error-free so far. Fraser McConnell starting to close the gap behind them. Don't forget he has jokered, but now he needs to put in 2 absolute qualifying laps to try and get back on terms. He comes alongside Franks.
Oh, contact between
Franks tries to close the door.
Yeah, I think that will definitely be looked at the Joker merge, because you've got to give space, haven't you? Franks gets pitched sideways but manages to hold on. Remember, Franks was pressuring race leader Martinson, so this is a really good run from McConnell on pace.
But he was loving how he was going in the first run at this anyway, so here he goes, pulls away from Victor Franks.
McConnell's got great pace from that FC2 compared to the more traditional supercar of Franks in the back going. Franks struggling for visibility. Look at the dirt being smeared on the windscreen. I wonder if the washers aren't working on the Peugeot 208, and then you're just pushing
mud, yeah.
Claggy mud around, aren't you? Martinson's in the Joker this time around. McConnell's on the standard lap, looking to the inside, but Martinson's done plenty to get out in front.
Yeah.
Franks runs wide, runs the rear of the Peugeot into the gravel on the outside, loses a bit of time.
Yeah, Martinson had enough there, didn't he? More than enough. And Fraser McConnell is going to be second in this one. Philip Martinson, though, yesterday's winner.
McConnell's had great pace in the FC2 here. I think this is one of the strongest showings from the FC2 in comparable conditions.
And is it just slippery enough that actually the four-wheel drive supercars don't have, although they have a power advantage, can't utilise that power advantage? And yet Fraser McConnell is somehow getting everything out of his car. They're getting less than everything out of theirs, maybe.
There could be a bit of that, yeah. Martinson takes the race win, 2:41.0. McConnell and Franks also go quicker than the fastest time of Tam from the previous race, and you can see clearly that the track's much drier than it was. Even on the loose, it's... Franks really took a lot of curb there in a bid to get up the inside. This is the Joker merge. We haven't seen as much action at the Joker merge here as we did last year. McConnell hasn't deliberately forced Franks off there because he's got a rotation in the car and the rear is pushed into the Peugeot on the outside.
And also he had two wheels on the curb on the inside to try and avoid the contact, because that's only going to slow him down, and all he wants to do is catch the leader.
So difficult in these conditions to stay on top of the car and try and push as hard as you can at those Joker merges.
Keeping the car where you want it to go in these conditions is not as easy as if it's dry. Philip Martinson, the winner then, from Fraser McConnell, and Victor Franks in third place.
So I wonder then if we can hear from Rainis Nettis. There he is. Hello, Rainis. I haven't spoken to you today, so it's been a bit calmer than yesterday. What do you make of that one?
Actually, it's really calm today. I gave all the previous heat papers to the lady to write the notes, and it was only one warning, so happy for that. But yeah, for me that was a racing incident, and then it was car rotation, and he could have made the corner without rungs being outside. So for me it was okay, and it's tough conditions, and also you can go maybe on slow drone video and see how it goes. It's just wrong place. Maybe it looked hard and clipped the Peugeot, but for me it was fine.
And for you, that's a big part of it, isn't it? That it's about whether you would have made the corner without making the contact. So if you would have made the corner with that trajectory and there wasn't another car there, that's important.
Yes, that was the main reason for that. Why it's racing incident, not penalty for someone.
Okay, thank you, Rainis. I guess you hope not to speak to us later, but we probably will.
Well, you can see how sunny it is now outside. Really, actually, there's even blue sky and everything overhead. That whopping great black cloud has disappeared. And so it is going to take a long while, though, for the track to really start to dry out, because we're dragging so much off the slimy loose. Oie Ericson on the right-hand side on pole position. Elias Svensson, Simon Olofsson, the bright blue. Then Eric Gordon and Ulrich Linnemann on the outside. Money's on Linnemann to take the lead into the first corner. Has a really good start.
Contact between Svensson on the outside, he runs wide and spins into the gravel. Linnemann maintains the lead. Oie Ericson second, Olofsson third. Svensson, I suspect, might be stuck from there. Maybe the four-wheel drive will drag him out. Linnemann gets wide at the hairpin. Oie Ericson goes with him. Olofsson too much understeer to even consider going into the Joker lap, but Linnemann again making the most of the conditions in turn one.
Yeah, really did a great job there. Oie Ericson all over the back of him now. Didn't have the greatest run down into that first right-hander, but he's now all over the race leader. So this is where the spotter now has to try and work some magic for the driver. Otherwise, Ollie is going to be held up by Ulrich Linnemann in front of him.
Something's happened to Eric Gordon, I think, in the background as well. Gordon's been into the Joker, but we just cannot see him in the back of the shot, so wonder if he's actually off somewhere. Linnemann with a lot of conviction there in the Polo, sideways through turn one. Oie Ericson fastest of all in Q2 by being in the first of the races before the torrential rain fell. And you can see how that worked out for the FC2s with 4 of them in this final race. of the session. Ericson into the joke. Olofsson chooses not to go. Ericson really needs to get out ahead of Olofsson if he's going to challenge Linneman, and indeed he does. Yeah, good jokering. So nice work from the spotter. And Olofsson, caught between a rock and a hard place. He still has to joker, so he has to hope that the other two, here they are, Gordon and Svensson, I beg your pardon, no it's not, we're looking again at Oie Ericson. He's got to hope that Gordon and Svensson are a long way further back, and they are absolutely hours back. So Svensson has got going, Gordon's also there or thereabouts. I think Gordon's just lost a bit of time on that opener, and Svensson, of course, was stuck in the gravel. Olofsson gets near that gravel on the outside. Olofsson had an enormous roll there last year, akin to that of Robert Vittels, but with much more damage. Linneman jokers this time around. Can Oie Ericson get up the inside? It's going to be very close indeed. Yeah, Linneman has a little bit more speed. Ericsson's parked it. Linneman over-rotated at the hairpin at the top of the hill there. It was really out wide, and that's what cost him that vital half a second. What a great job from Oie Ericson to park the car on the apex and not open the door up, because Linneman had so much momentum off the joker lap. He could easily have sunk it back up the inside. Oie Ericson going for the fastest time here, even though Philip Martinson had a really good run last time around. So time he's got to beat is a 2:41.0 across the line in just missed out. 2:41.69. Half a second in it. And there is the end of the road for Elias Svensson. Went off into the gravel and got really stuck in turn one. And coming across the line, Eric Gordon. So here's the drone shot of turn one. Svensson on the outside as they go side by side. And that might have been the tiniest nudge, but I think maybe just trying to breathe off the throttle for survival actually unsettled the back of the car. Watch him again. There was the tiniest nudge. And again, race director, I'm sure we'll look at that. And he's a driver, so he knows these things better than me, whether that was accidental, incidental, or cynical. I think all of this is going to result in Oie Ericson being the top qualifier, having been dumped out of the classification, basically, in Q1 with a penalty, down in 11th, fastest in Q2, and second fastest in Q3. I think is going to be enough. It's never over till it's over, is it? What did Linneman do there? Linneman was second, but Ericsson was 1 point behind in the intermediate classification coming into this, and will now have a 5-point advantage, 3-point advantage. There we go, you don't even have to do the maths. 2 points ahead of Ulrich Linneman. Philip Martinson, who's fastest in this round of qualifying, tied with Maiko Tam, and then Fraser McColl and Victor Franks tied on points. Matt Zman 1 ahead of Simon Olofsson and Casper Anson, with Eric Gordon just a point behind them. So, little moment or two for track preparation crews to try and do their best. Well, actually, Hal, it's going to be the change in the weather that is going to see the conditions changing, because it is now T-shirt weather again. It is now warm again. It's dry, at least if you're not sitting on the bank. But yeah, the track's only going to get quicker and quicker now. Unless it rains again, and there are some clouds about, so yeah, I'd be up for a little bit more changeable conditions. We're going to get our paperwork in order. We're going to watch some replays while we get ready for the semi-finals, which are coming up very soon indeed.
We are with Oie Ericson just before the semi-final. Oliver, after a slow morning, this afternoon looks to be quite brilliant. P2 in Q3, and now you are just leading the intermediate classification just before the real show of the day. What's your feeling about that?
Yeah, it's good. I was really unlucky yesterday with the drive shaft in the semi, so I think I got my luck back now with the rain there in Q2 that turned everything around for me. So yeah, I just got to use this opportunity right now.
How is the track right now? It was raining for Q2, now it's start to dry a bit, but it's still greasy. How do you feel on the track? Where are the trap here?
Yeah, it's crazy because like turn 1 and 2 is complete dry in the race line, the gravel. I think it's even dusty, but just outside of that, it's just pure mud. So yeah, try to stay out of that. And all the asphalt is like, yeah, you know, we drag all the mud onto it. When it's raining, you clean it, so it's like clean asphalt but with wet on it. Now it's just a mud show on the asphalt. So it's tricky, but there is a couple of good spots where grip is. So I just got to find those.
How it works with the FC2 on a greasy condition like that? It's more easier to drive than a proper supercar, or it's quite the same?
Yeah, you tell me. I mean, we were quick there, but also Martinsson in the supercar is really quick. So I guess it's kind of even. But yeah, we found something good there and try to build on that. And yeah, it worked great. I just sucked in the start, so I had to make it all up on track. So try to do that better.
Thank you very much, and so good luck for the finals.
Thank you. Ska vi säga något? Jo! Ja, bilen. Bilen, ja. Oh. Hej, hej. Hej.
Philip, not top qualifier, but winner of Q3, and it looks exactly the same scenario as yesterday, when you were a bit struggling at the beginning, and then Q3, boom, best time, and you bouncing back from P9 to P3 or P4, if I'm correct. Explain us the story of the day.
Yeah, I made a big mistake in Q1, but yesterday we had a puncture, so we just say now we have right tires, we don't have one more or less. So, but in Q2 the rain was coming and it was hard to drive, but in Q3 it was wet setup, and yeah, I feel comfortable in wet, so that's good.
Yesterday evening you were expecting the rain and saying like, it's going to be difficult, but looking at your Q3, there is nothing. You have nothing to lose now for the semi-final and final, no?
Yeah, we did a good test in Holies some weeks ago, and it was really wet. So that's what we bring to here. So that was good, really good. And now we see maybe it will be dry in the final. I think maybe.
Thank you very much, and good luck for the final.
Thank you.
And now let's go back to the grid for the semi-final and final.
All right, well, interesting chats from the drivers about how quickly the conditions are improving. Oie Ericson there saying that actually it's almost dusty online on the loose. Of course, offline is where you're going to have to make a lot of your time up and a lot of your positions, so that's going to be a whole different ball game. So first of our semi-finals then, Crosscar Junior. It's Ivari Manistu on pole position, the yellow colours, and a Pitu Matalamaki. Matalamaki in really good form here, that white and red car, number 214. Yeruhuka with the yellow flames on the front, and alongside Carl Schnack, white with a little bit of red, then William Ryler and Joanna Lilami on the outside of row 3 of our grid. So our 6 qualified to make it through. 2 semis for Crosscar Junior. It's a little bit of a hold. Might just be waiting for a tiny bit more track prep to be concluded.
I don't envy that marshal running to sort that banner out, wearing wellies and all those layers, because we're in that period after rain where the sun's beating down, everything's feels hot and humid.
Yeah, it does. And you can see, actually, look at the tarmac, just the bottom of the shot there. A few little damp patches, a few little puddles, but actually drying very quickly. And if the loose dries as well, one of the things, of course, about a clay strata is that the water runs off it quite quickly. It does get a very slimy top surface, but as soon as the tyres have started to cut into that and they're back down to a drier gravel clay mix, then we should actually see things really start to speed up. So first of our 2 semis. 6 cars in this. There are 5 going through into the second of our semis. 4 Crosscar Juniors. Okay, you can see that not too many have got the bucket and sponge out between the heats. There's an awful lot of muck still attached to these cars. Okay, here we go. We are ready to go. For half of these drivers, this will be the final run of the weekend. And again, nobody's moved. Or have they? Jumpstart showing that position 1 on the grid moved.
I don't think
so
Minister
either.
moved at all there, but could be wrong. There is half a barrier in our way, such as the nature of the first corner and where the camera 1 is positioned, camera 1 being the first camera on the circuit, and it's quite unusual, isn't it, in the layout to have that kink in the run to the first corner.
Yep. Right, they're all being given the thumbs up again. There was a quick conflab there in race control. I think the video showed no jump start. So Manisto and Matalamaki on the front row. This is theirs to win. Who goes through? Jens Hula. Huka maybe from row 2. He's had some good starts, has another decent start, but also Carl Schnack. Schnack on the inside, comes out of turn 1 in second place. Manistu trying to battle alongside, up the inside, over the jump, back up into second, but it's Matalamaki that leads them to the hairpin for the first time.
Great composure from Manisto as Yeruhuka gets on the inside of Schnack, and they both nudge into the rear of Manisto up front. Great composure though, as I say, because when you lose the start, sometimes you start to get a bit frustrated, but the composure there just to lift off a bit, cut back inside. Schnack's all over the back of Huka now, having been second at one point. Now down to 4th, now back up to 3rd. The racing is so close in junior Crosscar, but Huka's got the inside for the next left-hander, and it's so loose on the outside there just is no grip at all. And
they're giving each other plenty of space as well. They're all very well aware that these open wheels... Whoa!
But carries the momentum. It actually worked out for him, although he would never have intended to be that wide on the entry.
That's like a wet racing line. You just swing all the way around the outside to keep the momentum up, to minimise the amount of steering you're doing. So Matalamaki leads from Manisto. Here's the battle for 3rd. Huka ahead of Schnack. And Johanna Yilami jokered on lap 1. I don't know what happened to William Rajala.
Remember, top 3 go through from this into the final later on. The sun's beating down now, isn't it? And the remainder of the damp on the circuit will dry rapidly if it stays this hot, because even producer Peter in the studio is thinking about taking off his hoodie. I know he keeps it on, but it is very warm indeed.
Well, Mäntylä-Mäki under real pressure from Manisto. Schnack jokered as well on that lap, so that's the battle for third with Hukka.
Manisto's got great pace here, Martin, really piling the pressure onto Mäntylä-Mäki, who's been very competitive this season. Manisto had that wide moment in the super slippery Q3 earlier on. Now Wiper going absolutely flat out, getting covered in dirt. There's a really dry, clean line on the inside, and Manisto wide on the way in. He's going to open that up and get out of it okay.
Really helps you rotate the machine around there if you've got that wide entry, if you start to slide the tail on the way in. But he drops back down into third place. That early joker has worked.
Up the inside of Hukka, great move from Manisto, and on the basis that he was all over the back of race leader Mäntylä-Mäki, really needed to get that done on track to not lose too much time in the fight. I would argue that he didn't really lose any time at all, maybe a few tenths in getting past Hukka. He just needs Hukka not to clean him out by being braked too late at the bottom of the hill. But this is all about now what Mäntylä-Mäki can do against Manisto. I would expect Mäntylä-Mäki to joker this time around to try and cover off.
You would think so, wouldn't you? And he's certainly flying, but Manisto now not close behind Mäntylä-Mäki with better vision. He'll completely be blocking out Hukka in his mind, because Hukka still has to joker, and he will know that. So Mäntylä-Mäki did not joker, Hukka does though. So Hukka currently in third, but where's Schnack coming on our left, on the left, on the left, on the left? Here he comes, not quite enough. Good effort by Hukka.
That momentum you carry is now coming back into the favour of the driver in the Joe Club, who was so slippery for a while that it was too loose to make the most of it, wasn't it? But now you really get a good drive off the top of the hill, and it is a real hill there in the Joker, down the bank and back up onto the normal track.
Well, that was a good effort from Manisto. And actually Hukka did well not to fight Manisto when he came back on beside him, because that wasn't his battle. His battle was to stay third ahead of Schnack, which he's managed. So Mäntylä-Mäki onto the last lap. That's 2.9 seconds in front of Manisto. That's more than enough as long as he's clean.
And Mäntylä-Mäki will of course have that momentum off the Joker. It is an advantage to Joker second on that basis. Riding above the race leader and comfortably out in front, just needs to not run too deep. Nice rotation of the car. There's an absolutely clean line in the middle of the track there, but it's not more than a couple of cross cars width. So as we see the cars come in just a few races time, they'll be using more of that slippery surface.
And the other thing, of course, before the cross cars get into their finals, is they'll have all the cars clearing out that mud and clearing off that dirt and making it even cleaner and perhaps a dustier surface for them to run on. Well, Mäntylä-Mäki made that all his own, managed to in second, and that early joker worked for, hang on a minute, Hukka comes through.
Great job by Hukka. There was a lot of challenging for position. Schnack will be disappointed not to make it through, having been second after turn one.
And in the end, William Rajala didn't get off the line. So we saw Johanna Yililami, but at the start, on the back row, car number 60 fails to proceed. So that was the end of any opportunity for William Rajala, but Risto Mäntylä-Mäki putting himself in front. Peter Mäntylä-Mäki, beg your pardon. And the rejoin off the joker. This was the key moment, actually, both for Manisto and for Hukka. If Hukka had made a fight of this, then he would very likely have lost third place. So plenty of respect, plenty of room given to each other. In the end, worked out really well for Jiri Hukka. And he came across the line in third. So the top three, Pitu Mäntylä-Mäki, Ivaro Manisto, and Jiri Hukka will all progress. Carl Schnack, Johanna other than cheering on their friends and compatriots and teammates and rivals. Because although they are rivals on track, I've seen a lot of the drivers hanging out and chatting together and messing around in between heats and after the action's done. So Peter Pira, car number 16, Carl Svedland, the black machine, has been electrifying off the starts. Sebastian Isaac-Setra from Menia Perämäki, 186, and Jonas Nilsson on the back row of the grid. Another good start from Svedland. Level with Peter Pira, but with the inside line. Really good start from 5th. Blown by a half spin for Nilsson.
Nilsson drops it in the first corner. Svedland made a great start. Been a bit of an up and down weekend for Carl Svedland, but doing well out front at the moment. Runs that bit wide, but can carry the momentum down the hill. P2 Pira and Svedland are going to fight for this title to the bitter end in Germany in August, I'm sure of that. And at the moment it's Svedland who made the best start, and he's just that little bit further in front than Pira would like him to be. Oh, but Pira gets a good drive out of the second hairpin alongside, but as we saw before, this time around, Svedland gets caught to the outside, onto the slippery stuff there, side by side, bit of contact. So much respect between these two. Pira gets the move done. I actually thought that he wasn't going to make it around the outside, Martin, because it's loose out there, but it's drying so quickly there is more and more and more grip.
Yeah, it looks like that was exactly what happened, that offline was grippier than online. So Peter Pira, really big move to take the lead from Carl Svedland. Sebastian Isaac-Setra is in 3rd, and Joker that lap for Menia Perämäki did her Joker very early. How's that going to work out for her? Well, she's stuck behind Nilsson at the moment, trying to get by, but Peter Pira not really escaping from Carl Svedland. And this might come down to when each of them decides to joker. So who's going to go first? You don't want to give up track position if you're the leader. You want to just stay out, have the best view, and just try and capitalise and build an advantage.
You also want to joker late, don't you, to carry that momentum at the merge rather than being the driver on the inside that's trying to defend. So you're right, at this track and in this scenario, you do stay out, but Svedland's coming under pressure.
Yeah, he made a mistake there. You could really hear him, missed a gear or something, you could really hear him on the limiter.
Isaac-Setra runs wide though in the first corner. Yeah. That's given Svedland, who has a moment over the jump, a tiny bit of breathing space.
Isaac-Setra trying to close him down again.
Isaac-Setra jokers this time around. How far back was Nilsson? Yeah, he was some 5 seconds off the back of Isaac-Setra. So Isaac-Setra is going to come out cleanly in 3rd, and now the Norwegian will just want to get the hammer down and try and close the gap to Svedland, knowing that he's already through to the final. He would dearly like to be a row higher on the grid.
And Perämäki's early joker has not worked for her. She was stuck behind Nilsson. Now he jokers, and she's freed up. But Isaac-Setra jokering then takes pressure off Peter Pira, because now there's a big margin behind Svedland, so he's not going to be under pressure from Isaac-Setra. So he needs to make sure that he can build that advantage over this machine of Carl Svedland.
Sideways over the jump for Carl Svedland, the rear of the car bucking around. There is Isaac-Setra trying to close the gap. It was 3.5 last time around, so on that basis he's going to be absolutely nowhere near.
Well, they both joker this lap. Pira and Svedland follows, and that was to make sure that Isaac-Setra wasn't close enough to challenge, and that's pretty sensible thinking, I think, from Svedland. Don't risk losing second place. You're not going to catch the leader. You're going to have to try and make sure you maintain the pressure on Peter Pira and see if you can force the Finn somehow into a mistake. But Svedland with Isaac-Setra a safe enough distance behind not to really prey on your mind too much.
No, comfortable margin between all of them, and the conditions that much more easy now. Look at how dry it is on the loose. Okay, if you get wide here at the hairpin, you're going to struggle, but you just need to keep it on that nice clean bit in the middle of the track, and the mistakes that we saw earlier on in the wetter of the conditions are not going to be as frequent. Really, from our point of view, Martin, I would like to see it rain again, because it's not going to dry up quick enough to make the whole width of the track dry. So from a racing point of view, you want the conditions to be quite broad, don't you? And at the moment, there's a narrow, clean line.
But it is very clean as well, and that enhances the difference if you're online compared to somebody trying to get by you offline, and that particularly for the Joker rejoin. Well, Peter Pirra made that look very straightforward, technically well judged, held his nerve into the first corner and runs away to the flag. Carl Svedlund and Sebastian Isaac-Setra will also go through, but P2 Matalamaki was quicker. No, he wasn't. 4:55.1, 4:47.2 for Peter Pirra.
They had a big fight in the previous one relative to this, and the conditions are drying so much, making a big difference.
Dramatic. Not an awful lot of wind, little tiny bit of breeze, but it is the effect of the sun. And Svedlund took the lead into the first corner.
Shame for Nielsen to lose out in the first corner, got that little bit sideways. And this was the move where P2 Pirra, if P2 Pirra wins the championship, it's with moves like that got it done, because really there wasn't the grip there just a few minutes earlier, and managed to hang it around the outside. Such a wonderful feeling for the grip that's underneath you, allows you to do that, and yeah,
just gave
critical.
Just gave it the big go, didn't he? Really just, stuck to it, and in the end, the grip favoured him.
That's the equivalent of Lando Norris going around the outside of Max Verstappen in terms of a title fight, and it's those moments that are not only critical in terms of points, but psychologically as well when you're passing your biggest rivals.
Yeah, absolutely, and doing it without having to resort to jokers or anything else. So Peter Pirra on top of the pile, Carl Svedlund and Sebastian Isaac-Setra also go through, and that sets up a really tantalising prospect for the Crosscar Junior final. 6 top drivers going through. So for Crosscar, now 2 semis for Crosscar today. And it is Thomas Erik Mørstad on pole position, the Norwegian with the blue and red, and then the bright red car of Joni-Pekka Räilä. Martin Juga with the Dayglow yellow highlights, and then the all-green car of Lucas Oraf, car number 70. Vettel on row 3, a little bit disappointing run through qualifying heats, and Kalle Gottesson, the Bumblebee striped car on the back row with him. Nice clean start from the whole field. Good start from Vettel from row 3. He's already got ahead of Juga, and Kalle Gottesson has made a good start as well, up to 4th.
Gottesson all over the back of Oraf, that is, you're right, as Räilä's all over the back of East Mørstad. I thought Räilä had made a slow initial launch, but clearly just got a lot of traction, and it was close against the fence, wasn't it, between those two? East Mørstad has the advantage at the moment. Goffson climbs a position as Oraf goes into the Joker for the first time of asking.
Yeah, Oraf Joker's early. Now, that really didn't work in the first of our semis. Let's see if it works here. No, he comes out just in front of Vettel actually, but behind Juga, so he needs Juga to keep the pace up.
Tree Joker as well in the background, the 2 green cars. So,
yep.
If I was in Oraf's position, I would have stayed out. But where this differs to yesterday, when we had 3 semi-finals in Crosscar, is that there isn't such a great pace disparity between the front and the back. When you have the 3 semi-finals, you get some drivers that qualified 18th with drivers that qualified 2nd or 3rd, and that's a big difference. Whereas when it's only the 2, there's a lot of similarity in the pace, and you can risk jokering earlier because you're unlikely to get held up. But inevitably, when you're at the back of the train, it's hard. And Goffson jokers this time around, Oraf really hard on the throttle.
Needed Juga to joker on that lap, really, but he still comes out ahead of Gottesson. However, it is about getting ahead of Juga and getting 3rd place. Yes, Juga has to joker, and then that only gives you 3rd place. That only puts you on the back row.
But he's there, isn't he? And Juga still has to joker, so a place in the final all but secure if you can stay on the back of these trio ahead. But really, you want to be as far up the grid as you can be, don't you? And yeah, it's 2nd or 1st you're really after.
Mørstad and Rangela are 1-2, and there's Vettel at the tail of the field.
Tree just struggled a bit more today. Was fast yesterday, wasn't he, the Norwegian? But first year with a proper team in Crosscar, and I think has made a massive step up this season. But when the conditions are really tough and you have to dig deep and draw on your experience, it's sometimes that bit tougher. And we've seen through almost every class, it's experienced drivers that come out on top when it's at its most challenging.
Well, there's Orav still in 4th place. Lucas Orav, Martin Juga ahead of him with the bright yellow colours, still needs to joker. So midway through, Kalle Godson, Vetteltree battling for 5th place, and Thomas Ingmundstad nearly a joker ahead of Jari-Pekka Raila in 2nd place.
Championship leader Juga with the fastest lap of the race so far, and a 49.9. The lap times are really tumbling now, the track's drying out.
Right, and he jokers as he caught Raila, and he went in with Raila, and they are both going to lose out. No, Raila just ahead of Juga, but he doesn't have the momentum, drifted out onto the loose.
Exactly.
Ahead of Orav, rather.
What Orav needed was to have a little mistake there from Finnish driver Raila, but Juga loses out badly between them. Of course, you need the points, but you need the place in the final just as much. Juga really pressing the back of Raila at the moment. Yuga's the fastest driver on track, but it just hasn't worked out for him in the joker strategy.
No, and he needs to really push it. He's under pressure from Gottesson behind as well. Gottesson's got by. So this is really bad news for Juga. Not only is he not going to make the final, but he's being pushed down to 5th place as well. Gottesson had a real run on the inside down into turn 2.
Juga would just wonder, as Thomas Ingmundstad jokers up front, under absolutely not troubled at all, but Juga, the only driver to drop below the 52nd lap times, and down in 5th, will be so frustrated with this result.
Yeah, all the speed and just not getting the brakes in traffic, and not getting the right joker decision either. So Thomas Ingmundstad from Lucas Orav, and it's going to be a comfortable margin of victory.
The only saving grace as Mustad crosses the line ahead of Orav and Raila, as Juga does get a position back on the line over Gottesson, but Juga came into today leading the championship ahead of teammate Robert Cerner, but Vetteltree was actually 3rd in the points and the next closest to challenge, and Tree's had a bit of a shocker by his own high standards of 2025 as well, so at least Juga not making it through is slightly softened by the fact that Tree is also not making it to the final today.
Yeah, if you're having a bad day, you want your rivals to have a bad day as well, don't you?
Orav, though, 5th in the points, having a solid day, and will be climbing up the order. A lot of standing water there offline, isn't there? But where the cars are running into the first corner, nice and dry
Great
now.
start from Raila in the red machine, but then Mustad rather got in front of him and drove away. And Raila maybe left it a little long to joker. Good strategy from Lucas Orav and his spotter. They took their joker on the 1st lap and got stuck behind Juga, but then Juga was producing plenty of pace. And in the end, although Juga doesn't go through, Orav did. So Thomas Ingmundstad, Lucas Orav and Jari-Pekka Raila go through. Martin Juga, Kalle Gottesson and Vetteltree miss out on the final. So first of what today are 2 semi-finals, with Jonathan Ielilami, car number 150, and Romit Siena with the bright yellow highlights. Then the blue is Espen Isaksetra ahead of Oliver Jensen, Eric Nielsen and Nicholas Jensen. Revs rise to an absolute crescendo. Not the greatest start from Siena. He's swamped, he's down to 5th. And into the first corner, Jonathan Ielilami leads from Espen Isaksetra. Eric Nielsen into 3rd.
Absolute disaster for Cerner, Martin Ugar's teammate. This is not working for Pace Motorsport at the moment at all. That's one of the Jensens into the joker for the first time of asking, and as I say that, it opens up for Cerner on the inside.
Big mistake by Eric Nielsen. Nielsen drops all the way to last because that was Nicholas Jensen, I think, who came off the joker lap. Now right behind Oliver Jensen, and Siena has moved up into 3rd. What a change there from the hairpin.
At least the 2 Jensens perhaps can have some collaboration there. If one of them knows they're not going to make it through, can make it a little easier for the other to get by and challenge for a top 3 position. But Jonathan Ielilami, who seemed to struggle a bit in qualifying earlier on, having won yesterday's round, is now absolutely flying at the front of the order. Over a second margin at the end of the opening lap. Now we're seeing some big air off the jump. Now the conditions have dried out a bit. Cerner desperately needs to get through to the final to challenge at the front of the order in the championship.
There's the other Jensen joker. So it was Oliver that jokered first. Nicholas now jokers, comes out behind Oliver, but it is still 4th and 5th ahead of Erik Nielsen. So still Jonathan Yililami, Espen Isak Setra, and Robert Sierna. That's your top 3. And there's Nicholas Jensen. So Sierna drifting through this long triple apex right-hander, or double apex right-hander, really.
Yililami's flying now. Just bettered the best lap of Thomas Merstad in the previous semi-final.
Wow.
Clearly the conditions improving a bit all the time, but also Yililami feeling much more comfortable in the car, clearly, when it's this dry.
Yeah. Much more like yesterday's conditions. That's not hurting. Isak Setra jokers, drops behind Sierna. Sierna still needs to do the joker. There'll be 2 laps at the end of this, so we're midway through.
Bone dry there in the middle of the lap, isn't it? Cerner with all the wheel spin out of the second of their hairpins. Not looking fully committed, is he, Robert Cerner, who claimed his maiden victory in Finland a few weeks ago. Sideways, that's going to allow Isak Setra to close on the back of the TN11.
Deceptive there, isn't it? Because although he ran out wide, he was keeping the momentum up, so Isak Setra couldn't get his nose fully down the inside. He knew the door was going to close, didn't go there.
I think Yililami ought to joker this time around just to cover off. He doesn't. Goes again, does the fin, as does Cerner. But Cerner is going to end up in no man's land here because Isak Setra's all over the back of the Estonian driver, and Jensen's loitering in the background as well. So when Cerner does indeed joker, I think he's probably going to drop to 4th unless he can get a bit more of a margin on this penultimate lap.
And Yililami might actually be under pressure from Isak Setra as well, and that's one of the Jensens off, and that is Nicholas Jensen.
Cerner sideways at the bottom of the hill. Isak Setra looks to the inside. Isak Setra's in that difficult position where he knows he doesn't need to pass, but at the same time you don't want to hemorrhage too much time and risk falling into the clutch of the drivers behind. Only one more corner to concern yourself with that though, because Cerner in the yellow machine will joker this time around. Jensen gets to the inside of Isak Setra, and that could really help in the fight to get through to the final. Let's have a look at the battle in the background. Jensen is
going to come through into second. What a remarkable last lap for Jensen. He's second.
Cerner's dropped it. He was side by side with Isak Setra at the joker merge.
Wow, that pass by Jensen, what a big move that was.
I thought maybe that would be what got Cerner into the final if it cost Isak Setra enough time, but Cerner just dropped on the outside and it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I thought Yililami might have been in trouble jokering that late. The margin wasn't huge, but in the end he takes the victory, and Oliver Jensen second, Espen Isak Setra in third. Slightly downbeat Robert Sierna across the line ahead of Erik Nielsen and Nicholas Jensen. Now then, who was he pointing at? That car that went by was out of shot. Was that his brother? Has he been listening to the commentary and heard that his brother's gone through?
He's taken the radio out of the car and he's not happy at all.
But it looked less accusatorial, a little bit more celebratory with arms in the air. And
I think...
was that Oliver just going by him? Did he just see his brother? Because they were 4th and 5th.
I don't know, the glove removal was of someone frustrated, but I could be wrong.
Nice classic Casio he's got on there.
Yeah.
Proper old school. Producer Pete's gone dessert, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice work if you can get it. Well, great start from Jonathan Yililami. And at that stage, Espen Isak Setra looked absolutely nailed on for second place. The 2 white Jensen machines were battling with Erik Nielsen and Robert Cerner. Nielsen spun early on. There in the background, on his own, Nicholas Jensen goes off.
So it must be celebratory, you were absolutely right.
It didn't look like somebody who was angry. I couldn't see who the car going by was, but it just felt like not anger. And you don't normally punch the air, you normally you know, gesticulate with fingers and stuff like that. He did have pointy fingers in the air rather than second digits.
I just got gesticulated at as well when I asked where my dessert was, but
yeah.
There we are.
It's coming in 1 minute?
Something like that,
yeah. I think so. Okay, good stuff. Excellent. Well, there you go. There is Niklas Jensen, but Oliver Jensen coming through in second place. What a final lap he had. Excellent stuff from Oliver Jensen to get ahead of Espen Isaac Secher and Romit Sirna in a really close battle with Isaac Secher after that Joker rejoin, and just couldn't hold it as he got onto the mucky stuff on the outside. So there you go, your 2 semis are done in Crosscar. And we now have our finalists. Well, there you go. That was Yili Lamy going by. Again, yeah, I'm not saying that's an angry man. I'm saying that's a well done, buddy. Okay, now then, what we need is a little bit of a track hold, so we might need to go upstairs to our race director, who hasn't got pudding, because crumble has arrived.
Well, I realised it was apple crumble, and that is not something anyone can wait for, as it's the best dessert of all time.
And because we're in Sweden, actually, I can't smell apple or crumble. All I can smell is the amount of cinnamon in it. Well, the good news is it's not going to get any colder. Even if it has to wait until after everything is finished.
Actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Well, in that case, it is going to get colder. However, moving on. No time for dessert. You can eat your pudding when you're dead, or some such Beastie Boys nonsense. As we move into open 2-wheel drive. So, again, top 3 go through. Lucas Gabrielsen in the Starlet on the right of the front row. Victor Johansson in the white-nosed Mercedes alongside. Then Ossian Stenval, who's on the wrong side of the grid because he's supposed to be gridded up 3rd with Linus Westman 4th, but Westman isn't there either way. Stenval should still be on the right-hand side grid spot. And then Frederick Tiger and John Nee on the back row. Tiger with the orange and black, and John Nee with the blue and black bonnet BMW. All sorts of social media selfies going on here with apple crumble. So we're not expecting Linus Westman, because he didn't actually make it through into the last Q3 race either, did he?
We sent Nicolas Dubinard, our French inspector, to find out what happened to Westman, and there was no one at the awning. That the rival teams didn't know either, so it's presumably he had some sort of technical failure after the race, because he was going perfectly well, wasn't he, in Q2?
But he wasn't asking the right questions. When you send a French inspector, he says, "Is this your minky?"
I suspect that reference is lost on the majority of the viewers.
Ask your father. Okay. So we are having a slight... Is there the suspicion that he might turn up? It doesn't actively look like we're expecting anybody. Yeah, the issue here is what I have spotted, which Ossian Stenval has put the Mark III Escort in the wrong grid spot. So he should have been to the left as the drivers see it, which of course makes it a slightly tighter run through the left-hand kink, turn 1. And so he was not sure if he was confused or just chose the grid spot he wanted. Either way, come on, that's it. It's like being parked on a ferry, isn't it, or on the Eurotunnel. So Ossian Stenval now completes the grid. We have a Finn on pole and 4 Swedes surrounding him, ganging up on him. Lucas Gabrielsen on pole in the little Starlet, Victor Johansson, and watch for the launch of the Starlet. Front wheels pouring in the air like it's MotoGP. Too much wheel spin though for the Starlet. Looks like a good start for Victor Johansson, and Gabrielsen was all over the curbs as well. Johansson controls the entry into turn 1. doesn't visit the gravel trap this time. Oie Ericson third, Frederick Tiger at the back as Johnny makes a decent start in the blue and black BMW. But Victor Johansson might have the opportunity to turn his weekend around a little bit here if he can control the pace nicely.
Victor Johansson's big Mercedes had all the conviction of someone who really, really wants to win at home this afternoon. Wide there for Tiger it is, isn't it, as Johnny has taken the joker. Big pressure for race leader Hansen from Lucas Gabrielsen, who looked to the inside on the exit of the first corner to try and repeat what he did earlier. But as you said, Martin, Johansson just able to keep it on the grid, runs that bit wide. The car's so long that he sits the rear wheels into the dirt. Gabrielsen on the rear of the Mercedes coming up the hill.
Yeah, the Starlet looks like it's the quickest car in this semi.
That hybrid helps so much for Johansson coming out of those slow corners. It's really difficult to get anywhere near alongside him coming up the hill, but Gabrielsen is really applying on the pressure.
Yeah, Ossian Stenval in third place. There he is in the Escort. Yeah, Gabrielsen looks like he's desperate to get by, but there wasn't enough of a gap back to Stenval and particularly Johnny to joker that lap, so they're going to have to go another one. I think Gabrielsen probably fancies his chances of getting this done on track as much as anything else.
Wily old Foxo, Victor Johansson been at this game a long time, even if the Mercedes is relatively new to him. Sideways out of the tarmac corner, he can defend the inside here, knowing that he'll get good drive out of the final corner. Gabrielsen's going to look to the inside. Johansson's got him covered.
And again, as that hybrid power just boosts him away, he extends the lead down across the line, back down into turn 2.
Much more of a margin this time around coming through the first corner, gives him a little bit of breathing space. That just allows you to use the line you want rather than defending all the time. There's great respect from these two as well. You can see that clearly, can't you? A little niggle in the rear for Gabrielsen, who jokers this time around. Stenval jokers as well, so there's absolutely no risk of Gabrielsen falling behind Stenval, and this is all about a big old push lap now from the little Starlet to try and catch the big Mercedes.
And again, not coming up behind the Mercedes in the slower corners means that he should have better low speed than he did when he was stuck behind Johansson. So it is that opportunity. He's given himself possibly 2 clear laps to try and cover that off. Johansson, does he need to joker this lap to try and really take the fight to Gabrielsen?
I think he will joker.
I think he's going to have to, isn't he?
Victor's wife is on the radio and she'll be giving him the gaps, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 2.2 seconds the margin. Gabrielsen hard on the curb on the inside, pitches the car on 2 wheels. Johansson is joking this time around. Of course, he'll have the momentum off the extra route, but Gabrielsen's there already.
He was slow onto the joker, wasn't it? It looked like an uncomfortable entrance onto the joker lap, so Gabrielsen had that advantage, had the speed, knew he needed to use it.
He's a gent as well, Victor Johansson, and bailed out of the throttle so we didn't ram the Starlet in the rear at the merge. They race very cleanly, these two, despite how robust it can be in the first corner.
So Gabrielsen from Johansson, Stenval jokered that lap as well, and Victor Johansson is going to see the back of the Starlet pretty much all the way to the line now.
Be difficult for Victor as well from the second row of the grid in the final. It's never over, is it? But when Gabrielsen's got such great pace in these conditions, it's tough to see if Gabrielsen can get off the line well later on today. Anyone challenging him from row 2.
Mind you, he didn't make the greatest start that time, and again, it's that where you're bouncing over the curb in the little zero kink, because although being referring to it as turn 1 off the start, actually you only ever use it off the start, so turn 1 is still the big loose right-hander. And onto the last lap, dropping down the hill, and again freewheeling over the curbs. In the end, the car that I would have put your shirt on to win it, Lucas Gabrielsen does do so from Victor Johansson. Ossian Stenval makes it through into the final as well. Johnny was 4th ahead of Frederick Tiger, and Linus Westman didn't make it into the semi after not going into Q3 either, unfortunately. So whatever was ailing his BMW never stopped ailing it. And despite the bellowing V8 in the Volvo S40, Frederick Tiger probably needs more time in that car, particularly as conditions have changed. One thing, if it had been as dry as yesterday and relatively the same, But as Johnny proving there, just even one tyre's width off the racing line suddenly puts you onto all sorts of loose territory from which there's not much to recover. And again, Lucas Gabrielson, the astonishing compliance of the suspension on that starlet just gives him grip everywhere, even over the big curbs here. He doesn't really seem to unsettle the car too much. So Lucas Gabrielson, Victor Johansson and Ossian Stenval go through, and Johnny and Frederick Tiger will join the rest of the fans watching trackside. We get into our second semi, and so with the Lexus on pole position, Simon Tiger alongside Adam Oman in the orange BMW. Should really have Warstein livery, that, shouldn't it? And then Joni-Pekka Räihälä. Did Räihälä, remind me, go through into the final in Crosscars?
Yes, I believe he did.
He did, didn't he? And then Thomas Oman in the equally red, but not very BMW looking from the front BMW. And then Peter Jensen's Volvo 240 and Emil Hammer in the Skoda, starting on row 3 as they did in yesterday's semi. So neither of them got through to the final yesterday. Revs rise, and away we go. Very good start from Lexus, good start as well from Thomas Oman in the BMW. Gets in front of Simon Tiger, so it's Adam Oman who leads, and it is Thomas Oman in second place, Simon Tiger third, and then in the Escort Estate, Joni-Pekka Räihälä in fourth spot.
Bit of contact between the two Omans as they got rotated around the front of Tiger, who just doesn't have the pace today. Got a new wastegate on his engine for this weekend, or a different wastegate, because they've been struggling really with the engine concept so far this year, but it's not really working for him. I suspect he'll go better in the drier conditions, but clearly of the trio of local heroes at the front of the order, doesn't have the advantage at the moment.
Right behind them, the Escort Estate, Joni-Pekka Räihälä, the Finn. So we've got 3 Swedes ahead of a Finn and 2 Danes.
The Swedes with all the local knowledge, all living very close to this circuit up here at the moment, doing a great job in the Lexus. I love seeing different marks in this category. It's a total lottery, really, isn't it? And a Lexus is not something you would choose in your all-time list of things to run in open two-wheel drive, is it? But it's all based on the wheelbase mainly, and what they think is going to work as a chassis concept. Tiger Jokers this time around.
Yeah, and it's basically just a body shell. I mean, the rest of it doesn't have to be even remotely related to a Lexus. You can run a BMW V8 or a Ford V6 or a Mazda rotary, whatever you want to.
And there's so little of the OEM shell left in it anyway, with a massive tunnel and a load of fabrication, that it also doesn't, at that stage, it doesn't really matter. You're probably using door hinges, door handles as standard parts. They're all composite panels. There's not really much Lexus left in that thing. And yeah, and people do stuff to be different as well, don't they? It'd be boring if everyone ran BMW M3s, so I love seeing the variety.
Absolutely. So, where are we? Well, the top 3 have yet to joker. Simon Tiger, then, could well be painting himself into the final, despite all the issues he's been having with that Mazda rotary engine, with the turbo. Jokering now goes Räihälä in the Ford Escort, so Tiger will come out in front, and the real question now is potentially over Thomas Oman, the second of the red cars, because at the moment doesn't look like he's got anything enough like a margin to stay ahead of Tiger, definitely, and maybe even of Räihälä's Escort.
Yeah, in a bit of no man's land, Owen, you're right. Tiger's done a great job here, actually, having been third at this distance earlier on, to get the hammer down. Loses a lot of ground there out of the final corner relative to the 2 ahead. Thomas Oman has done the fastest lap of the race so far, so clearly getting the hurry up from both his view in the mirror and from his spotter to say, you need to get on with this because you're being closed in on.
Well, Adam doesn't joker this lap, but Thomas needs to, but this is going to be really close. I'm not sure he's going to be ahead. No, he's not. He's going to drop to 4th place.
I'd have stayed out, Martin, with it being so close. You want these two behind to have fallen over each other a bit, or try and get another push lap in, especially having done the fastest lap of the race. You've proved you can do it. Do it again and try and increase the margin, and now you're totally out of it, barring any sort of mistake for the other two.
Yeah, absolutely, and he yeah, the spot in you. Oh, and there's the mistake he was hoping for. Tiger slides off wide, and suddenly Oman's back into the final. That's exactly what he needed to happen, but you can't bet on that.
What's the opposite of a commentator's curse? Because I just lucked him back in there, didn't I? Unintentionally, of course. Very unusual to see Tiger make such a mistake. I think he's clearly struggling with the BMW in a way we haven't really seen in previous seasons, but this year is just not working out at all for Simon Tiger, who looks to the inside of Oman. No way through.
No, and Radulan not quite close enough there to Adam Oman, so Oman left it to the last lap to Joker. That was his only option, really, and then somehow hoped that maybe Thomas would have been still holding everybody up behind him, but he still had the gap over Joni-Pekka Raila and Thomas Oman in third place. Simon Tiger will be hopefully not kicking the door of the BMW, but kicking himself certainly after that. Drifted out wide, ran up the bank, gave away a spot in the final. Very disappointing. I wonder whether that was just, maybe he's got a bit of a light switch delivery problem. If their change of wastegate isn't really helping, he may end up with sort of no boost, no boost. Whoa, there it all is, kind of power delivery. Away from the start, the orange BMW made a decent start, but around the outside, that's where the ground was made by the BMW Thomas Oman. He didn't quite get ahead of Adam's Lexus, but they were still 1-2 into the first corner. And that stage, Simon Tiger definitely angling to try and get by for second place. When he jokered, he still had work to do, but then drifting out wide, gave away second, gave away third. Thomas Oman was not to be denied. In fact, he was very close to Joni-Pekka Raila right at the line as well. Well, there is the Oman family. Not sure if that's the family bouncy castle. We've got 3 or 4 bouncy castles actually here to keep the kids occupied. And I would say probably a good third of the paddock is under the age of 10, and half of them are probably still school age. So there's a massive, massive family involvement here. Yes, through to the final. And when we say local, what would it take us? 20 minutes to walk to Matt's house?
To walk, yeah.
25 minutes maybe to walk?
It's a 5-minute drive,
yeah,
isn't it?
Literally. Yeah, absolutely. That's about as local as you get, apart from living at the track. They spend half their time living at the track. So into Supercar Lights. Lucas Anderson, blue and silver on pole from Julien Meunier with the white and beige. Then Mads Larsson and Robin Norlander, and the black and orange car of Pontus Oskarsson. So where we go, Lucas Anderson undoing all his hard work in Q3. Meunier on the inside, little contact, doors open. That's going to be annoying, but not much else.
Anderson did a great job, Martin, to hold on around the outside there. Meunier was really alongside, but Anderson just held on in the grip.
Pontus Oskarsson just shot off again, as he did in Q3. So has he still got braking issues with that car? Because that looked very much like a driver whose car was not stopping for him.
Could well do. I think it would have been close there with Norlander and Oskarsson at the Joker merge. We don't quite see that. We're looking at the door of Meunier. Now, Meunier just left the tent behind us very, very late indeed to get down to the pre-grid. So I wonder if they had a problem with the car that they were trying to solve. That door, as you say, will be annoying, but won't really slow him down. If anything, it's a bit of a distraction, but you'll try and put that out of your mind. Lucas Anderson, though, with a stellar first lap, 1.1 seconds ahead on the opening tour.
Got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he? And Mads Larsson in third place. I mean, nobody's going to penalise Meunier for a movable aerodynamic device. Everybody knows exactly what's going on there. But Larsson needs to find something again. Loads and loads of understeer.
Larsson's been one of the revelations of this season. Someone's got a puncture. You can hear it in the Trackside microphones. I don't know. I think it might be Meunier, Martin. Can't quite see on the monitors. Let's have a look at the... Yeah, it is Meunier. He's off on the left-hand side.
Good shout. So, opportunity for Larsson and for Norlander.
He was sideways on the opening lap, Meunier, and then...
yeah, it's a left rear, isn't it? So, is it Alexia the contact? Did it knock the valve off? Anderson racing away with this.
How far back is Norlander from this pair, who was joking in the background? There is Larsen, who
probably was about 10 seconds back, but
if Anderson, sorry, is in the Joker and going to come out cleanly ahead with Meunier still to take his extra route. I think it's left rear, as you say, Martin, but you can hear it, or at least I can hear it on the trackside microphone.
Definitely.
Oscarson's off again.
Yep.
But we need to be looking at Meunier, who is super sideways. It's on the other side where I think the tyre is punctured.
Yeah, when he turns right, you just hear the metallic clattering. That's the rim.
Larsen's off in the background. He puts the car on its side. What a wasted opportunity for the young Dane, and that has given
Norlander is going to go through.
Meunier a real break as well, but what's happening to Lucas Anderson up front? Because Meunier, we think, has got something going on, or where is this puncture?
No. But he was turning right.
Oh, it's a red flag. Red flag, I guess. Yeah, there it is. We haven't seen it, but Anderson clearly didn't have something going on, but had responded to the red flag. Larsen out of the car. What a shame for him, because as I was saying during the race, he's been one of the stars of this season. Stepping up to Supercar Lights for the first time. They're going to push that car back down onto its wheels. That's never the nicest thing in the world to see.
Not easy either.
You put a lot of load through the suspension on the side like that, but yeah, it's okay.
No worse than landing off the jump, is it?
Well, it landed in the gravel as well for the most part, which is all right. There's Pontus Oscarsson, so I guess they're going to recover these cars.
Yeah, Pontus Oscarsson, if he hadn't had bad luck, he would have had no luck at all. Especially today, it's been a shocker.
Yeah, I guess they're going to scoop all these cars up before the restart. I wonder if...
So we will rerun the whole heat. We only had 2 laps in the books, so we hadn't reached half distance.
But yeah, you could call a result on that, because with Larsen on his side and Oscarsson retired, then you could call it a result based on the order. And I actually don't think the order is going to change that much.
Yeah. So there's contact here. Yeah, tiniest contact between Anderson on the outside and Meunier.
So I still haven't seen that. Meunier was wildly sideways, but I still haven't seen the puncture. And
is it just soft? I mean, the tyre hadn't come off the rim, but
I wonder if it's Norlander that had the puncture in the background, because he's really far behind.
Now maybe.
And we were just hearing it through, because we're hearing it through our trackside microphones as much as through the broadcast. There's Larsen, just drops on the brakes in that slightly slippery part of the track, and then you're just a passenger. It actually picked up speed, didn't it? Like going off on the grass in a circuit car.
Yep.
And I thought Anderson had an issue, but clearly that was just him responding to the red flags, as he ought to have done.
That's tough for Mads Larsen, isn't it?
Shame, yeah, guaranteed final place there. And
actually, that was really shaping up to be a cracking semi as well. But we will only have 3 cars going to the grid. Of course, so they all know that they are going to go through if they finish, but...
You could call a result on that if you were tight on time. There's the other semi-final for Supercar Lights waiting in the background. How are we for time?
4:30, exactly on the money, actually.
So there's no front puncture there for... There's one of the OMSC mechanics. I think Reiners Nittys, the race director, would allow them to change the tyre based on safety. Great camera shot. There's no puncture there. So we're hearing a puncture for someone else. It must be Norlander, who we're yet to see, the red and white machine. There's Anderson, who was leading. There's Norlander coming into pre-grid, pointing the wrong way. So I wonder if he's been back. There's a wheel. There's a wheel in the background. Norlander's in the red car. You can see between the mechanic's legs at the back of the pre-grid. And there's the puncture. It was Norlander. So Meunier was just wildly sideways everywhere. Rather, maybe he's running out of tyres. And at this stage of the weekend on a double header, you could well be using your non-optimum tyres to save your best rubber for the final. So, but that was what we were hearing on our trackside mics, was that the puncture for Norlander, and that's given him a real opportunity now, if Meunier is struggling, to be second rather than not making the final at all. So the only person this has really benefited is Norlander. Anderson will be a little bit frustrated that he's got to do all that again, having done the hard work. And Meunier will be like, well, if I'm struggling for grip, I don't want to have to do it all again.
No.
there's something terribly wrong with Pontus Oskarsson's car.
Has he got a right rear puncture as well? Has he got 2 flats? He's got 2 flat tyres. Both back tyres.
He's had a shocking weekend, hasn't he, after all the effort to get here?
The left rear is definitely flat, and the car's level. I think the right rear is flat as well. He's had 2 punctures. Now, whether that's cause or effect through his trips off-road, he will know.
So they've come to pre-grid in the hope that they'll be allowed to change the tyres and go back in. There's Joel Kristoffersson, team boss for the JC squad that runs Lucas Anderson.
He is being shown as a DNF, but...
Rainis Nittis, can we have a word with you, Mr. Race Director? He could well be busy. Andreas Ericsson's on the phone there in pre-grid. I wonder if he's on the phone to Rainis Nittis. We will find out. No one doing anything on Pontus Oskarsson's car. Now, where someone like Oskarsson loses out here in this scenario is that he has a very small family team run by his father, whereas JC Racetech are one of the most established teams in Rallycross of the current era. They've won the World Championship, they've run the Nitro Championship, they've won RallyX multiple times, so they've got all the infrastructure and the bodies and the knowledge and experience to have wheels ready for a restart and all that sort of stuff. There is the Oskarsson team, Morks RX they call themselves, as you can see on the shirts. Running down with the tyres. So I think they're going to be allowed to change the tyres on this car. I believe we're going to run the second semi-final first. That's absolutely fine because there's no comparable times, so it's just an elimination process.
What's going on in the front of Lucas Anderson's car? They've got the body off and there's lots of people working on the front of it.
I think the geometry's out a bit from the first corner. Look at where the front wheels are pointing. There's Joel Kristoffersson twiddling the steering wheel. There's some mechanics with spanners, and they're going to, it is, absolutely. They've knocked the geometry out. It was a reasonably heavy impact in the first corner, wasn't it, side to side?
Towing in quite a lot, isn't it?
So they're just going to want to square that up as much as they can. There's a mechanic feeling the wheel. What they're doing there is just checking for any play in the wheel bearing, although I guess there's not much they can do about it down there. Now Pontus Oskarsson is out of the car as well to try and help change the wheels. But we're going to get underway with semi-final number 2. Robert Svittel's on pole. Darbach, Tobias second. Hampus Hagström, yesterday's winner, third. And Kevin Darbach, who has had an up-and-down weekend with the now multicoloured front on his own Supercar Lights, fourth. Phoebe Cake, who made a brilliant start in wet conditions in Q3 earlier on, completes this second semi-final grid.
And mission accomplished. I've managed to inhale my pudding as well, so that was an exceptionally useful race stoppage. So Robert Spittles or Tobias Darbach. Well, Tobias Darbach ended up winning his Q3 race, really by default. Robert Vittles should have this. Hampus Hagström, was that a jump? He got away very quickly. There's a red light showing behind. Very slow start from Phoebe Cake. Almost as if she wasn't in gear, almost as if she's still not in gear.
I think they might let that run, to be honest. Vittles runs wide and is going to get passed here by Darbach. A little bit of contact between the two. Vittles really sideways in the slippery gravel on the outside. Hagström also sideways through the hairpin and is going to get passed by Kevin Darbach. That's advantage Darbach and Darbach in the early part of the lap. But if there was a jump start, because the driver that did it dropped to the back, and with us being in a semi-final scenario, I wouldn't be surprised if sometimes the race direction lets that go.
Almost looked like Hagström was heading for the Joker lap there, but he was so sideways as they dropped down out of the hairpin.
Sometimes in a four-wheel drive car you just have to keep the lock on and keep the throttle buried to pull the nose back forwards, and he might not have been able to get it pointing in the way he wanted to go. There's a good margin here for the leaders, Darbach and Vittles. It's almost a pair of races now, isn't it, with Kevin Darbach and Hagström battling over the final spot in the final from this race.
Yeah, what Robert Vittles needs is for Hagström to be all over Kevin Darbach, and he is, I was going to say, and then maybe next lap Vittles would joker, but he jokers now and cuts off the nose of Kevin Darbach. That was a very determined rejoin.
That is a risky strategy from the Vittles camp to put him into the joker on lap 2. Of course he wants to try and get ahead of Tobias Darbach.
But great decision by the spotter and absolutely superb execution by Robert Vittles, and here comes Hagström on the inside at the hairpin.
Kevin's getting back at him into the rear quarter, a nudge in the rear. That's the sort of thing you can get punctures from. Unnecessary really, because the door wasn't open. We're following yesterday's winner, Kevin Darback has got the front of the car, missing yet again. He's been in the wars this weekend, hasn't he? There's bodywork everywhere. If that goes under the tyre, he'll lose the ability to brake and steer at the front as well. But at the moment, it's in the middle. That's really helped both Hagström and Vittels out front without the pressure. What's happened to Vittels, though? Because...
yeah, Tobias Darback made some ground there and jokered easily, and Vittels comes through in second.
But Vittels was so much closer, wasn't he, when he went into the joker?
Yeah, didn't see why.
Cake in the background, much closer to this pack than she has been so far this weekend.
Oh, she's in fifth now, isn't she? But has yet to joker, and that's part of why. So it's still Tobias Darback who leads.
Kevin Darback, I believe, has a puncture as well, thanks to our TV crew in Stockholm, so he won't be playing any further part in this if Hagström doesn't indeed have any problems. But Vittels doesn't have a response at the moment, does he, for Tobias Darback?
Well, and Tobias Darback won the Q3 race that nobody seemed to want to finish, and he's now leading this one from the front. Now, again, for Kevin Darback, Kevin would not be the first driver to go off on his own loose bodywork. I've seen that a number of times before. He jokers now. Phoebe Cake does not joker now.
Phoebe's in the gravel on the outside, can't get it going. I was wondering there if Vittels has a left rear puncture, but I can't really see. We've got that low sun reflection on the monitors. It's he can't do because the car's not wildly out of shape. That's a great camera angle there, and he clearly doesn't have the tyre off the rim, I don't think, but he definitely doesn't have. Let's have a look here. No, he doesn't, but he just doesn't have the response to Darback that we would have expected.
No, I'm very surprised by the speed of Tobias Darback. He's really just keeping his head completely above water here. Phoebe Cake rejoins, but she's a lap down. So she skated off at the top of the hill over the jump. Didn't get the car rotated enough and landed and went straight off.
An astute spotter here would definitely back off both Hagström and Vittels, because you just want to save the tyres for later in the day. Maybe that's where Vittels is at, as Tobias Darback breaks the beam and wins the race to take a front row start for the final. Maybe actually Vittels has gone, tell you what, I'm not close enough here, I'm going to back off because I've only got a certain number of tyres and I'm going to not overheat them, and I'm going to save them for later because I need to try and make the most of them in the final.
Well, the only way that works is if those are the tyres he's going to use in the final, or he has a better set and there was nothing left in those. Those were the sacrificial lamb for the semi, looking at the grid going, no, I've got this. No, I'll use the old tyre. I'll just cane the living daylights out of it.
But remember,
I've got this.
We've got another double header and then a long single header for the season to conclude on, and you carry over your used rubber. And I think an astute driver might, at some point, think we're going to need these another day if they are any good, and you just don't have a response. I mean, if there's a chance to win, then yes. But if you're not really there in the window, you some people are far cleverer than me and can wear that sort of stuff out.
Well, yeah, as you say, though, 3 full days of racing, so now is the time to take the points, potentially, and worry about the tyre situation later, because who knows who's going to turn up at the next round.
Yeah.
And who knows how this is going to finish.
There's a muddy drone for Viggo Koch to clean ahead of the next semi-final, which...
Well, let's hope the lump of mud wasn't too heavy and unbalanced it, and he's actually managed to fly it back.
He's lost a few drones and a few lenses on the drones at different points, but yeah, that's all part of the process. I love that high drone shot. You really get a feeling for what this Älvsbyn venue is like. Tobias Darback takes the race victory in semi-final 2, which is actually the first of the semi-finals to be completed. Robert Vittels and yesterday's winner, Hampus Hagström, both moved through to the final. And in the shot there, you can see Norlander with that fresh tyre making it back to the grid, and indeed Pontus Oskarsson.
Yep.
So because he wasn't the cause of the red flag, he's also been allowed the time to rejoin, and I guess once you've given Norlander the opportunity to change the tyre, they need to do the same for Pontus Oskarsson. And let's face it, it's beneficial for all of us to have more cars on the grid, and yeah, it will be a fight now to make it through to the final.
Well, and also you can change the tyre because the previous race didn't happen, so this is actually their semi, and so you should be allowed to have the car in a perfect state to go into the semi as if the previous start had never happened,
the grey area is whether you're in part Fermi regulation, but also whether because you'd retired during the race, whether you're then allowed to effect repairs that mean you can start a race you would effectively retired from in the first place. So that is always a bit of a grey area, depending on who's in race control, basically, and how they deem to view the regulations.
I think the intention here is to try and get as many cars to compete as possible.
And to give everyone as much value for money as they can. That's all part of it.
Yeah, fans and competitors alike. So, reset. So semi-final 1, which follows semi-final 2 in the illogical order of the way life works. Lucas Anderson still on pole position with the silver and blue, and then Julio Meunier a little bit less white and still quite beige. No Mads Larsson, he brought out the red flag with that roll, unfortunately for him, so he is no longer on the grid, but Robin Norlander is, and Pontus Oskarsson with more tyres fitted to the car. I'm sure both rears were flat when he came back to the pre-grid. So we have 4 on the grid, 3 go through, and if it's Pontus Oskarsson who gets the 3rd spot, then boy, won't that be a very different view to his weekend and how it's been so far. But again, look for Anderson versus Meunier into the first corner. Good start from both men, but a good start as well from Robin Norlander. Not quite quick enough to be with the front row starters. And he drifts out a little wide. The red car just in front of Pontus Oskarsson. So it's those two who are fighting for the final spot.
Anderson runs wide. Wide of the hairpin. Meunier's got underneath him. Not what Anderson needed at all. In the background, Pontus Oskarsson goes for an early joker. Meunier's got a bit of understeer. Now, Martin, what are the issues that were causing Meunier to be all over the shop in the previous running of this race? Still there. Anderson really applying the pressure to the OMSE driver.
But why was Anderson so wide there in the hairpin?
Just carried too much speed in, got on that loose gravel on the outside.
Yep. All right, so it's all about Julien Meunier versus Lucas Anderson, and then how the Robin Norlander Pontus Oskarsson battle works out for the final spot in the final.
Isn't it funny how you can run exactly the same race twice? Meunier had a really good go at getting up the inside of Anderson in the first running, but couldn't make the most of it. And then he wasn't anywhere near in the first corner this time around, but was ahead by midway through the lap. It just is so difficult to replicate how a race had gone before. And now Meunier, if anything, is pulling away a bit from Lucas Anderson.
Still very sideways there, is it? Maybe he's just running wide offline and really getting the tail hanging out. Norlander, I think, has the advantage over Pontus Oskarsson for 3rd place. They've now both jokered. And Meunier, you're right, he's not racing away from Anderson, but Anderson is not in a position to try and make a move on him yet.
Looks much more tidy as well, doesn't he, Meunier? Oh, pitches the car into 2 wheels off that curb at the front. Anderson also wide. They're pushing much harder now, aren't they? Meunier wide again on the loose gravel towards the hairpin, but keeps the throttle in. He's used that into a drift.
And that's the grip that's available now on the loose.
He jokers from the lead, and that's to not lose out. He's already got the car rotated. It's already pointing towards the joker. There's a lot of experience behind the wheel there, where he chooses to joker then, rather than lose the time. Anderson wide into the gravel on the outside of the right-hand hairpin, and this is Meunier's to lose if he can stay near to Anderson.
Pontus Oskarsson's wretched weekend continues. He's pulled off there at the hairpin, and so it is about finishing now for Robin Norlander, keeping the car on the grey stuff. That's what it's there for.
Remember, Meunier only just made it to the pre-grid of the first running, having left the tent very, very late next to us in the paddock here. His team will be absolutely delighted with where he is sitting at the moment, because Anderson has no real, clobbers the curb, Anderson in the hairpin.
He's not pulling away either from Meunier. I mean, these two are very evenly paced, but the advantage is Meunier has jokered and he's now closing down the leader.
Anderson really took a big lumber curb. That's the sort of thing that can damage your suspension or pull a tyre off, and it's fine margins, isn't it? A couple of centimetres too much over a curb can cause that to happen. Meunier is looking very comfortable at the moment. I think Anderson may well have damaged the front right corner here, Martin. Yeah. The wheel looks like it's hanging off to me, or at least bent
right
over.
And front left as well. There's something out with the camber.
I'm sure that's where he clipped the curb last time around. Meunier is sitting there now, won't want to affect any kind of overtake.
No, just sit there and hope that there's no mistakes by Anderson that catch him out, because Anderson has to joker, and so he does. So for Meunier, yeah, made in the shade. He made all the running in this one.
This is what I mean about being frustrated with a red flag when you're leading, because I had it all in the bag, and now we've run it again, and I've lost out, and the grip position is going to be nowhere near as good for the final.
He wasn't far enough ahead of Meunier to be able to joker safely, so it was still very much...
But Meunier hadn't jokered.
I hadn't jokered, this is true. This is true.
Meunier was all over the shot, remember, last time around, and it's like a different car in this one.
Well, I wonder whether he's now discovered that the difference between online and offline is still so dramatic, much more so than if everywhere was completely dry and all the dust had been blown away. I think that's why both of them were so sideways a couple of times, is they just strayed off the clean line, and then it's basically ice. Door gaffered on by the team after he got biffed in the first start, and the door was flapping open.
Let's have a look back. This is the first lap, which was so decisive. Meunier had a look to the inside initially, and then didn't have the momentum to go for the move. And this is Anderson, who just locks the front a bit. He doesn't even lock the wheels, he just runs that bit deep, gets a bit of understeer, and then runs
and then
runs
he's onto the
wide.
dirt, isn't he? And poof. Yep.
There's a better angle of it, just in the loose gravel on the outside. Meunier on the nice clean tarmac. I wonder if we'll see Anderson on the curb. No, we don't get to see Anderson on the curb through the hairpin there, but I'm fairly sure that was quite an impact that at least affected the front of his car a little bit.
Gave it a proper wallop, didn't he? Team will definitely be looking at that before the final.
You could hear it as well, couldn't you? So, yeah.
Imagine what that did to his teeth.
The thing with the Supercar Lights is they're so modular, they'll have that, whatever's gone on, they'll have that fixed pretty quickly.
Yeah. So, Julien Meunier in the slightly gaffered together car. It's going to need more gaff to hold the front end together before the final. He goes through at the top of the pile in this one. Lucas Anderson and Robin Norlander also qualify. And Pontus Oskarsson, yeah, pretty disappointing weekend.
The car's in the right state as well, isn't it? They'll have to put some time into that ahead of the penultimate weekend in Denmark, but they've got a bit of time to do that.
And as for Matt Zman, unfortunately, that rather innocuous roll at the hairpin brought out the red flag. And as a result, he didn't get a chance to go again. I'm sure the car would have been capable of doing so. I'm sure he would have been more than capable of doing so.
Something clearly not right with Meunier's car still. They've ripped the rear of the car up pretty quickly after he's come back, and maybe it's just getting a bit hot or something. But the team frantic. There is a bit of time they've got before the finals, and that time has decreased with these delays. But yeah, clearly work to do.
Well, we've still got to run through the semis, haven't we? And now we start that with Supercar Lights, semi-final 1. That's, I beg your pardon. And now we go into open four-wheel drive. So, Oie Ericson starting on pole position for this one. A great opportunity to really make his Sunday an awful lot better. Retired from the semi yesterday afternoon. Let's see if he can keep his front nose in front of Philip Martinson. Fraser McConnell on row 2 with Matt Zman. And Hansen and Svensson have got a lot to do here. Now, can Oman make it through? This is the big question for all the local fans. Big local personality, been involved in the area and with this track for a long, long time. And I'm sure an awful lot of fans and competitors would love to see him get through again.
Oie Ericson will be ruining the dry conditions, won't he? In the FC2, really wanted it to be a little bit more slippery like earlier on.
Yep, Philip Martinson alongside him in the Clio. Yesterday's winner in the final. And again, having to go around that kink Oie Ericson still made a good start. Matt Zman in the black, VW through into third, and Fraser McConnell got eased out wide. Fraser's been very bold into the first corner on each of the starts, and he paid the price there.
Yet again, Fraser loses out in the first corner of a four-wheel drive pro semi-final. And Svensson's got massive issues. McConnell loses a bit of time behind Svensson, who's billowing smoke from the back of his FC2. What's happening up front, though, in the race at the front of the order? We need to see what's going on at the front of the order here.
Well, there's Martinson ahead of Ericson, and Matt Zman in third place from the first corner.
Ericson had a nibble in the rear of Martinson, didn't he, early on, but just didn't have the momentum. Still running second, though. He'll desperately want to get through to the final because it's been such a turbulent year for Oie Ericson, the top qualifier today, carrying so much pace. Oie Ericson through the first corner. Casper Anson, his teammate, going with him.
Yeah, Janssen lacking nothing in commitment against these four-wheel drive supercars. Philip Martinson just hanging on in front of Oie Ericson. I was going to say just starting to creep away, but actually the gap doesn't seem to be growing in any. And Matt Zman is closing on the two of them from behind.
Not getting away at all, is he? He was a second quicker on the opening lap, but since then, Ollie's been there or thereabouts. Omen just waiting in the background. Omen is not one to get stuck in unnecessarily, and now we've got a... that's a yellow flag, I think, isn't it, rather than a red flag? Yep, that's a yellow flag. So that's just where Svensson's car is in the Joker section. Oie Ericson has lost a bit of ground there to Martinson through that lap. There's Svensson's car well out of the way, covered by the yellows. Janssen wide in the background. McConnell doesn't really have a response as well. They've had some technical niggles with that car so far this weekend, and he's just not got the equipment underneath him in this semi-final.
He was making up for it in the wet conditions, wasn't he? Driving like a man possessed, but just as things are drying out, the power of the supercars is definitely keeping them clear of him. But he's the only one to have jokered so far. Martinson, Ericson, Oman. Martinson not clear enough yet, 1.2 seconds clear. So he daren't joker because he's going to lose track position, be stuck potentially behind Ericson and Oman until the last lap.
Oman getting on the back of Ericson now as well. I wonder if Oman will joker this time. I know Ericson does, so I'd imagine that Oman will stay out. He does indeed. Ericson needs to get this tightly done to not come out behind Janssen, but Janssen's some way back and struggling for grip there, Janssen.
Good joker from Ericson. Look, he's showing his nose inside Oman as well at the hairpin, so full of aggression and vim and vigour. He really seems rejuvenated today.
Tricky though, isn't it? He needs to just stay on the back of Oman now. I don't think he really had a response for Philip Martinson, yesterday's winner, and knows that he'll get the place back from Oman when Oman jokers.
Martinson's got enough to come back out in front unless he makes a real mess of the joker lap. So watch the car on the top of the picture as he rotates around the hairpin. Oman's got to go in this lap as well. Is Ericson going to take second place? I don't think he's got enough for Martinson. Should have enough to be in front of Matt Zman, and does. And Oman will come out behind him in third place to deny Janssen.
McConnell's going to get Janssen, I think, in the background as well, Martin, after Janssen takes his joker. Would Oie Ericson have been a bit closer to Martinson? I think he maybe would have done without being tucked up behind Oman, but they had to try something, and ultimately I don't think it was going to be enough.
Well, he certainly gave it plenty to finish in front of the VW, but it is the Renault Clio of Philip Martinson that takes the first of our four-wheel drive open semi-finals. Oie Ericson second, Matt Zman does take third, does go through to the final. And again, once you get to the final, well, it's bright and sunny, there's a lot of blue sky overhead, but I can only see about a quarter of the sky, so who knows what might yet happen. I'm sure that Oie Ericson would be quite happy for the heavens to open again. Matt Zman possibly a little less so. Oman's VW really seemed to struggle quite a lot in the very, very wet conditions. And Elias Svensson, there you go. A lot of smoke, no fire though, which is good news. Smoke's one thing, but fire tends to damage an awful lot more.
Could have been turbo, that, to me, the amount of smoke it put out.
I wanted to start with if it actually blown a radiator hose and it was steam, but it was far too dense, I think, for that. So, yeah, may well have been turbo. If the turbo seals go, then it pumps oil through the engine, which burns extremely smokily. So it doesn't stop running usually until the driver stops it, but by that stage the dash will have lit up like a Christmas tree. He'll have had no power. And the indicators are always there. Don't forget, you can still visit shop.rallyx.se for all of your merch, and the more options you go for, not you necessarily personally, but collectively, then the more options will become available. So great start from Oie Ericson to really pile the pressure on Philip Martinsen, but Martinsen controlled it nicely into the first corner. No mistakes at the hairpin after the jump. And unfortunately, the very smoky demise of Elias Svensson. Well, he was safely out of the way. Big sideways moment. Certainly no shortage of commitment there. And sensible jokering by Oie Ericson brought him ahead of Matt Zman, but Philip Martinsen was able to keep his nose comfortably in front. So Martinsen on top, Ericson and Oman also go through, and the very committed and sideways Hansen and Fraser McConnell unfortunately get as little for their efforts as Elias Svensson. So our second semi then, and Ulrich Linnemann on the right-hand side of the front row with Maiko Tam with more white, red and black on his Ford Fiesta. Row 2, Victor Franks in the Peugeot 208, that's the orange and black machine, and Simon Olofsson's bright blue car starting for fourth, as it seems to have done every single time it's come to any grid whatsoever. Possibly not actually true, but feels like it. And Eric Gordon and Philip Torren in an older version of the VW Polo concept. So you can see cars coming for the final grid starting to line up behind as well. We'll go from Crosscar Junior through Crosscars and then all the way back to finish with the big boys. The final race of the weekend will be the final for four-wheel drive open. So who goes through? Well, the money is on Linnemann, Tan and Frank, but can Simon Olofsson in the blue machine spring a surprise here? Philip Torren making a decent start from the back row, and Olofsson into third, eases out Victor Frank, and Maiko Tam making a very good start. He has the lead over Ulrich Linnemann.
Linnemann wide in the hairpin, runs into the loose gravel. Olofsson's going to get up to second here, having not really featured so far this weekend in the FC2. Frank's jokers early, followed by Hedgeman's Motorsport teammate Philip Torren. Linnemann looks to the inside of Olofsson. This is not going to help Linnemann's cause at all. He looks to the inside of Olofsson again. They make a little bit of contact. Linnemann's got back through, but this is perfect. The championship leader, Maiko Tam.
Mind you, he hasn't got very far away. And Olofsson there got into the hairpin and then drifted out a tiny bit wide onto all that loose dirt that's been washed over by the rain, and he went absolutely nowhere.
Olofsson already got Franks on the back of him. This isn't going to be ideal for Franks' grip position in the final, but he'll definitely make it through if Olofsson jokers and Franks doesn't have any drama, because having been in that extra route, he's already on the back of the third place position. He needs to guarantee himself a slot in the final race of the day.
And the more Olofsson holds him off, the better it is for Tam and Linnemann, because actually Olofsson's not losing much ground to them either. And that means that Franks would probably be closing on them if he had the chance again. Olofsson out wide at the hairpin, made that same mistake last time. This time he just about clings on.
Canny from Franks to come out of the throttle there, not try and hang it around the outside. Much harder to do in a car than in a cross car, Martin, when you've got all of the wheels in the loose dirt on the outside. And he'll also know from his spot at Yassacalio that Olofsson's still got to go in the joker. He'll know that himself as well, I'm sure of that. Yeah. So you don't want to risk something when you don't actually need to get it done on track.
Yeah, what you don't need to risk is a penalty, and he's had a couple of discussions with our race director. He doesn't want to be repeating. Olofsson does not joker, and that means that Franks is still stuck behind him, and Olofsson makes another big mistake. He's really holding up Victor Franks here.
Biggest case of that comes to mind is 2008 at Pembrey. Kevin Proctor turned up with a Ford Focus on different tyres, wasn't registered for points. Steve Hill leading the championship, tried to get around the outside of him, and ultimately had a big accident, and ultimately lost the title based on the points lost because he wasn't racing that driver on track. And it's very similar to what Olofsson's doing here. He's going to be in no man's land, and Franks is being sensible while the other two are getting away, and he's not going to gain a grid position. He's just mitigating the loss really by sitting behind Olofsson.
Yeah, he is 5.2 seconds behind the leader, Olofsson. Michael Tam, as Ulrich Linnemann jokers, continues to lead. So Linnemann has now jokered. Tam was only 1.2 seconds ahead. That will be out to closer to 2.5. It should be time now for him to joker. Try and do it as soon as possible.
Franks is having a difficult first year in a supercar in open four-wheel drive. Only planned to do the first event for him, which was in Holland, but has continued to compete, but it's just not working out for him. Lost out again in the first corner here by a rejuvenated Olofsson, who then didn't have the pace to continue. You can tell he's been in the wars by the state of the car as well, but a talented young driver, and I'm sure he'll come good.
Tam versus Linnemann for the win. Tam's coming off the joker, side by side, doesn't have the momentum. Linnemann just had enough of the track to deny him the outside line.
Linnemann did a great job there, because on the previous lap, Tam was significantly quicker. We don't have many splits here in the RallyX lap. Tam's also got the best lap of the race so far, but I suspect Linnemann was so much more committed with his oversteer style in the joker, and that's what's just stuck him ahead.
Yeah, just enough to take it to the line. Linnemann and Tam, and it will be Victor Franks in third, as Simon Olofsson jokered on the previous lap to drop him down to fourth place, ahead of Philip Torren and Eric Gordon. So American driver in his second weekend of Rallycross. Had that roll earlier on.
Tam did all the hard work there off the line. Olofsson nearly got inside Linnemann as well. Linnemann did well to come to the inside. Franks just stuck in the boonies on the outside. Linnemann tried to get around the outside of Franks. That was never going to work in 100,000 billion years, was it? Because it's so loose there on the outside. Dropped behind Olofsson, but Olofsson just didn't have the ultimate pace. This is the joker merge. Tam gave Linnemann plenty of room, to be fair, went right off the clean line, and ultimately
Linnemann took it all, didn't he? And Tam knew that he needed to survive with the car in one piece.
Yeah, and ultimately the joker has to give way. The standard lap has priority, as been the case. Linnemann, Tam and Franks progressed through to the final.
So yeah, that's the end of the afternoon for the other three drivers, but Linnemann, Tam and Franks go through. And as you can see, bright sunshine, but actually what you can't see is some fairly heavy clouds behind. Not as black as they were before. There's producer Pete in the background doing a bit more.
Well, he's actually waiting with
another hat on.
Reporter Nicholas, and I believe they might be ready to go to have a look around the paddock, and we will leave it to you, mate, before we get going with the semi-finals. The finals, sorry.
I don't hear you, but I'm okay. So, let's go back for this 10 minutes before the final, and we will start here with, again, Julien Meunier, who is working hard on the car. Julien, are you available for a few questions now for the... Julien, it was an interesting weekend again, but it was one of the very first time for you to drive on the wet with the Supercar Lights. What is your feeling right now?
The wet is, I think it can be worse, but I'm feeling quite well. The start was hard with the light in the wet condition, but after on the lap you just need to be careful about the hairpin, to don't lose the front, just make the car rotated and then accelerating. So maybe that's why I'm faster, because it's a driving side or Super 16. So no, not so bad. The weekend going better because the heat was not good. I am never good on the heat, but on semi and final, sometimes I can find some things to be faster.
You have had to deal with different type of tires, wet tires, dry tires, and on a grid that was wet and were drying also. What was your feeling during the semi-final? Is going back to what you were used to do yesterday? Or?
It was quite hard decision to if we can put the dry tire or the wet, but we choose the dry, and I think it's a good solution. On the start we are a bit slower because the wet, the starting line was wet, but then after during the lap it was quite well. We just need to stay on the line. One time when before to go to the Joker I go outside, and when you are outside with the dry tire it's completely shit, so you need to be patient, go on the line, and everything working well.
Thank you very much and good luck for the final.
Thank you.
We are going to continue our paddock walk. Maybe if we can find maybe Fraser, who unfortunately has been pushed out from the semi-final. I don't know if we can find Fraser. Fraser is there? Fraser, can you come 2 minutes, please? We are waiting for Fraser. No stress before the final.
Are we live?
Fraser?
Are we live?
Huh?
Are we live?
We are live.
Okay, cool.
Fraser, it was not an easy weekend for you. You have been pushing out from the final for the second time in a row this weekend. Yeah. But you have a second chance in the FC2 final with huge probabilities to get another podium. What's your feeling right now?
Yeah, shame to be out of the main open final again. You know, we've had the pace. We've been the fastest car on track. You know, a couple of times today in warm-up. So time qualifying we were fastest, and then now in the semi-final we set the fastest lap time in that race. But you know, you can't win a race if you get pushed off in the first corner. So that's how it is. We have a front row start for the FC2 final, so I'm gonna try get some redemption there.
Oie Ericson looks very, very strong today. Do you have any plan to beat him, or?
That's the plan. You know, I'm going out there to try win the race, so I'm gonna have to try beat him.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Sure. Thanks, guys.
So let's go and see if we can find someone else. It was an interesting statistic during the semi-final, was that basically 90% of the drivers being in the top six after the qualification were all been able to go to get a spot for the final, which was not the case yesterday. So I guess that the track evolution is also a huge factor into this. And Victor Ranks is there, talking with his spotter and strategist Jesse Kallio. Victor, it was not an easy weekend for you. And difficult yesterday, but you showed today that you are able to bounce back quite fast.
Yeah, for sure. I think we have the pace pretty much all weekend. Just didn't have the luck, and probably yesterday, towards the end, mentally there was too much going on. But we had a good comeback today, not the best qualifying, but in the semi-final we showed that we have the pace, even though we got a little bit held up, but that's rallycross. We put one clean lap, and that was the fastest one, so it was good for the final.
How about the track condition right now? What's your feeling?
It's really tricky, because if you go a few millimeters offline, the tires just keep spinning, so it's really important to stay in the line, and there's also a lot of holes coming, so the suspension needs to do its job really well to be faster on here.
It's interesting also for your development to go through a weekend like this, like a day today, like today, like wet tires, rain tires, and so on, and changing condition on the grid. I guess it's the best scenario that you could have up for before the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I always like when it rains, just not when I'm on slicks. I prefer to be on wet tires, but the last session, you know, it was pretty well. Pace was there, just had no vision, so I was losing a lot of time on that. But besides that, we put on a good fight and made it on a good position in the semi, and now we're through to the final, and that's the most important.
What's your plan for the final? I mean, podium is for sure the minimum that you can get, or?
No, I think we can definitely fight for a win if we're smart into the first corner and try to stay out of any carnage, because in the final it goes crazy sometimes. So we will see what happens. Right now I'm just really happy to finally be back in a final after 3 races without a final. So let's see what we can do. I trust the team.
Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
So, maybe we are already here. Maybe we will get Robert Wittels, who got a huge crash yesterday, unfortunately. I'm trying to see if he's available. Is Robert's available? We are live. Roberts is coming. Yeah. Fine, perfect. I'm not going to be a burden for the mechanics. Robert, it has been a difficult first day of racing with this huge crash. How do you feel, and how have you been able to be back this morning in a perfect mindset for today?
First of all, I have to say massive thanks to my family, my mom, my dad, my sister, and obviously Team Foreign guys. You know, everyone who worked all night on the car to get it sorted for today. We already got it sorted out for yesterday's semi-final, but one small damage came out in the semi-final. That's why we didn't go through. But yeah, I think we showed massive teamwork and that we can come back strong. Today, yeah, morning was difficult. I mean, the feeling-wise and everything. The first ones were not so easy, but as the day goes, I think I just got more flowing with the emotions of racing. So the pain and other stuff kind of goes a little bit away, for now at least. So yeah, I mean, I enjoyed this track a lot. I think it's a fantastic track. All the time, I'm just yeah. This weekend, I think. I mean, after the roll, I'm not feeling myself to the 100%, and it's a little bit difficult to put everything together at the moment. So I would like to be 100% here and race. And I think yesterday we showed that we can be the fastest and we have good speed. But yeah, I mean, we see, you know, everything can happen. Semi-finals were quite eventful, as well as qualifying. I think for the final, and not only in Supercar Lights, I mean in every category brings something special. So for the final, I think it's all to play for. Nothing is lost, and race is 5 laps long, so everything can happen, and we just go in fully focused, and we will try to do our best.
It's really tense in the championship classification for the RallyX North Championship. It's only a few points between Julian, Lucas and you, so you need also to have to think about the long term and not just about this race.
Well, I think it's more fun. That's how should it be, that everyone's close and everyone knows the responsibilities of each run. I mean, I don't think about championship that much. I mean, we are only like 3 weekends into the championship. We still have some races to do. As soon as you start to think about backing off, you become slower. But like you said, yeah, I mean, the yesterday's roll wasn't planned, and then I hope I can not try to repeat it again and keep it more calmly. But yeah, I think we have shown through the season that we can be very consistent. Yeah, with overall qualification wins and everything. So yeah, but it's all still to play for.
Thank you very much, and good luck for the final.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you to you. And now it's game time, so let's go back to the studio with Al and Charlie. Up to you guys.
Hal and Charlie. Okay, so here we go. We are ready for the first of our finals this afternoon. And we start with Crosscar Junior. So, car number 16 on pole position, Petri Pira, and the other semi-final winner, Pito Matalamaki, car number 214 on the outside of the front row. Then the yellow, Ilvara Manisto, Carl Svenland, the black car, then Jere Hoka and Sebastian Isaksetra with the blue and yellow, both cars on the back row. Let's see if Pira can beat Matalamaki. Matalamaki with the advantage territorially in the middle of that row. And through he goes into the lead, but drifts out wide. Peter Pira is going to be inside him up the hill into the jump. Takes the lead back. And in third place, looks like Manistu Svenland. Fourth position away from the start. And then Hukka and Isaac Sestra And he takes the Joker, Sebastian, so Joker's first.
What great spatial awareness from Pitu Piri in the first corner to let Matt Lemaki take the line and then cut underneath. Hukar gets up the inside of Svedland, who isn't in the Joker yet. Hukar's gone wide, Svedland gets a place back. Svedland really needs to get onto the podium to limit the points loss if Pira does indeed win this afternoon, because the young Finn is just absolutely flying.
And that's another classic example of, you can see how dry the tarmac is. There's a very dry line on the loose, but if you are one wheel off it, then you're heading off into the woods.
Svedland, the JC driver, gets a lot of rotation in the car. That clean line has widened a lot, hasn't it, over the jump through the course of the semi-finals. Looks to the inside of Manisto, no way through, can't afford to joker yet because Hukar, who lost that bit of time in the battle, is loitering in the background. Svedland's got great pace here, hasn't he? Close to the back of this three-way fight for the lead.
Hukar's jokered, but so Isak Sestra jokered on the first lap, so Hukar now has jokered as well, and that might give Svedland a little bit of leeway, but Isak Sestra doesn't look like he's that far behind.
Isak Sestra's in the window, isn't he? Then that's going to be a problem.
He was, and now he spins out in the double right-hander. Isak Sestra looks, now that's really opened things up for Svedland. Now he's got the ability to do whatever he wants.
His only modus operandi now is to not follow, isn't it? If either Manisto or Matt Lemaki go in, Svedland would opt not to follow, I'm sure of that. Manisto is going in, you can see that immediately from the body language of the car. So Svedland moves up to third, but is it going to be a net third come the end? It really depends on the pace of Manisto. Now, it's often so much easier to close the gap than it is to try and manage the pace. So Manisto will know where he needs to get onto the back of Svedland for when Svedland jokers.
Well, Svedland might need to do it next lap, because otherwise he's going to end up at the back of Matt Lemaki. Matt Lemaki not hanging on to Pitu Pira, the race leader. Pira is getting very close to a joker window being open at this stage. 2 to go.
In such a rich vein of form, Pitu Pira. Svedland was brilliant at the start of the year in Portugal and Holland, but since, Pira's been really the driver to beat. Svedland in the traffic at the moment, won't joker this time around either as Matt Lemaki goes in. What's going to happen between Manisto, who runs wide on the exit of the hairpin, and Matt Lemaki, who comes out just ahead of behind Svedland? Now this is all about the yellow car trying to close the gap on the black car in the fight for the podium.
Yeah, and Manisto's got to be perfect, and Svedland has as well.
Svedland's rear spoilers dropped down on one side. I guess that's from the impact landing from the jump. Won't really affect the car too much around here. It's not actually that high speed.
Yeah, you don't need any drag, do you? We might end up with a really close drag race either off the joker or to the line. Pitu Pira, that's 2 seconds in front. In fact, it's not, it's 3.2. Pira needs to joker now, and then Svedland needs to joker now. He has to joker now. He's lost the rear wing. Matt Lemaki is going to end up second here.
Is the rear suspension broken on Svedland's car, or is it just where it's sitting down?
Just fallen off. But yeah,
he's going to drop to the back here. Look, I think the left rear wheel looks like it's quite being deceived perhaps, but yeah, the rear wheel's moving around. It's broken the left rear suspension.
Yeah, it is. I thought initially it was just the mudguard, but it's not. It's the whole rear wheel, and
Jag kan säga det var utredningssekretariatet som frågar dem. Du vet ju, jag känner ju ändå med ungrarna som har det. Jag har träffat dem i många gånger. Ända som de börjar med det här. Det är säkert en 10-12 år jag har umgått med de här. Men vet du vad jag säger bara? Lugna, använder telefon. Och din telefon funkar ju inte, men jag tänkte och säger ingenting. Så sa jag sa bara det att internet har ju... Ja, fixar det. Det är skönt. Ja visst, ring en vän alltså. Ja, vi får se då när vi får resultatet till Crosscar Lights. Crosscar vara redo där nere. Och det är även givet om vi kör egen strömförsörjning så att det kommer ingen över. Och har ni så brädverken där nere innan RallyX Älvsbyn. Ja, men vi vet i alla fall att Peter Mera vinner den här finalen. Och vi såg ju att det var väl Matta var med, Kid och jag var inte alldeles fel. Jag såg inte sista svängen där, för det var lite tur. Men jag tror det var Mannis då som tog det alltså och fyra med en del hundra på det där. Så vi får det med en nypa salt, jag sa det. Det är så vi får göra ibland. Men de säger att vi ska kunna komma igång. Och det är så att det var ju bilden i någon men det var för att de skulle skåla upp någon liten pass där vad det var på något vis. Vi läser upp från marginalen. Hansen. Inte bara 5 händer att stå på, men jag vet vad hon drar lite med allting. Det är verkligen några som... Han har ju där trafikskolan och annat och han har ju inga fotogrejer. Det är många som lever i den världen.
Well, welcome back everybody after another interesting moment or two during this day of interesting moments. Just had, not here at the track, but nearby, a lightning strike which has taken out the local internet, which means that we had no pictures there at the end of that
and no timing
final, and no timing either. However,
we can confirm that the junior crosscar result is as we thought it would be. There was no drama we didn't see on the final lap,
which you might have seen, but we certainly didn't. Now this is everybody who can't believe that I cover over the windows of a commentary box just so I can see the TV picture, saying, well, if you'd had a window. Yes, we've had a window, we wouldn't have been able to see the pictures in the first place. Anyway, moving on. So Crosscar Junior, victory for Pitu Pira with Pitu Matalamaki in second and Ilvaro Manisto finishing in third, and Carl Svedland, yeah, with that damaged left rear corner, broken left rear suspension, still luckily had the drive shaft driving the wheel even if it was at a crazy angle. Not enough though to hang on to the top 3 positions, so he was 4th ahead of Jura Hoek, and Sebastian Isaac Setra had a bit of a nightmare actually in that final. And that moves us on to Crosscar. So we have been gridded up for a while now actually. Luckily it's not raining, and luckily they don't have to worry about misting up. The man of the moment, Thomas Merstad on pole position, the Norwegian from Jonathan Yililami. Lucas Orov, watch for the green car. He's been some electrifying starts. Oliver Jensen, the white machine. Then red, Jani-Pekka Raila and Espen Iketsats. Espen on the outside making another good start, but down the inside, Yililami commits and takes the lead. Mustard in second place, and Lucas Orov third as they jump for the first time.
And now we're seeing the cross cars really come alive in that first corner. Yesterday's winner, Jonathan Yililami, pitching the car in to turn one. He's etc. has an issue with the hairpin that's held up Jani-Pekka Raila badly in the background, but Thomas Merstad would dearly love to win on this second day. He's all over the back of Yililami, who is really progressing through these events and coming good right when it matters in the final.
Yeah, he really is, isn't he? Just getting quicker and quicker. Now, of course, the real jeopardy here, if you're trying to make a move, is that there is bags of grip on the loose as well as on the sealed surface. But if you get offline, there is nothing. And we've seen cars flying off. So Yililami leading from Merstad and Orov. And at the moment, that's your podium. Oliver Jensen had a great run through the semis to qualify on row 2 of the grid, and he's ahead of Jani-Pekka Raila, who was held up really badly by Essen Iketstra. Looked as though Iketstra had just sort of missed a gear going down the box and was just sitting there, and yeah, unfortunately really held up Raila, who now jokers at the back. So top 3 still very close indeed. And is this going to come down now to joker strategy? Is this where, although the juniors don't have a spotter, the cross-car drivers do, the senior drivers do, this is where hopefully their spotter is going to be their best friend.
But I don't know if they're going to need it, are they? Because Yililami is pulling out at the front of the order. Look at those big dark clouds in the background as well. Yep. In turn 1, they could loom again, couldn't they, before the end of these
finals? Well, they definitely are looming. That's where the lightning came from. It didn't come from the blue skies above us. The blue skies of which, by the way, have disappeared. So Lucas Orov jokers now. Now, this is going to drop him behind Jensen. No, it doesn't. Great work by Lucas Orov and by the strategists. The spotter called that absolutely perfectly. So he's joking and he's still third. And that black cloud, if it does what the previous black cloud did at lunchtime, is going to absolutely belt down with rain.
Thomas Merstad coming back to Yililami through the final part of that lap. We've got a couple to go now. 3/10 quicker that time around was Merstad over Yililami. Yililami fighting the wheel in his speed car Wonder, the same machine as Thomas Merstad. Merstad jokers this time around. This is going to be a battle of the joker lap strategies as we predicted it would be. Merstad's bouncing his way through the alternative extra route. It comes out just ahead of Lucas Orov. And now, Martin, this is all about Thomas Merstad getting eyes down, head forward, and just focusing on closing that gap. And we know how good Thomas Merstad is over a single lap. He is arguably the fastest driver of the moment in crosscar on pace alone, and Yililami will have to try really hard here to extend the margin.
Well, Yililami's best lap is 0.16 only quicker than Merstad. So Merstad has the opportunity to do it, only 1.97 back from the leader, Jonathan Yililami.
Remember, Yililami will have the advantage of the momentum out to the joker lap, down the hill. Oh, Merstad's broken the left rear suspension. That's all but handed it to Yililami. We'll see Yililami pop out of the joker. And now it's all about Merstad trying to defend from Lucas Orov again. The left rear, just as we saw with Carl Svedland earlier on.
Wow, and just look at the way he's somehow keeping that car in front. And don't forget, although it's sort of vaguely driving that floppy rear wheel, it's not really doing anything.
Oh, he's going to lose drive. Oh, what a shame for Thomas Merstad.
And there's the drive shaft come out, and that's him stopped. So Lucas Orov already up to second. Oliver Jensen is going to take the final podium spot. Lucas Orov will be second. Jensen's been passed. It was Isaac Setra who got on top of the pile after that disastrous first time round the hairpin. Thomas Merstad cannot believe it.
That is some story in that crosscar final. So
Girolami's been nowhere this year, Martin. He switched cars for the last round and looked more comfortable. A double win this weekend. I bet he can hardly believe it. We're going to see some donuts from the former junior star. Don't get it stuck now, Jonathan. What a great job, and that shows what a difference it makes moving to a team like JC Race Technic, having that support around you, moving chassis to give yourself a clear head perhaps. He's etc. Switched from front-wheel drive Super 1600 a couple of years ago. Nicholas Dubenard, I think that was his first podium. Nicholas can't hear me, but I'm sure that was He's etc's first podium in Crosscar. Such a different beast driving rear-wheel drive buggies compared to a Super 600 machine. But what a shame for Thomas Merstad. He had a real opportunity there to get to the head of this championship situation with none of Ugar, Cerner or Tree at the top of the table taking part in this race.
Well, what it does is it doesn't really dramatically affect the championship standings, does it?
Lucas Orav was on 68. The leader was only on 88 in Ugar. So Orav has dragged himself into that picture. Girolami was on 63, also dragged himself right back up.
So he's jumped ahead of Orav as well. So
with 3 rounds to go, it's going to be fairly competitive.
It'll be very entertaining stuff, isn't it?
What a shame for Thomas Merstad, because he did nothing wrong there. I didn't see any. He was on a big push, but I didn't see anything that he had a big impact where he may have broken the suspension. But similarly for Svedlund, I don't think Svedlund hit anything particularly. It could just be a load in the side of the wheel in a
landing, or you know, that curb where the rejoin is on the inside left rear. It's really quite brutal. Maybe that's when you're on the inside line there. You know, the curbs here do not smoothly fill it into the track. They just appear. It's like the curb on the side of the road when you drive up onto the pavement, or if you hit it sideways, you know you're almost definitely going to puncture your tyre, and that's very much the case here. Well, that's really very unfortunate for Thomas Merstad. Was shaping up to be an absolute humdinger.
I think he had a real good chance there as well, because on a massive push, wasn't he?
Yep.
Against Girolami. But we can't take anything away from Girolami. He did all the hard work away from the line, didn't he, to get the lead, and ultimately jokering on the last lap from the lead, you would have had a good opportunity to go around the outside anyway, even if Merstad had closed the gap.
Fastest lap actually went to Lucas Orav as well, 45.986. Fastest lap for the race winner, 46.002. So not an awful lot in it, 16 thousandths of a second quicker, but quicker is quicker. So now then, moving on with Oie Ericson, Fraser O'Connell, teammates on the front row of the grid. Simon Olafsson in the bright blue machine with Casper Anson, the silver, alongside, and then Eric Gordon, but no, hang a minute. No, Eric Gordon. That's Elias Svensson. No, that's not. That is Eric Gordon. No. Yeah, Elias Svensson. I was going to say, did he blow up? Yes, he did. That's Eric Gordon. So here we go, ready to go. The FC2s in their own final, not mixing with the supercars this time. Good start from Oie Ericson. Good start from Fraser McConnell, fully lit into turn one, as we've seen every time. We heard from him in the interview that he wants to go out and win this one. Unfortunately, so does Oie Ericson.
McConnell looks to the inside of Oie Ericson. Enough respect given between the two MSE drivers in the first couple of corners, but they both badly want to win this. It's been a tough year for the pair of them. McConnell looks to the inside of Ericson through the left-hand wheel. He'll have another look to the inside through the right. There's lots more grip on the whole width of the circuit now, but Oie Ericsson's got him covered, bit sideways on the exit. Ericsson's desperate to win one of these finals.
Casper Anson right with them as well. So this trio, and we saw Simon Olafsson, the blue car joker, on lap one, get himself out of this Farrago and Brulio. So it is Ericson, McConnell and Janssen, and then Olafsson having jokered in fourth ahead of Eric Gordon.
Yet again, Olafsson had a good start, just as he did in the semi-final for four-wheel drive pro earlier on, and yet again it's these three OMSE drivers who have so much respect for each other. McConnell jokers this time around, that's to get out of the traffic. Casper Anson was so close on his rear that that's not really going to cause him a problem. Gets out comfortably ahead of Simon Olafsson, and now McConnell really needs to get the hammer down. He'll hope that Janssen gets a wriggle on and doesn't hold him up, because it's all about McConnell trying to catch Oie Ericson.
Yeah, this is a real issue though for McConnell, is when Hansen jokers or whether he stays out as long as Ericson.
The pace is so similar, Martin, I don't think it matters as long as there's a gap. McConnell is so experienced to be able to keep his head down. He's not going to get particularly distracted by the car ahead. Ironically, spotting for Fraser McConnell is Oie Ericson's older brother Kevin. McConnell makes Hansen makes a mistake. McConnell can look to the inside now. He really needs Hansen to joker this time around, and he does.
Yeah, Hansen had to really there. He was half spinning on his way through the hairpin. Now what about Olofsson in the blue car? Hansen comes back safely in front of him. Again, Hansen really likes leaping over that curb as they rejoin.
Hansen's on a wild ride in that FC2, isn't he? When he first came into RallyX a few years ago in Supercar Lights, it was broadside everywhere. He's tidied that up. He's been the class of the field in America for the last few years in the support category of Nitro Rallycross. But here he doesn't have an answer for Fraser McConnell. McConnell is pushing hard to close the gap on Oie Ericson. McConnell does the fastest lap of the race so far, 46.0. A 46.0 as well for Ericson. Ericson runs wide on the loose, gets the rotation done.
Ericsson's going to joker this lap, is he? No, he's not. Stays out, but that was a slow hairpin for him.
1.7 seconds the gap. McConnell's closing in ever so slightly on Ericson.
And it is slightly, it was 46 thousandths of a second. He was quicker than Oie Ericson on the last lap. Casper Anson is still right there. Hansen actually looks to be even quicker than Fraser McConnell. So Ericsson's...
Oh, McConnell's dropped it! What a mistake for Fraser McConnell. He's pointing the wrong way. Hansen goes around in the dirt.
And Olofsson goes through as well. So now, not only is he not going to win
puncture. It's a puncture, Martin. I'm sure he's got a left rear puncture. We'll have to see that again at some point. Oie Ericson, though, has increased the margin.
Yeah, that's the advantage Oie Ericson needed. He has to joker now, and he does. What about Casper Anson versus Simon Olofsson? Olofsson is very close to the silver car at the top of the picture. Ericson comes out clear in front. He's going to win here at home in Sweden. Casper Anson hanging on to second. Simon Olofsson will make it an all-Swedish podium. Because although Fraser McConnell is still going, if he has got trouble with tyres, then he's not going to be anywhere close.
Oie Ericson has put so much work into the development of these FC2 cars. He's doing development as he races with the OMC team, and he will be absolutely delighted to win at home here in Sweden after such a tough season. Great result again for Hansen, who won yesterday. Simon Olofsson has really struggled this weekend, Martin, and a great result to finish on the podium, but Fraser McConnell will be so disappointed.
Yeah, he's made some really good starts, Simon Olofsson, and there's just ended up in the gravel trap or somewhere else as a result of a little bit of overcommitment. But great news for him.
It's not a puncture for McConnell. I was sure the tyre was down on that side. I was wrong. He just dropped it, Fraser, at the bottom of the hill. It's in that big push to close the gap on Oie Ericson.
And it's that loose, isn't it? It's where you're offline by a foot and suddenly the tyre is spinning up in the dirt and not on the firm surface. And you can see quite clearly how much the track had dried out. But now the temperature has dropped about 10 degrees since the juniors final through Crosscar. And there is definitely a potential for rain before the end of the afternoon.
McConnell made a real fight to get into the lead there, didn't he? But Oie Ericson knew how critical track position would be, held it around the outside. What a shame we were robbed of a real close battle at the Joker merge, because McConnell was absolutely on it.
Yep.
They returned to their paddock area behind us. Remember, Oie Ericson still has the four-wheel drive pro final still to go, so the mechanics will be hard at work. But this is the moment, isn't it, that McConnell drops at the bottom of the hill. What happens? He just goes that little... He doesn't go that bit wide. He just locked the rears, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't move off line.
Well, yeah, but you can see, you know, the line is very, very tight, and it's still got a lot of fine, loose dirt there. Really tough, really tough. He would have loved to have been able to take it to Ollie right to the line. Win, lose or draw, you still want to be in there swinging. Unfortunately for Fraz, just didn't happen for him. So it's Oie Ericson who wins it from Casper Anson and Simon Olofsson completing that podium.
McConnell's absolutely gutted behind us in the OMSC awning, but he's straight over to Oie Ericson to congratulate him on the win. Neither of them have had a good season so far, so I'm sure he'll be pleased for his friend, but at the same time, you always want to win for yourself, don't you?
And look, it's family, you know, the two families get on really well together, and Francis' mum and dad are here, same as Ollie's, so they'll be getting on with it. So then, into our two-wheel drive open final, Lucas Gabrielson's Toyota Starlet and Adam Oman. And now, if you had to pick someone to be on the front row at the beginning of the day, it might not have been the Lexus. Victor Johansson in a white Mercedes, Joni-Pekka Rahala in the Ford Escort estate, then Ossian Stenval. Not making a good start, the worst start of the lot.
Gabrielson's had a shocking start, which is not what he needed, even though he beat Victor Johansson in the first of the semi-finals. Johansson's got the advantage here on the back of Oman. Johansson's been so quick this weekend. Will Gabrielson joker this time around? He gets so sideways. It's Ryder that goes in. At the first opportunity, Gabrielson rose wide. Oman's up the inside. Gabrielson's in all sorts of trouble here, Martin. This is not working out for the Finn at all.
What on earth has happened to the Toyota? It's been absolutely flying. The class of the field, they're just leaving him.
It's been troublesome so far this weekend. He had issues yesterday. He stopped in free practice this morning. When it works, it's really quick. But now it's all about Victor Johansson, who's all over the back of race leader Adam Oman. I'm sure they would both dearly love to win at home, but Victor Johansson has put so much into this event. He's been so much a big part of RallyX over the last few years. I would be delighted for him if he could get it done, but Adam Oman is an experienced competitor, especially here.
And Thomas here as well in third place, so the family very well represented on the backs. Now wipers are on Thomas Oman's car. Has he just flicked them on as he's been dialing in the opposite log, or is it raining on the far side of the track?
Gabrielson's in the joker. We need to see the fight for the lead, because Johansson's all over the back of Oman through the hairpins. There's nothing to choose between them. Ryder's on the back of Stenval as well. Look at Johansson, he's right on the back of Oman's tail.
Unfortunately for Gabrielson, the Starlet is a busted flush there. Stenval's Escort ahead of Rahala's Escort.
Oman's wide, that's Thomas Oman wide onto the grass in third. He's yet to joker. This plays into Stenval's hands. Stenval also yet to joker, sorry. So Gabrielson.
Well, Rahala's right there with the Escort behind, the Escort estate behind Stenval, and so Thomas Oman in third place might drop out of the podium, and it might all fall into the hands of the Escort estate driver.
Adam Oman jokers. This is to cover off those behind to ensure himself second position, I'm sure of that, and to get out of the traffic. But this is Victor Johansson's opportunity to get the hammer down. He had great single lap pace earlier this weekend when the conditions were dry. Now it's all about trying to extend the margin in the big hybrid Mercedes to get into the joker and get out first.
Yeah, he's got to somehow find a couple of seconds in 2 laps. He hasn't got it yet. Now, fastest lap so far has been Adam Oman, 48.9 compared to 49.0 of Victor Johansson. 49.0 Johansson this time around as well.
Consistent, isn't he, Victor?
Yeah, it really is.
Of course, Oman took the joker last time around, so we've got no real read on his pace. 1.9 seconds the gap though. Johansson has to go again.
Yeah, he's got to try and build that advantage to at least give himself a shot. Don't forget, this tight uphill hairpin, much slower than the rejoin from the joker lap. So if he's got 2 seconds, he's got a shot. If it's 1.9, he probably doesn't. This is going to be super tight for open two-wheel drive.
You throw caution to the wind at that stage though, don't you, and hold it wider open than you might have done. He's a respectful driver though, Johansson. He's not going to fire into Oman at the apex.
Well, apart from anything else, they're going to bump into each other at the supermarket on Monday or Tuesday, aren't they? So
fastest lap of the race so far when he needed it most. Victor Johansson at 48.6. He's on a big charge, 2.3 the gap. He might get this done, Martin.
That was 6/10 quicker than Oman's last flying lap. Here it is, he has to do it now, he has to be clean. He hasn't had a very clean joker lap yet. This might be enough, he's got the speed, the hybrid will take him to the apex in front. And that is the deciding move, surely. If he can get safely around the hairpin, then the major drama has gone, and he does. Victor Johansson leads Adam Oman, and Joni-Pekka Rahala in the Ford Escort estate is in third place.
Just a couple of corners to go, Victor, neat and tidy through the final one. Use the hybrid power to drive out of the final turn. Victor Johansson wins at home here in Älvsbyn. What a brilliant performance. It was all based on that super quick lap towards the end of the race. Oman second, and everybody else is just absolutely miles away.
Yeah, Joni-Pekka Rahala in his Ford Escort estate. When was the last time you saw an estate car winning anything anywhere? It's been a while.
Victor Hansen was in the studio in Finland when Matt Zman claimed his first victory, and the Pace Motorsport team came and covered Matt in Champagne. Victor told us when he wins, it's more about hugs with the family and lots of emotion, and I'm sure he'll be very emotional today because he has put an epic amount of effort, as he told us this morning, since it stopped snowing up here in northern Sweden to get this event to happen.
Yeah, very late end to the winter. They probably lost a month of prep, and that's actually so justified, not only because the time and effort he puts into his own car, which let him down yesterday, the master switch died, but also the time and the effort he's put into this event. And that start for Lucas Gabrielsen from pole, absolutely woeful. Not the time to have his worst start of the weekend. And that put Adam Oman in front of Victor Johansson. Thomas Oman didn't quite work out for him. And Adam Oman trying to make enough of a break from Victor Johansson. In the end, couldn't, and had to joker to defend himself against a challenge for second place. But Victor Johansson taking the joker on the last lap. He'd just done enough, pulled out enough of an advantage to be able to come back on from the joker lap with his nose clear and clean in front. That's going to be an emotional Victor Johansson. His pregnant wife was there walking through there she is, walking through the paddock with him a couple of minutes ago before they headed to the car. So they will be absolutely thrilled. Such a big part of this whole event. And he takes a well-deserved victory in two-wheel drive open. So, Supercar Lights final now. Julien Meunier on pole from Tobias Darbach, then Lucas Andersson, the blue and silver, Robert Vittels, the black tank take special, Hampus Hagström with the white bumper, and Robert Norlander all red at the back. This could be a very entertaining battle. Any of the top four could easily win this, and don't count out Hampus Hagström. He's on row 3 of the grid, but he was yesterday's winner in the final. It is all up for grabs as Meunier leads Darbach down the hill. Anderson squeezed down to 4th place by Robert Vittels, the Latvian in the black machine.
Great composure for Meunier just to hang around the outside of Darbach there. In turn 1, it's a risk, isn't it? You've got to trust the driver on the inside of you not to force you wide. Meunier, who in the first running of that semi-final just seemed to have no grip at all, and then really sorted it out to win the second and get on the front row of the grid. Lucas Anderson was the driver that lost out there, clipped a curb, broke the suspension, and just about hung on to finish second. But now Anderson currently off the podium as Meunier, Darbach and Vittels are nip and tuck together. Meunier, though, putting a bit of an advantage on the tarmac.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? He's looking very composed and relaxed, the Frenchman. Hampus Hagström, yesterday's winner, jokered on lap 1. And there's Robert Vittels. He is all over the back of Tobias Darbach. Darbach under real pressure here, not able to stay with Meunier because he's got Vittels, and because Vittels has got Anderson currently nibbling away at the back bumper. There was contact at the hairpin last lap as Anderson stuck the blue and silver nose inside the Latvian's car. Not quite close enough. Oh yes, he is again.
Norlander in the background here is stalling the joker strategy, and it's a bit similar to Aero stalling, isn't it, when you can't do anything about it. But Norlander hanging around in the background there, who I think in the background has been passed by Hampus Hagström, is stopping any of these drivers being able to joker because you'll fall into that battle.
Yeah, so Hagström has got through, so he's up to 5th.
And now you've got to respond because Hagström's got great pace. So I would, if I was Vittels' spotter, I'd send Roberts now. Anderson's probably still a bit too close to that battle behind. I would expect Vittels to definitely joker this time around, perhaps even Darbach.
Yeah,
Darbach could fall into Anderson.
But he's got to try something.
Vittels should have jokered.
Yeah.
Anderson was unsure there. Anderson's lost a heap of time. He thought late, oh, should I have gone, should I not? I think Vittels...
He was too close for alternate joker to be a strategy there. By the time Vittels hadn't gone, it was too late for Anderson to make that decision.
I think Vittels with a joker then and some massive lap times could have affected his overall outcome. I think that's unlikely now from where he is, but could well turn it around. Meunier, though, just managing the pace at the front. What's the gap back to Hagström? Let's have a look as they all cross the line.
Yeah,
Too far, isn't it,
yeah,
for Meunier?
It was 4 seconds. It was 4.2. But it should be down to about 3. Oh, it's out to 5.2 now.
5.2, so Hagström's not in the fight for the win here.
No, he's over a second slower on that lap than the leader.
Anderson's dropping back as well. Darbach jokers this time around, as does Anderson in the background. Where will Darbach come out comfortably ahead of Hampus Hagström? Norlander also goes in.
Big run out wide from Roberts Vitals. He got his rear wheels onto the dirt, and here comes the battle. Hagström just ahead of Anderson, and Anderson couldn't get the rotation to try and lunge back out of the hairpin.
This is about Vitals against Hampus Hagström now, isn't it? What's the gap last time around? Vitals was
2.6.
4 odd seconds behind. Behind Vitals. We'll get a better read of it this time onto the final lap, but Julien Meunier looking like the driver that's absolutely in control, 2.2 seconds in the lead now.
Yeah, so he should comfortably come ahead of everybody. Will Vitals manage to come out ahead of Tobias Darbach? Not even remotely. Darbach is right up his back bumper, so Roberts Vitals is going to definitely lose out on second place, but Julien Meunier joins in front, but no, Darbach drifts out wide. There's all of that loose dirt. How did he hang on to that? The door was wide open and Roberts Vitals could not get through it, and now here comes Lucas Anderson.
It's Hagström. Vitals has broken the rear suspension. Sorry, Martin, he rotates around.
Contact with Hagström, and Vitals loses out. Hagström goes through in third. There's your winner, Meunier.
Meunier takes the win on a circuit that is so different to the tracks at his homeland in France. Great job from Julien Meunier. Darbach takes second. Hagström gets back up to third. Vitals lost out badly with side-to-side contact there where the two wheels have touched and broken the rear suspension, but I really think Vitals could have at least finished second there had he jokered one lap earlier and not ended up in that fight. Of course, Darbach made that mistake. He then got tucked up with Darbach, and as he was trying to pass Darbach, I thought, oh, here's an opportunity for Hagström to get up the inside, and that's ultimately what happened.
Yeah, great opportunism from Hagström. And again, it will go and be examined by the race director, but you've got to look at it and think, actually, do you know what? They were racing for position in the final, and Hagström didn't turn into him, didn't T-bone him, didn't hit him hard. It was just two cars contesting the same bit of track.
Yeah, I want to see it again, but I would agree with you from what I've seen so far.
I'm not a racing driver. I don't feel intent when I see it, but to me as a punter, that looked like very unfortunate for Roberts Vitals, and actually when the two of them were side by side, could have gone either way. Could absolutely have gone either way. Hagström has a little donut.
Anderson will be disappointed with that because he led that semi-final, didn't he? And would have had pole for the final. Ultimately, the red flag, the restarted race, losing out to Meunier. Let's have a look back at it then. Meunier got the hard work done away from the line. Okay, he had pole, which I think is a bit greasier than second on the grid because it's been in a shadow most of the afternoon.
It's definitely not an advantage, is it?
Had that conviction in the first corner, which really helped him.
I think it's hanging it out wide in turn one that helps, and there's...
Vitals lost time there, didn't he, when he dropped the rear wheels in. This is Hagström and Anderson battling, but it's the next lap we want to see. This is the one. Darbach's got way too deep and way too sideways, and that's given Vitals the taste of, I could be second here. So Darbach's defended, as he's perfectly entitled to do. That is not Hagström's fault. There is nothing wrong with that at all. He's gone to the outside.
Yep.
He hasn't forced Vitals at all. They've been side by side. What's happened is he's opened the steering. Yep. So Hagström's wheel has been more pronounced from the bodywork, and then the two wheels have just made contact. That's just unfortunate for Vitals, and ultimately that's ended up with Hagström on the podium, but not by firing off as a podium.
No, 100%. I couldn't see anything there as anything other than a racing incident. Hopefully the race director decides to say, where's Julien Meunier, Thomas Darbach, Tobias Darbach rather, and Hampus Hagström, yesterday's winner, top three.
And I think we can have a chat with Reinis Nittis right now, live during the finals. Reinis, what do you make of Vitals spinning there and the contact that led to it?
Yeah, for me it was nothing. It was clear racing incident. It's easy to talk now after everything happened, but I think Vitals had to let Darbach go and be just behind him without going wide in exit, because you cannot overtake around the outside, and that it could be safe position like third place, but yeah, here it's just side by side, wheel to wheel. No one turned in, no one turned out. It's just unlucky, wrong place, wrong time.
Thank you, mate. That's I'm glad we think the same there. It shows that we've got a vague idea what we're talking about. Cheers, Reinis.
Which is nice.
So it wasn't even actually Hagström opening the steering. It was just the bodywork compressing on the wheel, and as they ran side by side from that fantastic drone shot, Vitals' wheel has just clipped the rear of Hagström's front. Actually, Hagström a little bit fortunate, I would say, not to have broken the steering through the impact that obviously broke the rear suspension on Vettel's.
Yeah, 100%, but you know, again, you know, Vettel's unlucky that the suspension did break, but that's what happens, unfortunately, when wheels make contact at speed. So there you go. It was, as it looked in the instant, two drivers just contesting the corner nice and cleanly, and a very unfortunate ending to it. So, four-wheel drive open final. So it is the Ford Fiesta of Ulrich Linnemann on pole position, red, white and black. And then Philip Martinson, yesterday's winner, starts the final here from the front row. And again, halfway through qualifying, I'm not sure we'd have put big money on that in the Renault Clio. Then Oie Ericson in the FC2 car with Maiko Tam's Ford Fiesta, Victor Frank in the Peugeot, and Matt Zman in the VW Polo does not leave the line. Well, there's going to be no fairy tale win for him, but on the inside, Maiko Tam easing out Ollie. He goes up to second, and
Linnemann in the rear of Tam as they go over the crest. Philip Martinson with the advantage. Oie Ericson lost out badly there. Look at the impact on the front of Linnemann's car. That's a telltale of what's been going on. Frank Stoker's on the opening lap, followed by Oie Ericson, but this is advantage Philip Martinson for the second day in a row.
Yeah, Martinson very sideways out of the turn there, up to the hairpin. Maiko Tam right with him, and Ulrich Linnemann, but here comes Victor Franks and Oie Ericson.
Frank said in that interview with Nicholas Dubenard, didn't he, that it's been, Linnemann looked to the inside of Maiko Tam at the bottom of the hill. Tam goes wide into the gravel. Linnemann's got the line going up the hill.
Left the door open, Tam, and Linnemann was in there like a rat up a drain pipe. So Philip Martinson with the lead, but a change for second. Now, what can the Fiesta driver Ulrich Linnemann do about the Renault Clio out front? Yesterday's winner leads on to lap 2.
Linnemann jokers, this is to cover off Victor Franks behind. Watch for the orange Peugeot on the inside. Linnemann's going to have the momentum. Franks isn't able to challenge, and now Linnemann's behind Maiko Tam again. Is he going to have to get the job done all over again to get past the Fiesta? But this is all about Linnemann's spotter giving him the best opportunity to try and get ahead of Philip Martinson.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Martinson's team are going to try and keep him out as long as possible. So
Linnemann wide into the gravel on the outside. Sorry, Martin.
Yeah, exactly. Big mistake there, and that's going to drop him down towards Victor Franks rather than closing up on Maiko Tam in second place. Little damage on the front of the car after the first couple of laps.
Clips the curb on the inside through turn 1. Tam is going with Martinson here.
Close right down on Martinson for the lead of the race as well. They're now nose to tail. There's a car length between them.
And Franks is right on the rear of Linnemann as well. Has Linnemann got an issue? Because Franks wasn't there at all. I think Linnemann might have a right rear puncture here, Martin. Let's have a look at that right side of the car.
Huge slide wide.
Franks
still driving.
Franks looking to the outside. Linnemann's working really hard at the wheel there. The tyres are inflated, the Nova tyres are strong and still on the rims, so Franks has just got a good turn of pace here, and Linnemann is dropping back into the clutches. Martinson's managing to gap Tam a bit out front as well.
Yeah, only by 0.7 of a second, but it's a gap back to Linnemann, which is over 3 seconds now, which makes it clear.
Tam's really strong in this first sector on the loose, especially when the grips come up. He's able to live on the front axle. Tam into the Joker. This time around, Linnemann there on the inside, followed by Franks. Tam's going to be...
Oh, good stuff. And look at Franks on the inside. Linnemann drifts out wide. He's on that talcum powder on the exit. And Franks is up. Oh! Contact at the hairpin. Linnemann loves throwing it up the inside there.
Oh, and a touch in the rear from Franks as Linnemann goes back around the outside. Linnemann's got loads of understeer into the rear of Franks at the bottom of the hill, into the door of Franks. This is getting scruffy. Franks falls right out onto the bank on the outside. The front bumper's come off the Peugeot, but this is absolutely handing it to Martinson and Tam up front.
Yeah, Oie Ericson even got by Victor Franks, and Franks with a major issue. Huge spin there, something broken. It looks like at the back, maybe just a toe arm or something, but...
We need to see the joke emerge here. Martinson is going to come out ahead of Maiko Tam. Linnemann, who has had all sorts going on, is hanging on to third, but Oie Ericson, having dropped down the order early on, is closing on the back of the Polo.
I think the race director might have a word or two to say about that incident between Franks and Linnemann, or those incidents, particularly the afters. But there is Martinson. Yesterday's winner is going to double up here. A second win for Philip Martinson in Sweden. Maiko Tam takes second place, and Ulrich Linnemann is third in line from Oie Ericson.
A weekend of weekends
for Philip Martinsson against a stellar lineup here in RallyX up in northern Sweden.
And never looked like anything going wrong with him. He's just tidied up his act all the way through qualifying and the semis, and then put himself on the front row. And again, at lunchtime, I think you might have got quite long odds on that being the case, that he was going to win again. Well, there's Victor Franks, damage on the car.
He's having a torrid time, isn't he, Franks, in the 208 at the moment. Disappointed, hands on hips. Him and Linneman had quite the fight, didn't they? That car's being used by Peter Hedström in the European Championship next weekend in Hyllias. There's Philip Martinsson, absolutely delighted. He had a terrible weekend in Finland, and he told us yesterday morning in the pre-show, didn't he? He came here angry. He came here with a red mist down. He drove like it in free practice as well, throwing the car around, and he has absolutely delivered.
Yep. And Maiko Tam, second place, 1.9 back at the line. Matt Zman did, in fact, finish the race, but Victor Franks did not. So Matt Zman, who was stranded on the grid, no fairy tale win for him. We did at least get one for Victor, though, didn't we? So one of our local heroes and organisers ended up with victory in the two-wheel drive open. Philip Martinsson. That's a big weekend, and it all came from the start. Ulrich Linneman from pole position, didn't get a great getaway. It was 3 wide, Maiko Tam on the inside, easing out Oie Ericson. And then Linneman started to make the moves happen. He was all over the back of Tam, diving through on the hairpin, contact that nudged the bonnet up. Frank's getting a little tap there from Olie as they both jokered.
Oh, Ericsson lost a lot of time there, didn't he, actually, in the joker. This is Linneman up the inside of Tam. That was actually a good move. He eased the door open. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all in my book, but it's what happened later, which I'm sure is being looked at. This is Franks. Linneman had something going on, didn't he? Because he lost that pace he had early on. I really thought he was in the fight for the win. Linneman sideways there. Franks is going to get a great run out of this corner and get around the outside. We didn't quite see that on the replay. This is Tam in the joker. Linneman runs deep. Franks is going to get back up the inside. Linneman is not going to back down there. And it's just like racing your mates in rental karting, isn't it? He sends the car in, runs around the outside. Franks has got a good run there.
Franks is trying to get the line there, and Linneman's just not.
That will. I think that will be looked at.
The hairpin, I think, is the one, because our race director's rule is: would you have made the corner if the other car wasn't there that kept you on?
But I also think you can't push someone in the rear, force them off, and then make the pass. So. The other ones I think were fine. Actually, the move that Linneman did on Tam was very good by easing the door open and then making the move. Pushing someone in the rear quarter, forcing them off and then getting by is a little bit of a different scenario.
Yeah, and lots more damage to that Peugeot 208 as well. And that's not the way that Victor Franks would have wanted this all to finish. Hats off, by the way, to our two rescue drivers. They're doing such a stellar job with those big diggers. Taking the cars back down. So Philip Martinsson. What a surprise that was. I mean, really, this morning, I'm not sure you'd have put a huge amount of money on him repeating, and midway through qualifying as well. It didn't look like he maybe had everything that he needed, but he produced when he needed to produce, and there was nothing at all going wrong in that final for him.
Well, take nothing away from him, but based on what happened in Finland a couple of weeks ago, he had a torrid time. The quality of the entry here, Matt Zman going fastest in Q1 yesterday morning with that World Championship winning car, all these elements, I probably wouldn't have given him that much of a hope to start with anyway, and then to come away with a double victory. If they bother to drive home tonight instead of partying, it'll be a much easier drive home, won't it? Because they put a lot of work in, all of the teams, to get here from Finland, and I'm sure it's been a sweet weekend for them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what a result. He's just got better and better and better. He was full of delight last night. I imagine he'll be even more so this evening.
Let's then head to Parc Fermé with our reporter Nicholas Dubenard and hear from some of the winners. Nicholas?
Yeah, we are waiting for the winner, double winner this weekend. Philip Martinsson, who has been impressive. Same scenario as yesterday. Philippe, congratulations, we are live.
Thank you.
We are live. Same scenario as yesterday. We were talking about that just before the semi-final, but honestly, just before the final, but honestly, a perfect weekend for you. What do you feel now?
Yeah, it's really good. It's a very good comeback since Kümmering, yeah.
What have made the difference this weekend? Because all the time it's on Q3 that you have been able to bounce back and to make the difference, and from there everything has changed for you. It has been amazing story to tell for the...
Yeah, I don't know what exactly, but yeah, we had a good test before we coming here, and took a good feeling with us, and starting the weekend to be fastest on the practice, it makes the weekend easier, of course. But we have had problems in puncture yesterday, and today I did a big mistake in first qualifying, and then we fight back, and yeah, it's really good, and yeah, it's the final was really good.
There's now 2 events left since before the end of the season. What are your expectations now in terms of championship-wise?
Yeah, now it's definitely looking better. So yeah, we aim high, and we hope we like Nysum, and we had a good race there last year. So we have a good feeling, and also Estring was really good. So yeah, I'm focused.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Philippe.
Thank you.
We are going to talk with Meiko Tam, who is just a championship leader of the RallyX North Championship, and Meiko, for the second time in a row also, weekend at the podium for you. I guess you're just a happy driver tonight, and yeah, you have just made the job, and yeah, take the most important point this weekend.
Yeah, of course, we taken the race by race yesterday in the morning disaster, but yeah, now in the final, before the final, we have a change in the generator, and yeah, lot of fast doing, and thank you team, thank you Ivo. My team is mega team, and yeah, let's keep pushing, and yeah, let's fight.
It was a crazy final from the outside. How was it behind the steering wheel?
No, not in the something big. Just fighting for Philippe, and yeah, let's see what happened next race.
You push a lot trying to beat him, or you have also thinking about the points for the championship?
Yeah, I saw how very is my points, and yeah, but this strategy, the race by race, it's work.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, and see you in Denmark.
Thank you.
We are going to have a word with Ulrich. If I just am able to see him. Maybe we can do. Maybe we are going to talk with Victor Johansson. We just open to drive winner if we can't see. Okay, we are going to talk with the local hero, Victor Johansson. Really disappointing day yesterday with this elimination in semi-final, but yeah, today was just perfect.
Yeah, the road to the final was maybe not perfect. Q3 I made some stupid mistakes. That's on me, but you know, I managed to put in 5 solid laps in the final. Juda made a perfect start from second row. Was first after the first corner. So overall a good day today. Yesterday was good too. You know, good starts and good speed. You know, but it's racing. Things fall apart sometimes, and unfortunately, yesterday it was a little bit unlucky with the material, but we showed them today was the fastest. So I'm very happy, and big thanks to the team. And I think it's been an awesome race here in Älvsbyn over these 2 days. Awesome crowd, a lot of people. We were lucky with the rain. Had a little shower during Q3, but overall, fantastic time.
Tell me, how was it to manage the pressure from Madame Oman, who was just like not giving you an easy time during those laps?
No, of course he's a fast guy, and everyone in the final can do fast laps. But you know, we just kept pushing. You know, didn't made solid laps overall. So yeah, put on a great show for the fans, and P1. That's good.
Organizer, driver, and winner. Thank you very much, Victor. See you in Denmark at the beginning of August.
Thank you.
And we are with FC2 winner, Oie Ericson. Olie, really good weekend. What's your feeling? What's your feeling to be back on the top step of the podium?
Yeah, it was good. Finally, I beat Casper. He's been winning too much now, so finally we got him. No, but it's good. It was a good weekend. Obviously, I had luck today with the weather. They turned my weekend around. I got up far and up the standings, and the final here, I had a really good launch and was just squeezed everywhere, so I had nowhere to go and just had my line, but unfortunately I missed out. That's what this turn one does. It's a lot of fun, and then I saw there was some rough treatments up front, so we'll see if there was anything there.
Yeah, and thank you. And your P3 also now in open four-wheel drive final. It's a double podium. Thank you all for the information that I wasn't have. So also, yeah, almost double success for you.
Okay, yeah, that's fun. Obviously, I had some issues, in that final. Something had to happen with my paddle shift on the hairpins. I was stuck in 5th gear for a lap, and then it started working again. So it's something we have to have a look at. But yeah, I saw there was stuff going on there. So yeah, I'll take it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olie. Good celebration.
Thank you.
And now we are back to the studio.
Yeah, just as we were hearing from Mike Tam, our timing screen changed, didn't it, Hal? And he went headset down, legging it off to the podium, which is actually only a 5-minute run from here.
Well, based on how out of breath I am, it feels like a lot longer. But yeah, it's great to get drivers' reaction as well when results change like that. When I got Ollie to Nicholas to do the interview, he had no idea he was third. So
I just saw him wandering slowly off there because over there because he thought, oh, FC2, that's not going to be the first podium. I don't need to rush. So he didn't know that he was on the overall podium. And you're absolutely right. That's why they couldn't find Ulrich Linnemann, because he's upstairs with the stewards. And kind of, I think, probably as we saw it, so Reiner saw it as well, and it was, yeah, that was, he ended up with a disqualification for that. So, yeah, take him out of the podium and drop him out of the results.
I don't know if we're going to hear from Reiner, so I don't know if Kalle, our producer, can let us know, but I guess we also don't necessarily need to because the decision's been made and we saw what it was perhaps for. Great finals, Martin. We're used to seeing these rallycross events be a crescendo, and quite often it's chaos, as we saw yesterday, but there was some real high-quality driving in the finals today.
There really was. It was much more intense because there wasn't so much body damage and there weren't so many cars spinning off all over the place. And actually, even despite the really wet weather at lunchtime, I thought the drivers did a fantastic job holding it all together. Yes, there were a few spins. Yes, again, when the track really started to dry, that really fine dirt offline was just like ice. And so if you strayed off the dry line, especially on the loose, then you were really in for a big wild ride. And we saw that a few times. So, has he got a puncture? No, he's just a foot offline. And it's very dramatic when that happens. But no, I thought it was a fantastic end to a really good weekend. And actually, just hearing from Victor, I don't know what time he's going to wake up on Wednesday, but he needs to be sleeping until at least then, the amount of work that he's put in. And what a great little fairy tale story for him and for the family to end up with a win as well, especially after yesterday's disaster.
Absolutely agree, and we've only got a few weeks really. The final 2 weekends of RallyX take place in Denmark and then Germany in the first 2 weekends of August. So someone like Victor, who is right in the title fight to win Open two-wheel drive. He's won the championship before, but every championship's different, isn't it? And he'll have rejuvenated effort and enthusiasm to try and win this title, especially winning at home. We're in for an amazing final couple of rounds as well.
Well, of course, and he also won't have to be selling tickets, cooking burgers, organising assistance, getting groundwork done, and all that. It'll just be get the car ready, take the family, go and race. And that will be a blessed relief, I'm sure. I mean, there's no question he's only doing all of this because of the passion that the man has for it. And it's his hometown. It's not just, a track in Sweden. It's where he lives. So there's that specialness to it. So he'll take that and he will absolutely roll with it, I'm sure. And it might actually be warm and dry as well.
You never know, do you? And in every class, there's been the people that came into this in a strong position have generally had a few issues. Tam came here leading. Martinson's closed the gap. It's the same in Crosscar, where the top 3 didn't make the final. So all it's doing is setting us up for a fantastic final double-header in Denmark and then a massive single-header at the Estering first 2 weekends of August. It's going to be a thrilling end to the year.
And Denmark actually is probably where people are going to have to start thinking about really thinking about the points, because if you're adrift going to Estering, you might be able to get yourself back into contention on day one, but don't bet on it. So, yeah, having momentum leaving here and being able to continue it, if you look at like Philip Martinson, if he can continue that momentum with the Renault that he suddenly built here, then yeah, he's going to be looking and going, okay.
He wants it to be next weekend, really, doesn't he? After that, with the momentum
tomorrow,
of
frankly, here, you know, can we have another round tomorrow? But yeah, he's and there will be a lot of that. You know, the winners and the losers of every weekend. You've got to try and take the confidence when you've had a good weekend, and you know, learn from whatever went wrong when you haven't had a good weekend. But going forward with 3 rounds, if you've got a car that can win, yes, win. But likely as not, a lot of our championship contenders just going to have to be comfortable settling for the positions that they can achieve and try and make sure that the points are working in their favour.
So don't forget to check out the shop for merchandise, rallyx.shop.se. If you check out the social media as well, there's some discount codes based on which of the local drivers did best this weekend, and there's a good battle going on between them as well. But rallyx.shop.se for the merchandise. Martin Haven, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you.
As always.
This weekend we'll be in Denmark in the first weekend of August for the penultimate doubleheader, and then Estering just a week later for the finale of RallyX 2025. We'll see you there.